Welcome to Samarkand, friends. Good afternoon to all my fellow chess enthusiasts. It is 3:13 p.m. local time. We've got one fellow in the lead for 2 consecutive days, Parham Maghsoodloo of Iran, currently with a rating just under 2,700, ahead of 15-ish players with ratings over 1,700, but I think he's recovered his 2,700 rating on the live list off of his performance in just 4 rounds here. And he is going up against Richard Rapport today. They started playing 14 minutes ago. We'll have moves in about 1 minute. And we'll have Cry in less than 1 minute. Yep. Let's see if I can bring him into the picture. All right, DG, Jake, Skibix, howdy, Yellow, Arsenal fan Richie in the UK. Yellow, I've got a recommendation for you for a game to see from a previous round. Check out yesterday's game between Indian prodigy Aditya Mittal and Turkish prodigy Yagiz Khan Dogmas. Have a look at that from yesterday. That'll keep you busy for a little bit. Sumit believes in bloodshed today on the top boards. You know, yesterday on the top boards, there were actually a lot of draws. So a number of people were able to catch up with the group behind Maghsoodloo, but nobody in the group half a point behind him won their game to catch up with him. We had prodigy Abhimanyu Mishra escaping with a fortunate draw against Pragnananda. I don't yet know if there is a main game today, DG. I hear the clicking of some moves coming out. I have not yet seen it, but I believe Morizi's game yesterday against MVL, which he won with black, I think that was probably one of the more interesting games yesterday, just from the insane position we saw towards the end of that game. Sometimes you see the end of a game, you see a position, you're like, there's no reasonable way, there's almost no reasonable way you could get that position, like it had to be insane/crazy, right? For today, one possibility is that we watch Rapport's game. There are reports that his game yesterday was insane. We could try and click through it really quickly. It was only 30 moves. He won with black to see if it lives up to what people said, and then we could click on his game today against the leader. So he played the Dutch defense, and Predke played an accelerated E4 system, breaking black's Dutch. That's normally not good for black. Takes. Boom. That move looks too fancy by half, but knight f3, bishop g4 maybe makes it hard for white to fight for the key d4 and e5 squares. A knight on h3 might not fight too well for those squares either. We don't know. But yeah, his plan is to get a tempo on the d4 pawn with knight c6. Hit it. Now his d5 pawn's hanging. Leaves it hanging. Oh, man. With check, too. I thought maybe in this position he was planning to go bishop e6, but then I guess f4 is kind of hard to prove, huh? Whew. f4. Comes back. Pawn on d5. Now you can't take it because you'll drop your knight on h3. Castles, defends it. So now black's got a real position. White takes off the dark square bishops, which would be great for white, but queen b6 equalizes no problem, coordinates his dogs. This looks playable still for both sides. Knight swoops in to beat. So Erdogmas yesterday put his knight on his opponent's g2 square, and Kostya said that he'd never won a game by fianchettoing a knight on his opponent's side of the board. And I thought, I've never won a game by fianchettoing a knight, period. But twice in one day. Report also. He's looking to play rook e3, I guess, is the main idea. Bishop e8's not going to do much. Yes, bishop c8 to b7 wasn't going to do enough either. It's not getting back, and black's escorting this pawn thanks to the knight. And that was it. Man. So that was the game. That was the game yesterday for Report, Dutch defense, and here he is up on the top board after that. Obviously, that wasn't a lot of time for us to judge the game, but it looked, I was going to say, like a game that only Richie Report would have played, and I guess it was a game that Richie Report played. We got 13 people as far as I know with 3 out of 4. I've got makeshift standings up here below Jesse. Let me switch the name here on my co-host. So I didn't fit all 13 of them in, but you've got a sample of the names that are on 3 out of 4 there. Names not on my list include a Polish Grandmaster, age 23, rating 2595. I don't know how to say his name. So he's up there in that group of 13. And then an Uzbek, Noturbek Yakuboyev, the second Noturbek, whose live rating is up in the 2690 range. So he's a candidate Super Grandmaster. He's getting close. And our computer relay, our DGT, is showing some heavy thinking from Magsudlu and Rapport on the first 2 move. We could just call him by his first name. It is Simon, says Blowhot. Yeah.
So, boss, which games are you? I mean, yeah, there's some amazing ones. Did you see Sam's kind of creeping up there too, buddy?
You
He's
know,
playing Ferrugia.
it's hard to pick a game, but I do have Shanklin versus Ferrugia open down here. Ferrugia plays the Najdorf against Sam, who is a booked up Najdorf beast, and he goes for bishop g5 f4, which is the most violent variation of the Najdorf. The Najdorf has this like crazy violent reputation, you know, things are getting sacked on you, your king's in the middle of the board running around. That reputation pretty much single-handedly comes from the bishop g5 variation. And at one point, I think it was John Nunn or somebody wrote a book about the Najdorf, but then they decided they needed one entire book just on 6 bishop g5 and another book on everything else.
Yeah.
And so this was pre-computer days, but there was a 400-page book of just bishop g5 Najdorf. Now, there are 1 or 2 lines black can play to get things a little less crazy. I was talking to a dojoer the other day who wasn't rated 2700. I think they may have been rated about 900, something like that. They play the Najdorf, and they are not a calculator. And they said, yeah, I've got a variation I play here against bishop g5 that's less tactical calculation heavy. You know, it's not queen b6, queen b2. It's not b5, e5. I think they were playing something like h6, bishop h4, queen b6, queen d2, and then instead of taking on b2, you play knight c6. And that's much more of a way of just trying to get some kind of a position where your king's not immediately under the gun. So it's not guaranteed that Sam's going to get Ferrugia's king in his sights today, but he certainly indicated his interest in that situation by going for the bishop g5 f4 line. Now Ferrugia plays queen c7, saying we don't care about those doubled pawns, and looking to get some positions maybe similar to the main line with knight bd7, b5, bishop b7, perhaps save a tempo on bishop e7, and get castled queenside faster. So that could be an indication that black does not want their king coming under attack. We're being told that Prague has played an opening never seen before and labeled by chess.com as the kangaroo defense, Jesse.
The kangaroo, dude. Just like maybe you can actually give us a little insight, dude. They have come up with so many crazy names for stuff, and I just want to know. You have insight into chess.com. Is there somebody like sitting in a back room just making this crap up, dude, or what is? Where do they
No.
come up with this?
Unfortunately, yeah, Jesse's asked me this before, folks, and unfortunately, I don't know who makes the names back there. But yeah. Is it true that Arjun Erigaisi invented a new opening called the Indian Tiger in Norway chess? Not that I know of, but okay.
Oh, and by the way, I would just call it a line of the Nimzo Indian that Prague is playing. Um, but it is.
I think he's playing
It's not
against
quite a
Blue so.
Nimzo Indian, right? I mean, yeah, it's
All right, it's Nimzo Indian without knight f6 or Dutch.
I think it's very clever, actually. It's very clever the move order.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird that on bishop b4 there you would play knight c3. That's maybe the weirdest thing about it.
Oh, yeah. Man. I've been seeing Bluebaum's name a bit this year, but I hadn't seen many of his games recently. And knight c3, yeah, that's a bit of a surprise move here.
But you know what it is? Maybe Prague, this would be cool, is if Prague knew that this guy was like, let's say, interested in doing things like the Nimzo Samish or something, right? If he was committed, he was one of
Mm-hmm.
those committed players. Then those committed players do play knight c3 here instead of bishop d2 or knight d2. And then Prague can come up with this own special sauce, which I haven't looked in the database yet, but it might be, we might already be on, novelty territory.
Mm-hmm. But basically, they're going to transpose to very favorable variations of the Dutch. Now, when you say a very favorable variation of the Dutch, might
It's
still
still
be
better
perfectly
for
fine
white.
for white. But this variation of the Dutch where you control e4 really well, it's been in my heart ever since I was a kid because I read this book, Chess Praxis, by Aaron Nimzovich. Dude loved this kind of position. And so, the control over e4 for black would be inspiring, but look at Bluebaum. He's here to play. He's
Blue
like,
Bum doesn't care, dude. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, from one perspective, he should get Prague to win this tournament because he's next in line in the FIDE circuit. So he should gift Prague a point, make sure Prague gets qualified here. But the best way to help yourself is always just to win your games. So
This E4 move, right, is very similar to the Gingy Indian sack. Do you know that?
mm-hmm.
Remember the Gingy Indian?
Yeah, Gingy Indian, d4, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, here, Tradeovich. And again, you try to control e4, a very, very similar opening. You've got basically the moves c5 and d5 thrown in, right?
Right. And then here I remember it was there's a couple moves for white that are dangerous for black, but E4 was one of them. So I think this is a cool move that I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm pretty sure this isn't prep, but it's analogous to lines like this.
Now, 7 minutes for e4, is that prep? Is that inspiration? Is it something
Oh
he
no,
knows about that he's refreshing?
no, he's going for it, dude. He doesn't know, but like I'm saying, like he's by analogy, he's
Mm-hmm.
coming up with this move compared to the other ones. And also with this move, he's probably guessing that he's going to get Prague out of his own business here too.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I misjudged where this game might go pre-round, Jesse. I was thinking Bluebaum, he's like slowly his ratings creeping up. It's at his highest ever, but I think of him as sort of like a fairly solid player. Like you notice white, like on move 2, he's allowed to play e4 and he passes up the chance, right? Like I thought of him as kind of maybe he'd be solid. Maybe he'd just try to draw against the big dogs because, he doesn't often have to play the people over 2,700. Maybe just try and draw with Prague and keep grinding lower rated players. But instead, he goes straight after him with the pawn sack, then queen g4. He's trying to weaken black's dark squares with the bishop gone. He wants this g pawn on g7 to give up the square.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the beginning of the round, Mostafa. Other people will join us over the next hour or so. Also about 40%. No, sorry, that's too much because it's gone up with India. Maybe somewhere like 25-30% of the dojo's typical viewers are Americans, and something like 80% of them are choosing to sleep for now, and they'll join us as they get up.
We're doing pretty good. We got 30 some watching YouTube. We got 40 some watching Twitch. Just started. 50 some watching Twitch.
Yeah. Arkel plays the kangaroo exclusively on Lee Chess, says somebody.
Well, I think it's a very rough call, like which game we should focus on. I guess though, this Bluebaum game I was thinking honestly, for a second, I was like, oh yeah, I want to talk about the Bishop G5 Sicilian,
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a lot of games, but
Yeah.
but that game, it would be like we'd be a little cheating because that game is not one of the top games.
Yeah. Yeah. There's also Noterbek Abdusatorov against Yagiz Khan Erdogmas. Erdogmas had probably the game of the day yesterday, Jesse. I don't know if you ever played through the whole game, but it was just a hell of a game. And he's defending the honor of the Tarrasch defense right now against Noterbek Abdusatorov. I've actually seen this position before, as has Abdusatorov. He's got more time than he started with right now. Yagiz is mildly under the gun, but we could check in on that at some point.
Yeah.
Maurizi had the other extremely entertaining game yesterday, and he seems well prepared today in an unusual modern version of the Sicilian. He plays bishop d3 on move 5.
Okay, yeah.
Instead of knight c3. So he's saying he's out there with the sign that Jesse wants everyone holding, saying like, dude, there's more room to explore. Like, you don't need 960. You don't need opening theory. There's some stuff to do. Just go out there and try a new move.
I am very sympathetic to this bishop d3 move, and I like it a lot against the e6 variations because, and maybe it works fine here too, where I'm assuming knight c6 came next, and then he snip snaps. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because you keep c4 options open. You don't know where the b1 knight's going, and then you play for, at later date, you play for f4.
Yeah. And just in general, Jesse, when I was a kid, it was still thought that trading on c6 for white was going to be mildly preferable or desirable for black.
For sure. Yeah.
And now it's thought like, yeah, whatever, it's just a structure.
Right, but what we should say about it is one of the main problems for white is if you take and have your knight on c3, then your knight is getting hosed by the pawn. So here, white is going to need to dream about putting the knight somewhere else to not get into a situation where you have typical Sicilian dominance in the center.
Right. In that sense, the bishop on d2 this early is a slightly weird detail. But there's a few really weird details to assess this particular position between Maurizi and Kamer, because you'd think, oh, the knight on g4 maybe has to pay a tempo at some point because it's kind of weird, right? But then, if it hops to e5, I assume white's not giving up the bishop pair in this kind of position that early, so the bishop will have to pay a tempo. But then, f4 will come at some point. So I don't yet know who's going to end up ahead or behind on time. We don't know who might have hung one tempo here. Or maybe nobody has yet. Somebody says that Abdusatorov's queen d3 here is a novelty. It's in my file on this opening, so it must be a top engine thingamajig. Firouzja thinking quite a bit against Shankland after queen e2 played quickly. So, well, we've seen Firouzja get low on time before, right? In the opening. Or, I mean, not low, but lower, right? Have to catch up.
Yeah, queen e2 is interesting.
Very kind comment, Kia. We appreciate it. Alvin, it's good to see you.
Queen
What
e2
do
has
I
been
mean
played
my file? I mean,
a bunch of games, so.
Chess players sometimes have little opening files, right? Their analysis, their moves that they would play with white or with black, or what they think of them. I've been occasionally refreshing some of my openings recently, and this is like a real main line question about the Tarrasch defense and d4, knight a4, castles. This is like the very basic position. So, do I play it with black or white? Yes, Rainbow Teddy. Either. I'm prepared to do it either way. Gukesh playing an early g5 against Abhimanyu Mishra. Jesse, no, the top dogs have not been able to beat down Mishra. They haven't been able to beat down Yagiz Khan. They're failing to put the whippersnappers in their place so far.
It's young. The tournament's young, my friend.
Yeah. You would think that the players rated 2770, which is today's version of being a 2800 player, right, folks? Like, you got to understand the top 4 or 5 players in the world. There's been some rating deflation, but these guys are basically playing around what we used to get to call a nice round 2800 level. You would think that at some point they could win one game, they could break through, right? Grind them down at some point. And Gukesh is in some space age prep. I'm always glad to see him when he's got a little bit of a something, when he comes with a little bit of ammunition, Jesse. And so they get this Italian, and Mishra goes for an early bishop g5 to h4, considered terrible.
Considered terrible, that's
from 1910 until 2010. People might cite Winter Capablanca, right? The winter of the bishop on g3. It's a classic. Jesse has served it up to Kostya, myself, and probably another 500 dojoers have taken a stab at sparring that position with the dead bishop on g3 in the endgame. And then Grishuk and Magnus and all kinds of folks started saying, hey, we can play with our bishop on g3 as long as we play like a dynamic d4 in the opening. And the computer showed all kinds of insane methods by which you make breakthroughs and put pressure on black. But by now, it's no surprise from white, and Gukesh is prepped up. He hits him with an immediate g5, knight h7, and looks like he's going in for some kind of a knight f8 maneuver.
No, I think he wants to play h5 like a madman.
Or he's just defending g5 in order to play like a madman.
But knight f8 maybe later, yeah.
So h5, knight g5, h4 like a madman. That wasn't enough for him. Knight f7, h takes g4.
That's yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
See, this kind of thing predates Winter Capablanca. These games where they like hang their queens and then bishop g4 and queen c2, rook h2. This kind of stuff. That's like peak 1870s, 1860s, like NN versus NN. We have a position like this exactly, Rachel. we force people to play one of these positions with the with the material imbalance. Jesse was saying we should have more of them, but we do have a couple of them, and we have something just like this. The pawn on c3, yeah, makes this much harder for black to do. The knight can't come sailing in, and white can play d4 to temporarily relieve the bishop on a7's violence.
I would be happy to. I mean, it kind of feels like what we're doing is we're not focusing in on a game, and I kind of get it this round because there's no clear leader, and there's so many interesting games. This knight h7, uh, Gukesh just played it very quickly. It's a very uncommon situation, a very
Mm-hmm.
uncommon situation in a very common opening.
Yeah.
Um, and uh, yeah, the kid's got a little pressure. Gukesh is up on the clock. I think yeah, I would. And Gukesh had that other great game against or Dog Moose and then failed to convert.
Yeah.
So what we're to see today,
Yeah.
White has a lot of options here too, like H4, H3, maybe something else.
And Mishra was definitely the beneficiary of a non-conversion yesterday by Prague.
Oh, dude, we in fact we left that game and I was like, well, it's over.
Yeah, he was
There's
down
nothing
a
to see
pawn for
here.
nothing with the rook and knight against the rook and bishop, and he said, he bamboozled Prague into a fortress. I know how Prague could have won the game, by the way, Jesse. I figured
Well,
it out. It's very tricky.
I'm sure there's more than one way he could have won the game.
But after the rook trade, there was only one way. That I figured out.
One reason, David, I think this position with knight h7 is very tricky
Mm-hmm.
is okay, let's say you play h4, and you might tell yourself, well, this h4 forces g4, and then I can move the knight, and then the position around my king will kind of sort of be closed.
Mm-hmm.
But what if on h4, black just plays something like queen f6 and just lets it sit there?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot more uncomfortable. Because then I could play, and I could also start with bishop g4, but I could play like h4, queen f6, then bishop g4, castles long, and then the tension on the g pawn is never going away.
Mm-hmm.
So, so that's a problem. And then of course h3 isn't the happiest move either,
Mm-hmm.
because you're creating a weakness.
I think your queen f6 move order might also be very precise, actually, because um, Rachel's trying to show the sparring position. She's been doing her work, Jesse. She
Nice.
recognized that thing. She's like, oh yeah, I've sparred that with Matt
Wait, where is Rachel talking to us? Oh,
from Samarkand.
no, but I mean, oh, I see. Posting she's posting stuff and the Moobot is deleting it,
The
unfortunately.
Mubot deleted it. She tried to send them our list of sparring positions.
Rachel, if you ever want to join us, I know you're in SummerCon stuff, but you could join us. I could finally meet you and then, you could be on the stream for a little bit. We could talk about these games.
Jesse, if Gukesh played bishop g4 immediately instead of queen f6 in that position,
Oh, so he did play H4 like a madman. Uh-huh. Oh, did he?
no,
Wait.
I'm just saying if he did,
Yeah.
right? I think the move order bishop g4 seems to immediately threaten h4, which
Hmm.
I would like to make that threat, but quick queen b3 from white, b7's hanging, f7's hanging, and the queen just gets out of the way of the f3 situation.
Fair enough. Yeah. So
So
in any case,
so your queen f6 might be like very precise, getting f7 covered, and then
mhm.
preparing bishop g4.
So then if you put yourself in white shoes and you say, okay, I don't want to play H4 or H3, then it's tricky too. So the argument can be, all right, I'm going to wait until black plays H5, then I'll play H4 because that will then force the issue. But black doesn't have, first you need a good waiting move. And second, black can still continue queen f6 next move and kind of try to build this Death Star with queen f6, bishop somewhere, and then castles long. So yeah, very hard for white. Like I guess d4 would be my first thing that I'd want to think about if I was white here. But d4, queen f6, we haven't actually changed the nature of the position. Gukesh doesn't play, dude. Knight h7 too is the kind of barbaric move that the ancients. The whole thing with g5, the ancients wouldn't have really liked, and knight
Mm,
h7, they would have been like, "What?
yeah.
What do you do?" But the thing that I've learned through, well, let's call it the lion.
Oh
There's
no. Yeah.
Well, the lion is basically
Yeah.
this setup, but oftentimes the bishop will be like on behind the d6 pawn,
Yeah.
and you launch this g5 thing, and the hard part for white is that there's no easy way to open the position.
Mm-hmm.
And this is arguably a much better lion in the respect that the bishop on a7 is going to be a jerk,
Mm-hmm.
and the bishop on g3 is going to be a victim.
Yeah. Yeah. This definitely has a much more justification.
And d4 was played, so I'm a GM today.
Yeah.
It says 30 seconds. I'm going to refresh the thing. It definitely didn't seem like that was a 30-second thing. No, that
Yeah.
was a
No, that was
19-minute thing. 19
nearly
minute.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I want to do is I want to do a deep dive of like get all of the time management ratings of these guys and get some averages and see what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one of the mini dev projects we haven't figured out is just getting that done. We could do the time management rating for one game, but we can't do it for an average. It's a simple thing. Oh, Rachel's here. Check this out. Okay. Maybe you can get a three-person screen, Kostya or David, and then
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
she can be Kostya for a little bit.
We'll do it like that.
Hi,
Hi, nice to meet you, Jesse.
nice to meet you too.
So I don't know how much I can contribute to the no engine opening analysis, but
You can
No, it's
train. You
fine.
can train on stream.
You've got special insight from Samarkand.
Yeah.
yes,
So
I guess I can give some behind the scenes maybe. But
yeah.
that's
Well, one thing that we got wrong right here is I was thinking after d4 that queen f6 would be the idea, but Gukesh very quickly plays h5.
Oh.
And maybe the simple point of it is this, is that, well, first of all, I'm sure it's a little bit preppy. Okay, so let's start with the obvious. If white starts DE, then we win the bishop h4. No bueno.
Yeah.
So then the next move that if I was white, I would have wanted to do would be h4. But then maybe the very simple problem is g4, knight moves, and then I take on d4. Now, about that position, what would worry me as white, though, is I'm down 1,000 tempi, and my knight on h7 is out of the game. But, like if my computer told me it was okay, then maybe I would do it. Maybe then I would do it. From a human perspective, I think David, and maybe Rachel, you'd be with me here, is that after d4, the human move, queen f6, feels a lot safer, right, than h5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah.
So, Rachel, one of the concepts that I wanted to introduce to you about opening play, we can do it right now, is you want to have some kind of sense of if somebody has messed up and how much they've messed up. So basically, you're going to have competing claims in an opening, right? So here, black's claiming white's bishop on g3 is bad with this early g5 move that Gukesh has played, right? So when he plays g5, he's saying that bishop on g3 is bad, right? And then he goes knight h7 and he's playing h5. So basically he's saying that bishop on g3 is super bad. I can threaten to win it, or as you're trying to save the bishop, you're going to tear open your own king, right? To save the bishop, you're going to move the kings in front of the pawns in front of your king. Now, white can say d4. I'm going to blow open the center while basically black doesn't have his clothes on, right? Like the emperor, like somebody's saying, by the way, the emperor has no clothes on, right? After everyone else is ignoring it. So white says, I'm going to blow open the center while your knight's on h7 and your king's in the center. it's very useful to have some sense when you get these positions and you're considering as Gukesh, like, do I go for h5 or do I defend my pawn on e5? Because standard moves after d4 for white would be queen e7 or queen f6. Just like holding that point, preparing to move the bishop on c8 to, d7 or e6 or g4. Maybe at least have the option to castle queenside if it gets too hot in the center. So when you're considering a move like h5, it's important, very useful to have some kind of sense of, am I ahead or behind? Has my opponent done anything wrong? You want to have a sense of like, should something work or not? And then of course you have to calculate sometimes to back it up, but you could waste a lot of effort on implausible things and a lot of time on your clock on implausible things, right? If you're like 3 tempi down and you're like, could I go fishing for a pawn with my queen, right? You're supposed to line up like, oh, that doesn't mesh with I'm 3 tempi down because I've been setting up a nice pawn center. So you want to have a sense here as black, like, is h5 completely ridiculous, completely justified, guaranteed to be good, or like we're both skating on thin ice here? And so that's one of the things to keep in mind when you're playing your opening, because you're going to have your idea, your opponent's idea, but you always have to think to yourself, is it logical that this should or shouldn't work for white or black at this point? Obviously, when somebody's opening prepared like this, they don't really need to worry about it at the moment.
Well, no, you still have to worry. I mean, you're still going to be thinking about it. It's just like the computer might have validated your h5 is the thing, right? And Gukesh, dude, he'll play positions that the computer thinks white's better. And one of the problems actually with like sometimes these people is like there might only be one move for Mishra where white is a little bit better, right? And then it's a real problem. He has to find it. He has to find that one move where he's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Rachel, what's it like hanging out there in Samarkand?
Well, right now there's someone like mowing the lawn or something. I don't know if you can hear it, but I've been trying to mute, so I might. Okay, if you can't hear it, that's good. I might go inside. It's it's cool. I mean, I've never been to Uzbekistan, so I think the venue itself is really nice, but I heard it was a bit controversial because it's really isolated. So to get into the city, you kind of have to drive like 25, 30 minutes ish.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, so it's nice that like all the meals are in the hotel, but you're kind of just stuck here unless you want to take like an hour round trip to go out into the city. But yeah, it's really cool overall.
Yeah, that's a big point, because an hour in your schedule for a day, it's tight when you're playing a game every day and preparing. So like you don't have an hour for no round trips generally.
Yeah. We're just
I
think everyone here is just kind of eating at the hotel and then just prepping and just like staying at the hotel, and then the tournament hall is like a walking distance from the hotel, so it's all super close.
I would say that's the bummer of so many chess tournaments. They're held in some rando hotel, and yeah, you're like, oh, I'm gonna be in famous town. No, you're not in famous town. You're nowhere.
Yeah.
You are nowhere, buddy.
Yeah.
You're in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, we're slightly in the middle of nowhere here. But I guess it's a safe haven to focus or something like that.
Sure. Yeah. That can be cool for a couple tournaments, but at some point, if you're a professional player and your whole life is tournament, you'd like your sights to be somewhere where, you can also do some other stuff, get some balance, get some interest.
Yeah, I think the players' families who are here, like it's a bit harder because you want to, utilize it to sort of tour the area, but it's a lot harder to do than if we were in the city.
Yeah.
So like after the rounds and you're hanging out in the restaurant, are people getting loose? Is there a lot of fun times where it's kind of buttoned up and everyone just doing their own thing?
I think everyone's just doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And in terms of families, you're there with your brother, right? At the tournament?
I don't have a brother, actually. So
I heard.
Oh, you had a brother, buddy.
My brother is not here. No, David Howell is not here, but I think he's commentating for Chess.com.
He's commentating from a distance, so he's not actually there.
Yeah.
All right.
There's surprisingly little media here for such a big tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like it's Hans has his own guy who's just filming him.
Mm.
So he's there.
His
Um,
dedicated personal
he's
videographer.
dedicated Endgame AI. Yeah. And then there's a guy from Lee Chess here. I mean, FIDE interviewing, obviously, and then there's just someone from Uzbekistan Chess, and that's it. Like, there's no chess.com presence at all.
Wow. Yeah. There's surprisingly little online too, honestly, because like there's a FIDE chess channel. I can see that in the sidebar on Twitch, but barely anyone's watching that thing. Um, and I don't see, yeah, we're like pioneers here. And David Bruce, he's getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's a machine. Rachel, yesterday he didn't get up once. He didn't get up once for like, I don't know, what was it, 7 hours, buddy? Dang.
Yeah.
Insane. It's insane.
I was thinking of changing that, Jesse. I was thinking of having some kind of like challenge where every time they sack material, I have to do 10 push-ups, or every time somebody I like wins, I have to do 10 push-ups, something to like remind me to get out of my chair, because I get really into the chess and then I don't really notice if it's been 4 hours or 7.
Uh-huh. How
It's a
about
good thing.
20 push-ups, bud? Come on.
Well, I mean, if it depends how often the occurrence is, right, Jesse? Like
Right. Okay.
if it's something that's going to happen 100 times in a round, you don't want to be doing 2,000 push-ups.
People won't sack that much.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't. But if we'd been watching Aditya Mittal versus Yagiz Connor Dogmas yesterday, they were like 10 or 15 sacks in one game right there. I would have been sore.
Insane.
All right, poor Mishra is stewing in Gukesh's prep.
And I'll say, I should mention, there's one game, only one game's ever been played here with H5, and the poor sap played H3. And after H3, I think it's clear that Black has gotten everything they wanted from the opening. Maybe it's still a little complicated, but that's not the position that White wanted if you're going to play H3.
H3 for White. Did Black play H4, Bishop H2, G4?
First of all, I have no idea who this person was yet.
Yeah.
When H3, G4, Bishop H4, yeah. F6, Knight H2.
Oh, he played G4 without H4. And then Bishop H4.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Okay.
it's weird. I can't, let's see here. Yeah, so
Do we
it was
get the
like
lines when they take on E5? What happens? Or when White takes on E5?
Yeah, if White takes on E5 in the current position, then Black plays H4, winning the bishop. But of course, White gets 2 to 3 pawns, and it's probably a mess.
let me chime in on that one. So I would say maybe a little messy, but the reason it's completely Hosevilles for White is because when you lose that dark square bishop, the dark squares around the White king now, like F2 and the H file, are just so nasty. They're so nasty here that I think you could just say, oh yeah, that's a done deal.
Right.
Yeah, Queen D6 and over.
So Queen D6, and she gets at like the key weak squares in White's position rather quickly with some threats.
Also, I should mention that this game that I found is not in the Dojo Masters database. I was just using the Chess.com database, and that's like every Blitz game that's ever been even, touched. So that was just a random Blitz game where somebody played this, not somebody thinking deeply like Mishra.
Yeah. I mean, that's
I think
even that position, Jesse, in theory, White could play E5. You can't take that pawn with your queen. You might go over to H6, emphasizing checkmate. Then if White plays Knight E4, preparing that if you move the knight off H7, they're going to go Knight F6. I mean, who knows?
Isn't it still mate to Mr. Tate after Knight F8? Oh, that rhymed. I like that.
It could be messy, Jesse. I mean, if
Nate,
you had
mate to Mr. Tate.
If you had a computer, you might know for sure. But I was thinking, Knight F6,
Oh, maybe
King
there's
E7,
Knight
Knight
D5
D5.
too.
I might have
Yeah.
a repetition, or maybe I take on C7 and look if I might have more. Like, who knows?
No, you're getting mated. Another nice move for White or Black would be Knight F6 instead of Knight F8. Just like take me with check. Take me with check.
So that you could go to F8. That's nicer than Knight F8. That's very nice, Jesse. Very nice. But again, it's not over till it's Grover. Knight H4 game.
I think this is a really bad situation. Okay, so DE5 was played after 13 minutes. Okay,
We got it. We got
so
it.
well, no, David got it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got it. To me, it looks like H4 game. Maybe, okay, what are we missing? Or maybe we're not missing anything.
I mean,
I've been
obviously. Oh, go ahead,
oh,
Rachel.
sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
No, I was saying I've been trying to like think of questions to ask the players, and some of the questions are like, how much risk do you need to take in order to win when there's so
Mm-hmm.
many draws? And
Yeah.
then also like how do you feel about the strategy of playing novel moves in the opening that's not in the database? I
Mm-hmm.
feel like this example of both of those things. Um,
I knew you would come up with great questions. Those are great, great lines of questioning for the players.
Thank you. They haven't said anything so far that has really stuck with me,
Okay.
but also I'm just so nervous when I'm interviewing, so I don't know. I
You have
need
to
to
watch the video footage later to see what they actually answered.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, okay, what's next? What's next? Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
the thing about this DE5 move is it forces H4, right?
I mean, taking on e5 and having white ignore all your center pawns while all your kingside stuff while taking your center pawn, that just feels illogical, right?
Right. So what I'm just driving at is he doesn't actually need to, unless we're missing some crazy idea from white after H4, he doesn't need to calculate this because it's like H4 is the only move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Now,
for sure.
Gukesh, we know he's a calculator. I mean, you're up on the clock here, and it would seem like H4 is winning. So you should take a little bit just to try to imagine at least what White's thinking of. I'm sure White has some kind of idea. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It looks but David, to me, it just looks completely lost
I mean,
after
if you
H4.
know that you've got to play h4, then you might just play it and let white show you what their idea is instead of spending your precious time trying to guess it. That's probably not the Gukesh way, but I mean, some people would just be like, well, I've got to play h4. And this gets at what I was trying, what I was just introducing to Rachel about, figuring out what's logical and having some guideposts about what's going on. So Rachel, as Jesse says, like if black takes back on e5, like what were g5 and h5 about? Once white plays knight e5 and the bishop on g3 is not trapped, basically you have to be able to see that everything black's done is now illogical because they played these pawn moves, but the center blew open. They didn't open up white's king. They're down on development. They're down on material. Now, you have to understand how certain developments do or don't match with what you were doing previously, right? Like you spend a move attacking a pawn and it turns out they never have to defend it and you can't capture it once you calculate it. You have to understand like, oh shoot, now I'm behind, right? So if I go g5, h5 and you don't spend a move to keep your bishop from getting trapped and you take a pawn from me in the center, I have to understand my signpost now is to say like I'm lost and I'm sort of scrambling or whatever, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if Gukesh knows that up to h5 was theory approved by his computer engine in his prep, and white takes on e5, to a certain extent, he knows my only logical move is h4, taking the piece and letting white, wreck me in the center, but I'm up a piece. So he doesn't need to waste too much energy. Is that right or wrong? He kind of knows that has to be right. I know my evaluation was equal up to this point because I've got that guidepost from the computer engine. And so to some extent, he could just play h4 quickly and wait for Mishra to show him, like, the plan is to play bishop takes h4, or the plan is to play e6, or the plan is just to trade on d6. He could.
And I just want to say I'm stunned because I feel like I must be missing something because the position looks so lost after h4, and I'm just really struggling to imagine like, well, what is it that White's gonna do? Because it looks gone.
Right, so we've got a weird suggestion from chat if knight takes h4.
But then you lose another tempo with GH.
Right,
Oh, okay, good. Chat might be onto something. Let's do it. Knight
but this
h4,
is
GH,
this is
and then
very
Queen
creative from
h5.
Jake, right?
Good.
Making the big threat on f7 and sort of awkwardizing black's knight on h7, rook on h8, just like turning everybody there into a victim, The plan is also bishop h4, potentially next move. That would be a good number of pawns. The potential problem with this move would be knight e5 maybe, but you can take on e5 then instead of h4.
Yeah. Okay, great. Who is this? Jake?
Jake.
Fantastic. I was looking around and I was like, what's going on? But I think this has got to be the idea. Great. Okay, so h4, knight h4.
Show me the speed. You don't need to apologize for you checking the engine, but do not tell us about the stupid stuff you're doing. Don't tell us.
Queen h5 is really kind of meddlesome. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. What's going on?
We don't want to see it. We don't want to know. You're going to ruin the show for us and everybody else. This is serious. Just don't do it.
Okay, I got a question, Mr. Proust.
Yeah.
I got a question. So, yeah, let's get into this. So, queen h5, how about queen g5?
Yeah.
So that
The
forces
heck with f7.
queen f7, and now king d8. Now, we're not even close to done yet because, though, he has ed. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Right. And pawn takes g3, trying to reduce white's material coming at your king. Pawn takes c7 is enough.
Wow.
So that's h4, knight h4. Creativity points right there. Queen h5. And if black played some like tributary move like queen e7 or whatever, bishop takes h4 looks pretty reasonable.
I like that. I like that word, buddy. Tributary move.
Yeah, that's how I think of it, Rachel, when your opponent's like making sort of initiative-y moves, right? Making like threats with their stuff, and you play sort of defensive moves that aren't following your own plan. Like, unfortunately, you would like to ignore what they're doing and force them to defend against your ideas, but you get forced like, oh, I got to play rook b8 to defend my b7 pawn, right? Like, you don't get to just sack it and do what you want. Then I say you're sort of paying tribute, right? Like, you're giving them the tempo that they asked for, right? They demanded, they came around, asked for attacks, and you're like, shoot.
Okay, Mr. Bruce, let's continue with this queen g5 line. We might find other moves for black, but let's just look for a second. So queen g5, queen f7, king d8, pawn takes. I think I have to play pawn takes.
Good Lord.
So
Well, that bishop on g3 has slipped the noose at that point, right?
well, right. So, but my question is, will the white queen slip the noose? So the white queen needs to stay on the board. This is the kind of position, by the way, that maybe the engine was okay with, but both me and David would be like, bro, this is dangerous looking, right? So bishop d7.
Wait. I played knight f3 attacking your queen in that position.
Oh, sorry. So no bishop d6.
No bishop.
I don't think knight f3 is it though, boss, because then I can play queen e. Let's see what we got. Oh, knight f3 is too much, dude. You're right.
Yeah.
Good.
Knight f3 is the end. You're about to get wrecked from the other angle.
Oh, I'm gonna get wrecked, he says. Oh, actually, David. Yeah, I'm gonna get wrecked.
Yeah. I know you want to play like rook f8, knight g5, rook f7, knight f7. I know you want that, but
I was thinking of weird like HG stuff, but the problem with HG, knight g5 is you have queen f6 check, and then I'm crispy critters.
Yeah, that's
okay. Well, let's go back.
It's taken into account.
Now it's actually a really interesting thing because if we assume that this was a computer thing that Gukesh had, then it's full balls from Mishra because he's like, I'm going to call your bluff here, buddy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying he's saying you are pretending to have computer prepped this with the speed, and I don't believe you have.
Okay, here's a simple question. After knight h4, how do we feel about the position with the simple knight e5?
Yeah, I was thinking that might be the move, Jesse. Knight e5. Now, the bishop on g3 is unquestionably alive, right? White could play something like bishop takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight f5.
Right.
And say, you know, we don't need to sack a piece now. We're up a pawn. The center's open a little bit. Instinctively doesn't sound good for black.
I mean, Gukesh is still thinking, so clearly he's having some doubts now about H4, I feel like.
Mm.
I mean, he just blitzed it all out and then now he's thinking for so long.
Yeah. Yeah.
That position, though, is still really interesting for black because I will long term have the file, the H file, and I have this H7 bishop, who is very angry at you. So imagine Queen F6.
Hmm. But let me say, like, picture wise, I understand those two pieces are well placed. Picture
Hmm.
wise, though, there's lots of weak light squares in the middle of the board, and I feel like white's got the jump on doing what they want to do compared to black doing what they want to do.
Okay, humor me though.
Yeah,
Humor
yeah,
me.
I'll humor you, but I just tell you my instinct in this position is for white.
Okay. Okay, fine. So
Queen
Queen
f6.
F6.
Queen f6.
I will tell you that the move that concerns me is Queen B3. I
That's
don't
the
know.
move I was gonna play. So worry no further.
And a sad variation for black is B5,
Oof.
bishop D5, C6, bishop takes F7, exclam.
Yeah. That's what you don't want to fall into.
No, you don't want to fall into that one, buddy. What I wanted to play, maybe I can still find a way to make this work, actually. So Queen B3, B5, bishop D5, bishop E6. This was my
Ooh.
kind of hope. I don't know.
You see, he doesn't want to pay tribute, right? He doesn't want to play any
I don't
rook
want to
b8
pay
moves.
tribute.
He's like, I need to get my stuff going.
Now, I just want to stress I have a little faith in this one. Now that I had to make the weakness with B5, I don't got a lot of faith in this.
A4 like a Rui.
Or A4 like a Rui. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a baddie. Um,
This is slightly not related to this specific game, but how do you guys feel like the players have been using their time, like time management wise? Because that's a common thing that they keep saying is how like many problems they're having with time management. Because even though it's a longer time control, like they're not used to playing this time,
Hmm.
and then they feel like they have infinite time. And like I know Divya's game yesterday, she played like the last 10, like 30 to 40 moves on like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
They were great moves and she won, but yeah, I think that's a common thing that they've all been saying is struggling with that.
Jesse
Absolutely.
has
Yeah.
very strong opinions about the clock and how, if you're behind, I don't know, 10 minutes on time, you've already lost a tenth of a pawn or something.
Right. I wanted to even incorporate it into the sensei eval. Like if you lost a bunch of time, I want to put it into my sense of what's going on in the game. But Kostya and David wouldn't let me. They're like, no, it's got to be an objective measurement of the game. And I'm like, wait a second, it is part of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, but the clock
Um,
also displays separately already on the board, right? It's part of the display. So we need something that displays how good or bad the position is.
and I wouldn't be surprised here if we had a 50-minute thing from Gukesh here. 5-0. 5-0, because I have a feeling he hasn't seen this. The computer has, and by the way, whether the extent to which the computer knows in quotes, like I don't know in terms of how much Gukesh of that understood, or whether maybe he got the move order wrong or something. H5, we for sure was a very frisky move. I was like Queen F6 looks more natural, but then when we started looking at it, I didn't think I rejected DE because of H4. Um, and for
Gukesh
a
is
second there, I even said this stupid thing where I was like, oh, he should just play H4. But then Jake, maybe using his computer, maybe not, finds knight H4, GH, queen H5, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, what's happened to my life?
yeah. Gukesh is the poster boy of many things, right? Like being poised, respectful, aggressive, confident. But one of the things he's also the poster boy of is getting into time pressure. So
Absolutely.
having he's the player for a 50-minute think if there is one.
Hmm. Oh, I wanted to do a little bit of dojo news. We did a dojo talks yesterday. I'm going to put the link in the chat,
Hmm.
and it's got muchos moves plus 150 some comments already. People yelling at us. It's one of those ones where, like, the number of likes isn't
Because
that high because people are so upset. Like the Hikaru fan base is upset about what we did to him.
Oh no.
They're angry people, dude.
They're
They're
dumb
very.
people is what they are, but
Oh,
yeah.
oh, 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 oh. Rachel, do you have a strong? Actually, maybe you're even. You should. This would be a question that you could ask. Maybe you already have. Is how do you feel about Hikaru sitting this one out, playing some games in Louisiana, in Iowa against some chump, farming the rating points out? You know. I
Yeah,
bet.
no, I'm planning on asking that. Someone told me to ask that last night, like, also for Fabiano, because even though he's qualified, like, Gukesh obviously, like Gukesh is playing. Why isn't Fabiano playing? I don't know if you guys know anything about that.
We talked
Um,
about that too. Fabi is playing, it's a totally different situation, but it is true that maybe from just his own perspective, he should be playing, like just in terms, because this is one of the greatest tournaments ever.
yeah,
But he's playing the US Championship right after this, and then he's got another one lined up right after that. So
right.
it's a totally different thing
He's
than
not farming
like, and
1,500
No,
he's
no,
not
points.
going for the
Yeah,
rating
he's
spot.
playing
He's not doing
nonstop,
no.
right? He just played Sinkfield and St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He's got the Grand Chess Tour Finals, the U.S. Championships. So like he's playing a lot. It might be as simple as there has to be a week or two somewhere where he goes home and rests a little bit.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna ask some of the players, and we'll see what they have to say about their thoughts on it. Yeah. I felt a little bit weird for some reason, like asking them about, like more lesser famous players, questions about more famous players.
Mm-hmm.
Although, either just because I want to keep it about them, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
maybe a question or two is not a bad thing. And, if they have a good response, then I'm sure people will enjoy it. So I
That's
will
that's
ask that
very
as like a
very
last
polite of
question.
you.
It's like five questions about Hikaru, and it's, they played a game, then they, completely unrelated. Yeah, I'm gonna ask them, and we'll see.
All right, let's
Okay,
see. Let's see what
okay,
happened in
Mr. Bruce,
Blue
I
Bound
got a
Prague for a second.
wait. I got another idea for us, just for a
Okay,
second,
cool.
if we can.
Give it to us.
So, how about okay, so we're gonna go knight h4, and then on knight h4, let me try d e5. There's a lot of reasons not to like this move, but let me just try it.
Okay. So what's your move after Queen H5 here?
Basically, I'm gonna put the queen on f6 almost no matter what you do.
Okay. Puts the queen on F6.
I want to, no matter what you do, I want to play queen f6 and castles. And I just want to stress the reason I don't like it is because by not getting rid of the bishop on g3, I haven't, I'm not, where's my attack later going to be? You know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to say I actually don't like it because the bishop on g3 is just too good of a defender. So I cannot do it that way.
Okay. Yeah. Um all right, let's click on a couple boards and see what openings we got elsewhere. Obviously this one is going to be a spicy game and we can try and figure out what he's thinking about for 50 minutes. But let's have a quick look. I'm particularly interested in what Prague did about Queen G4. So,
Jesse, I know you said that, like none of, or I guess when we were talking about, sorry, one last thing before we switch,
yeah,
just the opening setup, and that, if Gukesh doesn't play H4, it kind of just makes all of his previous moves illogical. Like, do you think if he doesn't play H4, he's just basically realized that he's messed up and he just needs to make the most of the position he has now?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if he doesn't play h4, I mean, unless it's some move which somehow makes sense, which we haven't thought of yet, right? Sometimes there's a move, and oh yeah, that does make use of h5 and g5, and I see how it works. But yeah, if the move doesn't make sense, then we'd really ask questions. I mean, maybe a move like g4 could make sense too. I'm not looking at the position now, but there could be some world where maybe you play g4 and the knight moves and you're able to take back on e5 and your kingside pawns aren't useless yet and you haven't sacked a pawn. Like something like that could possibly make sense.
Maybe, yeah.
But maybe g4 bishop h4 is like a complete fail as well. So I don't know.
Right, you got to go g4, bishop h4, queen d7.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess, predict like a really long thing from Gukesh here, like a really long one.
Yeah. Okay. So Prague played queen e7. To me, this move was the most logical. I was semi expecting it because it's the one move that really holds the g7 pawn and thus keeps some control of the dark squares. I think Rachel, I may have seen you once. Maybe it was in a still frame from a blitz game or something, but playing a line in the French winnower where black goes bishop b4, bishop d2, takes on c3, d takes e4, queen g4.
Yeah.
And it's the same concept for white there, right? You want to either take the g7 pawn or make them move it to g6, and then your dark squared bishop reigns supreme, right? So same idea from Bluebaum here. He plays queen g4, just trying to get that g pawn to move. He's like, you could play g6 and keep your pawn, or you could play knight f6 and get a bunch of development and kick my queen all over the place. And I'm willing to face different scenarios as long as that g pawn is off of g7. It could be on g6, it could be on h5, it could be dead. I want the dark squares, and I'm willing to pay a lot of time for it. And Prague says, that's the one thing I won't give you. I won't give you my last dark square on the king side. That may seem like a huge emphasis on one pawn, one tiny move, one square. How much does it really matter? It really matters. And, the more experience someone has, the more they're going to know, oh man, yeah, that little pawn, it covers one dark square. If I lose control of that, then I lose control of the next one, and etc. So queen e7, nice move from him. Bluebaum gets his pawn back and then brings the queen back to a normal position. And now they're back in that standard Nimzo Dutch kind of position, but white has sort of magically traded what would normally be an e3 pawn for an f5 pawn. He played the e4 pawn break essentially without ever having control of e4.
Okay.
So it creates a slightly weird situation that we've almost never seen, only it's one pawn away from a position we see all the time. If there were pawns on those two highlighted squares, it would be a standard position.
So I think this is an interesting position for white, David, but if you go back two moves, so after black's bishop b7,
Mm-hmm.
I think the really ambitious move that I would have wanted to see from Bluebaum to try to really hurt black would be 10 bishop d3.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very dynamic move where we're saying, are you sure you want to take the knight on f3? So why do you play bishop b2? Because you're afraid of the double pawns. But on the other hand, if you take on f3, the question would be, are my bishops so amazing that you're going to get hosed? Now, maybe it is too dangerous. Maybe the knights can just do fine by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a very difficult position, especially because bishop d3 is going to allow me to play bishop g5 with some threats, as well as putting a rook on e1, as well as threatening a4, a5.
Right.
So that would have been, I think, the more dynamic try with bishop d3. After bishop e2, it just feels like black's probably going to be okay. Maybe it's also scary. I don't know. But the bishop d3 one I thought was much more powerful. And so now, for example, you just play bishop e3. And maybe that's fine, but we're not going to be crushing on the e file or anything anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think bishop d3 was a huge question. I don't think black would take on f3 immediately, but they would kind of leave it hanging over white so that you're asking white, are you going to castle kingside? Maybe then I'll take on f3 the moment you castle kingside, right? Black has two moves they know they need to make: d6 and then bishop g5, knight bd7. Like, you got to get developed. And now the players have to choose where they put their kings, and that'll help Black decide whether or not to take on f3. That'd be super interesting and controversial. That line. I agree, Jesse. Bishop d3 looks pretty key.
And we don't mind about the pawn structure. Like if let's say black takes right away and our king, you still castle king side and then we don't really mind.
If Black
Well, let's
takes
say
right away,
that Bluebound did mind.
Yeah.
He
Right.
minded.
Yeah.
He minded, yeah.
That's what I would mind too if I was looking at, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that with a quick bishop f3, gf3, Black's shown their cards too early. So White can flex some flexibility at that point, right? They'll get to maybe play rook g1, maybe castle queenside instead of kingside. The queenside doesn't look pretty. So if Black never takes on f3, of course, we'd rather castle kingside. But if they do take on f3, and we know that right off the bat, I think rook g1 is going to help us because our idea is to kind of break Black down over there. Jesse wants the bishop on d3 helping in that direction. We're looking at bishop g5. We're looking at h4, h5, h6, rook g1.
But let me say, David, I mean, I think you have to take it immediately because d6, first of all, is like, if you're gonna take it, I don't know if you want to play d6 because now you've weakened your business. I think if you're gonna take and also you're giving me the knight g5 option. Bishop g5 is going to come with a threat. There's a lot of problems. And if you're going to take it, I think the most natural continuation is like bishop f3, gf, knight c6.
Okay, I thought you were even going to play e5 first, but
yeah, you can't play knight c6 until you take the thing.
Yeah,
I think if I was White, this position would be the one to worry me a little bit after knight c6. My king will also be permanently weak, but on the other hand, like just optically, it's a real interesting philosophical battle because the ancients were always saying, Smyslov, right, Nimzovich, that the knights like local weaknesses, which White definitely has. But you look at just the square control of those bishops, and you're like, I don't know, son, I might be getting hosed here.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to evaluate. White even has the move bishop e4, which is a whole other strategic thing to evaluate. And you get into a totally different kind of game here compared to the Gukesh game. The Gukesh game, you're like heavy calculation and can you see enough to figure out what's going on? And here it's like you're confronted with all kinds of different positions to compare and imbalances that you're trading off that are like huge. My bishop for this structure thing, and you're evaluating, if Black castles and lets White take on c6, and so,
by the way, we got to move.
Stuff.
Gukesh played g4, so abandoning that h4 position. And this one, just intuitively, I feel like White has, to me, it looks like White's had at least a minor accomplishment. So there's two moves here for White, bishop h4, knight h4. Both of them seem totally fine for White because now that we've blockaded the h4 square, our bishop on g3 should be pretty good. And your Black's development is still shite. So I have the feeling he was unhappy with g4.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do you think Gukesh regrets his decision? Or like having second thoughts?
Well, yeah, he should have listened to me and played queen f6 on move 11. Hey, Gukesh, buddy, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, this g4 move might still be a playable position. It might also be disastrous. It's hard to be sure yet. It's not so horrible looking that it has to lose, but it might. It might be a huge advantage for White.
I want to stress, I don't think it's losing by any stretch. But it's just that now we feel a degree of comfort because we're not getting wailed on the h4 square.
Do you want to guess an eval for our human bar, Jesse?
I'd probably say I'm gonna actually go closer to equal. It's got to be said that the concession of DE5, there is a positional concession to DE5 just in general, and that is that the bishop on A7 is so strong.
Mm-hmm.
So um, I'm sure I'll change my mind with the eval
Yeah, yeah.
because there's so much going on here. But I'm looking at, let's say, knight H4, knight E5,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm saying to myself, oh, that knight's pretty strong, and white never wants to take on E5.
Mm-hmm.
The queen will still go to F6. And then I'm looking also at bishop H4, queen D7, and I'm not seeing anything special for white there. It's hard to evaluate, but I'm not seeing anything special. I'll still play knight E5 next, and if you play E6, I don't think that really changes much.
Mm-hmm.
So I think black's fine.
Okay.
I think black's fine here.
So what kind of an eval do you want?
For the moment, I'll put it zeros. I might
Zeros.
put it zeros, yeah.
Wow. So you really think G4 looks fine?
Yeah. Yeah,
Mm,
I mean, I'm not seeing anything amazing for white. It's just that
very
white's now
interesting.
not going to get mated immediately.
Very interesting take. And chat, this is one of the advantages of not having the engine helping us out is like we can really have different takes. When you've got an engine on a chess commentary, like Jesse and I couldn't really disagree because we see the engine line, right?
Right.
Like if we saw the engine said it's equal, like I can't disagree with him. If we saw the engine says like plus 1.5, Jesse couldn't disagree with me saying G4 looks like things have kind of gone wrong. I put
Well,
I put zero point 0.4 Jesse for myself, so we're getting averaged to zero point 0.2 right
well,
now.
well, let's go down a dark road and because I think this will affect how I might change my mind, okay? So, on standard moves, bishop h4 and knight h4, I
Mm-hmm.
feel fine for black. But what about the piece sack ed,
Mm-hmm.
gf?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, queen f. Oh, well, now, okay, so let's just slow it down. After gf, there's dc as well as queen f3. Now, the good news for black is on queen f3, we have the miraculous knight g5. And then I think we're going to be our soul will be safe.
Mm-hmm. Springs to life. Position is still complicated,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't look like Queen F3 is the most accurate.
Right. So then we consider DC,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm assuming Queen F6. There could be other moves, but Queen F6 looks logical. Now, the drama with Queen F6 might be that you could play E5, but E5 also weakens the light squares some too.
Hmm.
Let's just go ahead and say, who knows? Who knows, buddy?
Yeah. Now we're
Okay.
talking. Now we're talking the chaos button, right, Rachel? Mishra pressed the
Yeah.
chaos button, and this would be an option here. Jesse's totally right. After G4, like you allowed black to play H4 to take the center pawn on E5. Then they play G4. Now they're going to take a knight, not even your rock on G3, right? So you could definitely consider almost any aggressive move from Mishra here if you want. You do not need to protect that knight. No obligation, right? He's got free reign to sack a piece if that's what he's feeling like.
And the pawn on C7 is a real jerk because it's going to prevent you from castling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, David, let's spar this out a little bit. Queen F6 is making me nervous for a
Uh-huh.
variety of reasons.
Yeah.
So let's just say I want to be Mr. Safe and play Queen E7.
Okay.
What does white play after that? Knight F3, of course, would be the most natural move for white, but maybe you're going to find something else.
Okay. All right, we're going to go knight F3. Just developing our worst piece to a better square.
And in this position, I feel like I have two options. I could play bishop G4
Yeah.
or I could play knight G5.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards knight G5. Like if there's nothing wrong with knight G5, I think I want to do it. There's scary stuff, my friends.
I
Okay,
agree,
let's
Mr.
go
Player.
knight. Let's go knight G5.
All right. Bishop to H4. He wanted to spar, so
That
we'll
was a good
spar.
one, bro. That was a good one. I don't think we're done yet, though, David.
No,
Knight F3,
yeah. Queen.
Queen F3, Knight E5.
Yeah.
Welcome to the dojo. I don't know what's going on now. My gut is you didn't want that.
I'm still considering. Still considering my life. I go Queen G3.
I'm so curious what Mishra's thinking. I know Gukesh doesn't do interviews unless he's contractually obligated, so we won't get his thoughts, but if we could get Mishra's thoughts, that would be awesome.
So F6?
All right. I'll put the bishop large and in charge rather than,
Large.
tucked and sweet.
Large
and
and in
B3.
charge. I like that. Large and in charge.
Yeah. Saying if you develop your bishop from C8 ever this game, you're going to pay a tax of one rook. One rook to develop the bishop. That's the price.
You pay. Oh, wait a second, though. Wait a second. We did a boo-boo here. No. Oh, okay. So let me just stress that F6 bishop D5 is interesting. If I go queen C7, I have to ponder bishop F6.
Yeah. You're going to pay another tax there, my friend.
And what is the body count? I'm only up a piece.
Yeah.
So
For four randomly strewn pawns. But I think your problem is these bishops are just raking everything.
The bishops are very strong. I think F6, the more I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, what else do I do? All right, so F6, bishop D5. Now I need a move.
Yeah, and not just any move. It's got to be a move that...
All right, David, I got a simple move. Rook F8, and I want to take on C7 next.
Okay.
Maybe King H1 intending F4. I don't know.
You seem to know me, Jesse. I'll play King H1.
That's a hassle in the castle, there's no doubt. But it's not... Okay, Queen C7.
Yeah. F4.
No, Knight G4 is the obvious question.
Knight G4. E5.
Oh, homeboy don't play. Homeboy don't play.
This is what you got to do.
Oh, okay. All right, he's doing what he's got to do. Let's do what we got to do. We got to develop. So
wait a minute, Jesse. Hang on.
Yeah.
What if I played H3?
Well, I thought that's what you were gonna do.
Huh.
Now the claim has to be for black on H3 that you are gonna I'm gonna finish development and then the H file is gonna crush you. Now, do I know for sure? No, I don't have any idea.
But you basically have to play a move like Bishop D7 and say the knight on G4 is that fishing pole that some amateurs love.
The fishing pole. Well, I love that word. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fishing. I got the fishing pole.
Yeah. And then you get to castle. And then there's a bit of a...
Now, actually, this position is so complicated that I want to give Gukesh props for only thinking 21 minutes. Because an earlier version of Gukesh would have thought for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Because this is complicated beyond all belief, dude.
Check this variation, folks, to understand like how tough this is to play for white. If white takes the piece on G4 and then plays F5, nailing down the weakness on F6, locking out the bishop on D7, isolating the G pawn, trying to trade queens because now white is up two pawns. So, and before black finishes castling and stuff, queen G3, bishop G3, rook H8, bishop H2, G3, easy money.
Easy money, yeah. And the problem is once my rook gets to H8, it's the pin of doom. I mean, yeah. Oh my God,
that's super hectic. We're not gonna reach like a clear conclusion very quickly here.
Now, one of the things that's interesting about this is like, how deep does Mitra need to go in order to play ED? Because his other options, by the way, I'm evaluating as roughly equal.
Well, I'll tell you, he needed 18 and a half minutes to say
He did it,
EKG.
buddy. He did it. All right, this is the game of the day, Rachel. This is it. Here we go. This is the game of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, he gave up the night.
This game is like exactly the game. And there we go. The world champ is here. He takes immediately. He's not hesitating over no nothing. He's not scared of some kid. Takes his piece. This is exactly like the teaching game that you need, Rachel. For some people, this is like, oh, it's entertainment. It's like crazy stuff. It's fun if they get to do it with their pieces. I wouldn't do it with mine. But this is exactly what Rachel needs, right? It's like, what's the battle in the opening? It's, do we instinctively think that this should or shouldn't work, right? Are the moves matching up or not? And then it's the big old chaos button.
Wow.
By the way, I feel like our line is pretty good. So it'll be interesting to see how well it matches up, right? So, because GF3, I think DC is we're going to see that. And we might see Queen F6 instead of Queen E7. However, it seems like Queen F6 might be giving white just more options. Okay. DC7 played, and now it'll be interesting to see, like, okay, did we miss anything? And is so okay, I'll just back up. Queen F6 is, of course, the first thing that comes to a person's mind, but that's because you're like trying to prevent Queen F3. But Queen F3 after Queen E7 doesn't look right because Knight G5. And let's go ahead and list Black's problem.
I mean, there's an even worse move maybe than Knight G5, which is Bishop G4. You know.
Okay, fine. Fine. So let's look at Black's problems. He must spend a tempo fixing the knight on H7. He must move the bishop on C8. He must find a way to either castle or get the rook on A8 involved.
Yeah. The C7 pawn's making it really hard to get rook A8 into the game.
And let's just stress that because, yes, our king could come under attack, but it's also that the rook being out means that the force count for white will be completely fine until that rook comes into the game. Oh, man. Well, David, we're doing good. We're first of all, we kind of saw this coming. I think we will see our variation, honestly. I think we're going to see Queen E7, Knight F3, Knight G5. And it's full madness.
Mm.
One of the things I would say, David, though, is the position that we got when I played Knight E5, I didn't know exactly what's going on, but let's say I would looked at that when I played either G4 or when, let's say maybe actually, when he did his 20-minute thing, he might have gotten to 95 and just came up with a general sense of like, well, I should at least be okay here. But I'm not, but you got to stop. At some point, you got to stop, right? And with 95, you might just say to yourself, well, I got a big fat knight. I'm probably not completely toast. Right? Now, let me just ask you, David, first of all, do you feel comfortable with that variation to 95 as being the main line? First question. Yeah, let's start there.
Okay. First of all, I just want to
Also-
thank Liz Ivanov for rating us.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Greetings to the raiders. And we're just going to quickly say what's going on here before we answer Jesse's chess question. Because every now and then it's good to remind, we got people coming in all the time, but a raid reminds us, people coming in all the time. This is the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's a qualifier for the, big old world championship title. The top 2 players at this tournament will get into the candidates tournament. We're in round 5 of 11. It's a pretty long tournament. It's open to any player in the top 100 in the world, and about 90 of them showed up, including the world champion, who does not need to be here, Gukesh, but he's just pushing himself, challenging himself, working on his game. So he's here at the tournament to qualify to play himself. And we've got just a barn burner of a game here with young American prodigy Abhimanyu Mishra, who has played basically four 2700-ish level players so far this tournament with 2 wins and 2 draws. Now he's up against the world champion. He's throwing his pieces at him, and there's a bunch of other great games going on as well throughout the tournament.
Hey David, I do have to go now because I think players are going to start coming out, and so I have to
Okay.
get ready for interviews.
Rachel,
But
thank you
thanks
for
so much.
joining us, and come
Yeah,
back. Come
thanks
back.
so
Yeah.
much for having me on. I mean, from like the first 2 hours of every round, I'm just watching the game, so I'm happy to come back anytime.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know how much I can contribute to the high level analysis, but I can give like a 1700 perspective of like, what about this move?
Yeah,
So
Sure, sure.
yeah,
for sure.
okay. Okay, sounds good. And yeah, if there's any questions you guys would like me to ask them or think I could ask them, you could let me know.
You
Yeah,
could
yeah,
say,
yeah.
did you see the Dojo talks about Naka doing the farming?
Yeah. Like it came out yesterday, and I'm sure you were not busy
Not busy. I
for
have time
that.
to listen to people sitting around talking for like an hour and a half. That would be no. I think
Well,
I think here, Rachel. I mean, I guess you're probably not going to talk to Gukesh, but a couple people in chat have said like one of the big questions with this game is like if Gukesh basically blitzed to h5, threatening h4, and White takes on e5, like what was going on with his
yeah.
prep, right? And you could, I guess, if you talk to Mishra and not Gukesh, like the flip side of that question would be like he played h5 that fast. Did you not like assume you were in prep? Like how do you get like the bravery or the confidence to play de5 allowing h4, right? Like how much confidence do you need? Because it's terrifying when your opponent's blitzing.
Yeah.
Have you ever played a game, Rachel, where your opponent just like blitzed the opening and they're just telling you like I've computer prepped it, I've computer prepped it?
Yep. That was
Horrible feeling, right?
one round in Maya when I got the exchange or like French when you took on e4, like blitzed out every single move.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like, this is not. Yeah, I'll
yeah.
definitely ask him about it. I interviewed him yesterday, and I know everyone's gonna be like hawk over Mishra, but I'm gonna be like, hopefully I can squeeze in there. But I know Gukesh, I think, is like has to give an interview to Fide, so I'm sure Fide is gonna ask him
Mm-hmm.
about that.
Yeah,
So I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Yeah,
yeah.
let's see. Okay,
All right. Have a
I
great
will.
one.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. David, so I might be a problem with my Queen E7 move, and this
Okay.
is somebody in chat was mentioning this. This is Avank, and I haven't at least found an answer yet. So imagine DC7, Queen E7,
Mm-hmm.
um, Knight F3, Knight G5,
Mm-hmm.
and now the rude Bishop D6. Now, the issue for Mr. Tissue here is that if I go Knight F3, Queen F3, I cannot take the bishop on D6.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Under
rejected
penalty
this
of death.
line. I rejected this line because of Knight E5, but on Knight E5, White just takes it because of mate on F7.
Yeah, your queen can't take on d6, and she can't take on e5 either.
And if we play Queen D7, we can just resign after like Rook A D1. So that might refute Queen E7.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's have a look at that again for a moment. So we're saying the move Bishop D6.
It at least refutes
D6.
like my concept of the Knight G5 move. Let's put it that way. And I wanted to claim that I needed Knight G5 because I need to get that boy out. Now it could also be I just played maybe a simple move like Bishop G4. Why didn't you consider that, Jesse?
Well,
That's
you
not dumb.
did. You did. We said you could play Knight G5 or Bishop G4,
Mm-hmm.
and then we just went headlong into Knight G5.
Bishop G4 is very sensible because I want to play I still want to play Knight G5. And once I get the knight on G5, I do cover a lot of key squares.
Mm-hmm.
And just long term, my dream is to put the knight on E5 and block the bishop's communication to the C7 pawn.
So that you can coordinate the rook on A8.
Mm. Now, one potential drama on bishop g4, though, Mr. Proofs, this is really looking like a 19th century game now, is
Mhm.
queen b3, touching the coconut on b7.
Yeah, I had actually. I think when we were thinking about this, I had actually been thinking about a line like Queen B3, Bishop F3, Queen B7, just leaving the
Right, it's
bishop
too powerful.
on
It,
F3.
I think the main question after queen b3, at least for me, would be knight a5.
Okay. By the way, this line is not 100% discard after Queen B7. Black can castle kingside, Jesse. But
Discard, I like that, dude. It's not 100% discard. Yeah,
okay,
I
you
like.
want to go. You want to go Knight A5 there. Now, the normal reaction to Knight A5 in these kind of Italian game positions is Bishop F7 to deflect the queen and then play Queen A4.
But then I just have knight c6.
But that's normally because like the knight can't go to C6 and there's a queen somewhere on like C7 or something trying to defend the knight. Let me see. Okay, I think I got to go Queen A4 directly.
So the challenging move try is b5, and then if knight, maybe I could. No, I don't want to play knight c6 because then probably knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
So all right, I'll do this b5 spiciness, not because I want to. Jesus, what a mess.
Okay, let's just like put a few things out there. Like Queen A5, pawn takes bishop, Queen D5, Rook C8, and White doesn't yet make any huge impression.
Or castle short, yeah.
So that's why I'm really thinking about bishop takes on B5. Um,
But I don't know. But I don't know what you're going to be doing there, though.
yeah.
Whew.
So like, let's say we just put that on the board. One thing I want to mention to folks is this is a true second piece sack because Queen A5 is essentially always going to not be good against Bishop F2.
Right.
So definitely offering material, and Queen D7 looks pretty promising for Black as far as covering some of the light squares that just got weakened on the Queen side. Oh no, there's Queen E5. Jeez, careful! Can't cover the light squares and the dark squares.
And let me say something quickly here is that when we go back to the main question right now that Gukesh is answering is, do we go to f6 or do we go to e7? And if you play f6, you have to be worried about e5. And arguably, this is not helping white because it's blocking white's bishop. However, if white gets in knight e4 to d6 or f6, the coconuts could all be lost.
Yeah, he chose Queen E7 by the way just now.
Okay, good.
If
That makes
Queen F6, Jesse was saying, folks, E4, and then there's also Knight E4 to F6 ideas to worry about, or Knight E4 to D6.
Mhm.
Really getting at that king. So he plays Queen E7. By Gukesh's standards, he's really fighting hard to keep some time on his clock, Jesse.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
I think he's conscious that he can't calculate everything and that the position's hectic enough that he's going to need some time on the clock later in the game, too.
And honestly, we were looking at some of those later positions, and I was saying black could feel maybe just confident. And maybe even after the position with bishop g4, maybe you just say to your, first of all, one of the nice things is if you got to the position with knight f3, you could tell yourself, well, I can play both knight g5 and bishop g4, and I could figure it out when I get there.
Mm-hmm.
And there might even be some third move too. I don't know. Like actually, David, a third move would be f6, intending just the simplistic knight e5.
Mm-hmm. Really putting the priority on cleaning up C7.
And I'm very suspicious of F6 with the move like knight H4 threatening knight G6, but I just wanted to put it out there as another option.
Yeah. All right, I got another concept against bishop G4.
Okay.
And this one's very simplistic as well, Jesse. Bishop D6.
Yeah, that's not very nice. Okay, let's see what you're on about here. So bishop F3.
Queen F3.
Knight G5.
Queen F4.
Okay, knight E6 is definitely my default move. I could consider rook G8 if I'm a madman.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play my default move, knight E6. On the
Yeah.
surface, I don't understand what you got. Maybe just take it and say it. My bishop's amazing.
Oh, I really didn't want to trade queens. But maybe I will. Let me think a little more.
You're gonna trade queens, boss? I thought for sure bishop E6 is the move.
Then Queen E6.
And then you have a bind, though. I'm not.
I have a bind, true, but I also no longer have the bishop pair. All right, I'm going to take on E7.
Okay.
You take on F4. I go back to G6.
Okay. I assume I have. I don't. Oh God, this is complicated. All right. Knight G6.
Mm-hmm.
I obviously knight E6 is maybe the thing that's saying people. Actually, let's just play knight E6 because maybe I'm just winning your pawn, and then we can be done with this one.
Okay.
And I just want to stress it's a major bummer. Bruce knows this, but I just say it, is that the pawn on F2 being pinned is a problem for White's like generation of attack.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mogarok said Hikaru did nothing wrong.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like again, my pawn's in huge danger on C7, and I'm
Yeah.
not generating any initiative. I mean, am I going to be worse with white? Who knows? Because, because it is a lot of pawns against one knight in an endgame, right? Like for black to turn it around and try and win, who knows?
Boss, we're GMs today. Knight F3,
Yeah.
Bishop G4 on the board. My friends, we saw this at least a half an hour ago. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And okay, Bishop G4. Well, and let's say some obvious stuff. Mishra's got 46 minutes left. If you're white here, this is where you're going to really think because you didn't know if it was going to be knight G5 or Bishop G4. You had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to have to take a momentito to think about it.
I mean, something may have gone wrong with Gukesh's prep today, but he's
Totally
doing a good job of fighting with his clock and, working fast. Yeah, Bishop G4. Nice.
And by the way, David still has you still have I'm actually let's do this. We have this is where we should start really doing the eval bar.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I'm just gonna start it's gonna move for me in the sense
Yeah.
that I'm gonna make mistakes and they're probably maybe going back and forth too. But at the moment, I would rather be black.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment. At the moment. And David always sends me this eval bar, and then I always have to struggle to
It's
find
okay.
it.
Jesse, while you struggle with the eval bar, let's say every time a piece gets sacrificed in this game, I'm going to do 10 push ups. That's going to keep me from sitting in this chair for 7 hours without moving, okay? So Mishra
Okay,
sacked
fine.
a piece, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we're going to pay the first 10 here. Actually, you could say he sacked the piece twice, right, Jesse?
He's sacking
He
a lot
played
of pieces.
d5 allowing h4, and after g4, he could have then not sacked a piece. So let's say 20.
Okay, good. Give us 20 push-ups, Rose. By the way, my friends, David, dude, he's got some superpowers. He doesn't need to go to the bathroom like other people do, so he can sit forever. And he sat yesterday for more than 7 hours in his chair without ever getting up once. Not once. Man doesn't need to eat. He doesn't need to do nothing.
Whew.
All right, David, I'm going to demand that you give us an eval here.
I did give you an eval.
Oh, you already did. So you're
It's
happy
been
with
up all
point
along.
0.8 for white?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we have a real disagreement here, actually, about what's going on. Okay, so this should be fun. All right, David. Well, what do you want to do after Bishop G4 with your point 0.8 of Victoria's sauce?
Um,
There's Victoria's Secret, and then there's Victoria's sauce.
I didn't make much of an impression with Bishop D6, so that was a little disappointing. We might have to go back with Queen B3 again, huh?
Okay, Queen B3 is definitely a thought. And what we want to say about Queen B3 is it seems to force Knight A5.
Oh, by the way, chat, let's just say this because we're thinking about moves for white here, right? Bishop D6, Queen B3, Bishop D5, maybe other stuff. This might not be an obvious move for Mishra. It might be. What would black do if black got to move again? It's something useful to think about sometimes when you're trying to figure out what you want to do as white.
Hmm.
And one thing black might do next would be knight G5. Right, Jesse? Having gotten the bishop already to G4?
Nah, 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 nah. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we consider Knight G5.
Because
Also,
then...
I might also play H4. I got a lot of actually good
Mhm.
moves. I could play F6 with Knight E5. I got a lot of building moves that I can do for black here.
Yeah. Now, I'll say this, like, there's two different ways to prioritize how you play here as black. One is you try and sort of coordinate your pieces, deal with your own king. Another is you just throw counterattack. You're like, my position's messed up, so let me get, knight G5, H4, get at the white king as well. Your bishop on A7 is never going to be a defender. He's an attacker. Your rook on H8, kind of an attacker. So I think, and also your knight is unlikely to beat 4 pawns in an endgame. So I think there's a very good chance that what Gukesh wants to do is attacking moves for black next if white hesitates.
One thing, even though the board looks so open, white has all of his original 8 pawns on the board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so as David said, from a material perspective, white is actually ahead. And I guess that's just his general intuition as to why he thinks white's better here. We do have some moves.
Quick move,
H3 was
H3,
played.
as
That
asked
seems
by Ashkill.
sad and soft, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, point number 1. If black goes H4 here, white throws in bishop D6, then maybe black throws in bishop F3, queen F3, knight G5. We get something similar to what we've looked at before. Just with this H3 move thrown in, which does give white one weird extra option, Jesse. Queen F4, knight E6, queen H2. Protecting our guy on C7, our boy on
Okay,
the
but
inside.
why are we playing H4? Why are we provoking bishop D6?
Well, because white's attacking our bishop on g4, and we would love to play hg and wreck white.
Okay.
I don't
But
know.
let's say
That was my
let's say
first.
the obvious. I think key variation is bishop f3,
Yeah.
queen f3, knight g5.
Okay, that looks pretty basic. Now queen f5 would be basic as well.
Right, and we just mentioned that queen f4 maybe, but then you have to figure out knight e6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so queen f5.
I think you're headed to e6 anyway, so I'm not going to feed you a tempo. Do not feed the tempo monster.
Okay, so now I could play h4,
Mm-hmm.
or I could play this knight e6 thing.
Yeah.
So h4, bishop h2 might not really change the well, it would take away later bishop h4 stuff, which
Yeah.
might annoy me later.
Sure, and it weakens the g file a little bit, so that at some point, if you get rook g8, there's some more tactics that black can threaten against white.
Oh man, this is spicy. Okay, let's start with the basic moves then. So h4.
Mm-hmm. Wait, h4 you've already played, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. You already did it. I was just doing it over here. So
Right.
then knight e6.
Yeah, and knight e6.
And we got a real basic question about knight takes c7 here.
Right. Okay. I've got a pretty basic answer. I just put a rook on d1.
Good. Now, is your intention to like take on f7 if I play knight c7?
Yeah, I'm going to take on f7 and just play an endgame. Bishop f7, queen f7, queen f7, king f7. And I was going to play rook d7. I mean, obviously I already have the bishop on h2. But I was going to put the rook on the 7th rank. I thought it might help.
All right. So that position, we should say, looks good for white.
King g6, rook c7, rook h7. And it looks a little bit good for white, but, not done yet. Maybe
You gotta
it.
like all those pawns.
I do like the pawns. I do like pawns more than knights in endgames. Yeah.
So this is great because this position after rook 81, very simple question is like, white's not threatening anything directly. Could we do anything to improve our position? Well, actually, you could say he's threatening bishop d6. Actually, Mr. Proust, knight c7, bishop d6 might be Grover for Rover.
Sorry, I didn't even look that far. Bishop d6. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's brutality.
Okay, timeout. All right, so here we go. h3, very calm move. Dude is thinking, is there another move besides bishop f3? It's hard to imagine.
Sure. I mean, there was h4, like I told you, that's a move.
But h4 doesn't seem to change anything. Or unless?
Yeah, h4 has some of its own details.
Is it okay? Well, to me, the only detail it could be is if h4, bishop h2, bishop h5, if that's a thing.
Okay, so now you're not playing bishop d6, you're playing bishop h2.
But bishop d6 is like, oh my God, what am I doing?
Well, that was the first variation I gave. Bishop f3.
Uh-huh.
Queen f3, knight g5.
Yeah.
Queen f4, knight e6.
I see.
And then I'd played queen h2 for white the first time around, just emphasizing defending the c-pawn. And the bishop, kind of some thorns in white's side. But queen. Do you want me to play on down this
No, no,
line?
no, you're absolutely right. So this one has when you consider the other variation in the trouble I was in,
Mm-hmm.
this one seems much more promising. And then if we just put a move like Queen G5 on the board,
Mm-hmm.
it's unclear exactly who's better and why.
Right. I had Queen F6 in mind for whatever reason, but yeah, um, uh, there's still some messiness to it, right?
And you know, you could argue it's quite simple and that you'd say, well, white's got a bind because I have a really hard time fighting for the dark squares. And even if the queens came off, like, dude, what am I? How do I get at you? Queen H2 too, you could tell a story about how you're overprotecting your strong point on C7.
Yeah.
You'd say that's my strong point. I'm overprotecting that
Well,
thing.
yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to do was just keep that guy alive because it's kind of crippling black. But, at the same time, the position like the black king's not getting attacked just yet. I'm going to put the queen on f6 instead of g5 for a moment because I like it.
Okay.
But at the same time, I was thinking, maybe I go rook g8 as black, right? Maybe I was somehow play, I don't know, rook c8, bishop b6, or knight g5, knight f3. Ooh, that could be something. Hang on. So queen f6, rook d1, rook g8, king h1. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to see the breakthrough for either side here. I'm giving my evaluation to white at the moment. Beautiful bishops, black king in a weird spot, rook on a8 weird, but I don't see clarity. Morning, Graham, and smile because why not?
Oh, God, it's complicated. And also, we just want to mention that h4, bishop h4, queen h4, something like hg is also pretty hard to evaluate.
H4,
So,
bishop takes h4,
mhm.
and then bishop f3, right? No, then queen
Bishop
f3.
f3, I
Shit.
have queen f3 again.
Ay, ay,
Old
ay.
friend.
So what am I doing?
Wait,
With
it's not over yet, actually, Mr. Bruce.
yeah.
Bishop h4, bishop f3, queen f3, knight e5. Holy
But
catolis.
that is five pawns now, right? If white trades.
But okay, knight e5, queen f5. We're not done yet.
Mm-hmm. But black looks pretty done.
f6.
Rook a d1. No, then there's knight c4.
Knight c4 is a question, yeah.
Okay. But knight e5, bishop e7, knight f3, gf3, king e7. For the moment, white's got 5 pawns. Are they all useless?
Well, the pawn on c7 is definitely going to go.
Mm-hmm. And the one on h3 looks not far behind.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So even that, who knows what's going on? But yeah, now I'm
Mhm.
worried. Like, what am I really planning against bishop h4?
Well, remember, your original plan was bishop d6.
Right. Okay. How about bishop h4, queen h4? What's the eval there?
Well, I don't know. This is what I was saying. I didn't understand. Um, I would say I was looking at hg and then the simplistic queen g4,
Mm-hmm.
like maybe queen h6, but I don't know. I just first started with queen g4, and then I couldn't find anything
Yeah.
great for white.
It's a miracle here for black that bishop f7 doesn't work somehow.
But it's not even close to over. Like now our queen b3 move is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Oh God.
Mm-hmm. Here's a move for you then, Jesse. Rook g8, threatening mate.
Aren't you concerned with bishop f7, bishop g8? You're
I'm,
not.
I'm walking right into it, right? Bishop f7, king e7.
Okay.
You take it. I recapture. I did something with the rook on a8. It was worth nothing anyway. You could play c8 equals knight here. That would stop me from checkmating you.
I could also
Totally.
play also knight e1. It's not clear how you mate me.
Yeah, but knight e1, I mean, you're giving me the initiative, right? Then I go knight g5, threatening knight f3. I don't think you want to go back, dog, Knight g5.
But knight g5, I have a queen g8, knight h3, king h2, queen takes queen,
Uh-huh.
pawn takes queen.
Yeah. You got all that. Where did you put the king? h2?
I don't know, man.
Queen
That's
takes.
a mess.
Pawn takes. And now I just go queen c8, collect your pawn. No, bishop b6, collect your pawn. Got him. You're not going to want to play this position with the king and some ragtag pawns against queen and angry bishop. No.
Okay.
c8 knight, Jesse. That's the move.
Maybe
I'm telling
c8
you.
knight. So what we're looking at, by the way, so h3 is on the board,
Boom, c8 knight.
and it's a very simple but ambitious move. It's saying that if bishop f3, we're not concerned with knight g5 because after queen f5, we're going to have a massive bind on the position.
Jesse,
Massive. Yeah.
Jesse, Skulkum has been invoked by somebody in chat. W. Reynolds knows about Skulkum. Bishop b6. Bishop b6.
It's the Skulkum. How does he know about Skulkum, dude? That guy, dude. First of all, that's like saying Voldemort's name out loud. You
Yep.
can't be calling about Mr. Skulkum.
Yeah. By the way, I found an answer to c8 equals knight, king d8.
Oh man, this one's hot.
Yeah. Now we're in the deep jungle. Queen g8, knight a7. Getting rid of that bishop that called Skulkum when it came out to b6.
Okay, so wait, let's go back to just be very clear about it. So the point of h4 is to say that the bishop on d6 is actually going to be loose after bishop f3, queen f3, knight g5. And that will make my task a little easier.
Yeah.
Also, if you play h4, bishop h2, we're going to claim that bishop h5 is tenacious for black. Maybe. And we're claiming with h4, bishop h4 that
we can take it.
The queen h4 is fine.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't yet looked at knight h4, bishop d1. We didn't evaluate that thing. Rook 81.
Well, that's losing the queen, but...
What?
Oh.
It's just a trade, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at it slightly.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Bishop h4, queen h4, knight h4, bishop d1. We didn't evaluate that.
That's also frightening because the knight's going to come to f5.
Right. With intentions of the knight and 5 pawns at the moment. I know c7 is completely undefended, but,
But knight e5 is going to be a bummer for you because at least that comes with it. But knight e5, bishop d5. You say, what? I'm talking to your b7 square.
Right.
Holy moly.
Maybe a tempo, maybe...
Well, maybe bishop d5, rook c8. Maybe I'm fully in the ballgame there.
Right. So now I go bishop b7 for argument's sake, the most boring move, right? In the craziest position. But I just take on b7 and a6. Now we're up to 6 pawns for a knight. It's like how many?
I don't know, by the way. I don't know if I've ever seen 6 pawns for a piece. That's a new one for me. I don't know if I've ever seen 6. That's a lot of pawns. But
yeah, I mean, I've seen endgames sometimes out of the dragon where it would be like a rook against these pawns, like a full rook. And those endgames are like bonkers.
But one thing about this one is one thing I know about this kind of position is it's to black's benefit that we have opposite colors bishops.
Yeah.
Because it means that we can create some good drama on the dark squares.
Yeah.
And the question would be like, really, even though we're up a piece, we're the one looking for compensation.
Yeah.
Right. So like knight g5 here or something.
Right.
maybe knight f6, and then we just got to ask, like, do we got juice?
Yeah.
Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't know. The knight on f5 is certainly a very pretty piece, and bishop b5 actually comes with what looks like a mate threat. So
Bishop b5, king f8, rook d8. That knight on f5 is pretty glorious.
yeah.
Um, this stuff is crazy. Um, Lauren, I want to personally, apologize to you that we haven't jumped from this game to Divya's game. I know you wanted to at least know what's going on with her, but I mean, I appreciate that you appreciate that this is some madness going on here.
Renga says Gukesh needs to be in Iowa. Dude, I actually, in terms of a story too, like Mishra's had a bad, let's say, 2 years
Yeah,
where his rating hasn't gone up in the way he was like the wonder child and he's had a rough time of it. This is the highest rated person he's ever played. And, he's got a shot at the title here.
yeah.
And Gukesh is definitely sweating on H3. Oh, man.
Most people find it so unpleasant to play young prodigies that we rarely think about things from the perspective of the young prodigy. We spend a lot of time thinking like, "Oh man, why do these underrated kids have to come and despoil us of all our rating and all our self-respect, and just they're always terrorizing us." But, what's it like to be 13, 14 and have thousands of eyes on you across the world and people are judging like your rating versus Magnus's rating at your age? And like anytime your rating doesn't go up for 2 months, you're like wondering, oh man, might I not make it? Like it could be a tough spot to be in as a kid. And so Mishra had something pretty unusual for a prodigy of his caliber, which is a bit of a plateau, right? Like a year and a half or so at 26-0 ish, 26-10. And he's having an explosive tournament here, but it's on the heels of what might not have been an easy period for him. Who knows? But
How about this, David? Let's do this as a question. So H4, white has so many different options, but let's do this from the perspective of could Gukesh just eliminate the immediate bishop f3 because it's so nasty? Okay. So let me try bishop f3, queen f3, knight g5, queen f5.
yeah.
Notice queen f5 just comes with the direct threat of c8. So there's a threat there, my
Oh shoot,
friend.
we didn't notice it last time, Jesse. Last time we were in this position, I played h4, kicked the
Yeah.
bishop, nice as you like, and we
Yeah.
didn't play c8 queen.
C8 queen's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's a detail.
And the reason we were playing h4 was just because we didn't want to allow any kind of later bishop h4 stuff.
Yeah.
All right, let me try knight e6. I do have at least a slightly new idea here. So knight e6,
So that's going to be right after queen f5, right?
right after queen f5. Yeah.
So we're
And
going to
I
avoid
think
c8.
rook ad1 was your last attempt.
I've definitely sort of defaulted to that in positions like this. For example, in the position with h4, bishop h2, knight e6, which wasn't legal, but I played rook 81 in that position. So
Okay, so rook ad1 here, right after knight e6. Now I want to try rook g8, and I'm threatening your bishop.
okay, so you try and find a better tempo even than h4.
Mm-hmm.
The rook tries to talk to him a little bit. Bishop d6, there will be queen g5, right?
Right.
And then bishop takes e6, there would be queen g2. Okay, I will play queen takes g5 as white. No, wait, hang on. Hang on.
You got a lot of moves after rook g8, buddy. I might be willing to move the eval bar here too. It's getting hectic. So
Yeah, I'm going to
bishop
play
e.
queen g5, rook g5, king h2.
Okay. That's maybe fine, but I just want to say you also had so many options that you weren't considering after rook g8,
Mm-hmm.
like bishop e6. Okay, wait, we got to move. Bishop e6 played in the game.
Holy moly. Totally
After
new
20
direction.
minutes, 20 minutes thought okay, first impression is it looks like positional suicide.
What?
Is what it looks like.
No, it just looks like a move.
Well, it also looks like he's very unhappy with whatever he calculated on bishop g4 because, well, on this, okay, if you wanted to make a case that this was the correct move order for black,
Mm-hmm.
you would have to be telling a story that the h3 was a weakness.
That's obviously true, I think. Because the G file is the open file. So you always want your opponent to move the H pawn. Every H pawn move weakens the G file. Like, this is definitely better than bishop e6 without bishop g4 h3.
Okay. So, and I just want to admit I wasn't considering this at all.
Yeah. Skibik, sorry, I know we're moving on to something else, but I'll just say king h2 was to unpin my f pawn in that endgame. And I wanted to go f4, f5, kick that knight on e6 and just get everything flowing through the center there. It felt like it was a winning plan for white unless black came up with something. It was really scary. King h2 there, even with queens off the board. Because we're just going to sweep the knights out of the way with the pawns. The rook's still trapped on a8, king on e8, and then the pawns.
Okay, my friends, I would expect a big thing here. White has bishop d6, bishop e6,
Bishop
and
d5, if you just want to
bishop
hold that
d5.
tension.
Fine, yeah.
And black cannot be opening the e file to my mind. Like, there's just that's not even a candidate move for black.
And the good news for black is bishop h4, we're just going to take on c7. That's the good news. I don't know if there's a lot of good news in this position for black, but that's the good news.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop h4 is impossible.
That's the best news we've had in a while. Also, Jesse, I'm going to say it's irrelevant now, but that helps me revise one line. h4 on the last move. Bishop h4.
Uh-huh.
Bishop f3, right?
Okay.
And then queen f3. There's queen c7.
Okay.
There's still, the crisscross of the bishops. There's still 4 pawns. There's still king in the center, but
there's some crisscross, yeah.
Something there. All right, bishop e6 from Gukesh. Man, it is hard to find a second to look at any of the other boards, which I'm sure are on fire. Top board is Rapport against Parham Magsudlu. They played a London system, it looks like. And now they're in a heavy positional battle.
Leave it, David.
Fine.
Leave it.
Fine.
Leave it, buddy.
Blue Bomb and Prague. I'm just blitzing through. Interesting. Pozitsyatsк looks just essentially sound for Prague. That I'll just say offhand, just looking at this position. It does not look like a bishop pair position for white in any way. Bishop on b7 looks nice. There's room for the knights on the king side. I think Prague is golden. Aragaisi and Vichugov. We got a queen against 2 rooks for Aragaisi. Positions close to equal. Maurizi Keimer, unusual Sicilian. They're still early days. Those guys are going to be in time trouble. Abdusatorov versus Yagiz. Torture for Yagiz. Holy moly, he's getting the business this game from Notre Dame. If Yagiz escapes this one, that's like a miracle of tenacity. That's murder.
David, bishop e6, I just want to laud it for a second. So we were considering all of this other stuff, and I'm pretty sure when Mishra plays h3, he's not thinking about bishop e6 either. And it's this we don't know, like, this is, so important not to have the engine on. We don't know if there's some crushing line for white, but it is this very, very subtle difference where the g3 bishop is now loose to whether the queen takes it or the rook takes it.
Hmm.
And normally you would think that h3 is a small improvement to the white position, and now it's like, oh no, that's actually a little bit of a problemito.
Yeah. Gugesh has done such a good job trying to play pretty quickly. This game could still have time pressure become an issue at some point just because of the absolute difficulty level of the
Well,
game.
in fact, let's just say if somebody doesn't, if the game remains tense for
Right.
even a couple more moves,
Yeah.
and there's no knockout, it's gonna be a time pressure scramble.
Yeah. And not really their fault. Like Mishra, like he was up against computer prep. He had to spend some time. You can only be so confident. And then the position's so crazy. Sometimes the game just is really, really tough.
And we
Um,
got to say about Gukesh's so-called computer prep, he will often play moves that the computer doesn't like,
mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
like it just, but maybe the computer said it was playable,
Right.
so
Right.
it's not like the computer says you're toast here or something like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just like, the computer says, maybe you could do this one too.
Yeah. Dude is not just pressing spacebar. He's looking at it with very human eyes still, and he's saying, "This looks like something where I could hurt another human here."
Right. So David, we got Bishop D6 played, which I'm going to call the most natural move.
Yeah. And like you see something like this, you have to be like, good job, Mishra, for playing that move in like 6 minutes instead of 10 or 15. But still,
Hmm.
if it's good job for playing a move in 6 minutes, that's still 6 minutes a move. You're gonna be in time trouble very quickly.
Okay, so Queen F6 is the most natural move. And one good thing about it is that earlier we had a variation with E5 and we were worried about the knight coming to D2, but at least that's not happening to us
Hmm.
anymore.
Yeah, I would say Queen D7 looks like equivalently natural to me. So I don't know for sure which way he goes. I guess Queen F6 gives him some more space. I'd love for Gukesh to blitz this move. Um, it's not that many choices. You could have a strong instinct, right? There's only two moves to look at.
So I think the argument against Queen F6 would be if you're worried that the E5 move really cements his position so much,
Hmm.
and it also allows then the queen on D1 to move.
Yeah.
So imagine like Queen F6, E5. Let's put it on G6 for a second. Maybe not. I don't even know where. Maybe the queen. Who knows where the queen's going? I don't
Right.
know. Okay, we have a move. Your move, Queen D7.
Wow.
So we keep the bishop. We're still looking at the bishop, which is going to prevent the white queen from moving.
Okay, that prevents the queen from moving, and then rook d1, right? That's kind of the
Hmm.
big plus to it. So white might need to spend a tempo themselves on e5, and then he can't castle anywhere, that's for sure.
All right, yeah, huge moment here for Misha, dude. Huge moment.
But then I guess Gukesh is looking at either rook g8 with threats, right? Wait a
hmm
minute, maybe bishop h3 instead of
Maybe
rook.
bishop
Hang on, hang
H3.
on.
Yeah.
e5, bishop h3. Could you just go
So hold
straight
on,
at it?
but well, E5 you can't. I'm just taking your bishop on C4, buddy. So hold
Oh,
on.
right, you can't even do that. Oh my god, sorry. You got
So
to make a choice about this piece. Okay,
how
and so
about
the
I
move we
just
can't
play?
play is like queen e2, queen b3.
So let me play naturally. So bishop takes bishop.
Yeah. All right. I don't even know what the next move is for black.
I would say queen takes is the most natural. You can
Okay,
do a take back if you want,
sure. I play
and
it.
then I'll play E5. And I just want to make a claim that your king is hosed, and that my pawn on C7 is well protected.
Right. So let's say I play rook g8.
Makes a lot of sense,
You can probably move your king. I don't know.
probably.
By the way, for folks who saw that Firouzja Shanklin position for a moment, it looked like very close to an equal endgame. Because Shanklin's going to have to recover his piece on e5, then there'll be a queen trade.
By the way, this rook g8, king h1, it's interesting because now with the pawn push to e5, yes, the bishop is amazing on d6,
Mm-hmm.
but all of these light squares are now, a little bit at my mercy.
Yeah, there's
If
not
you
much
imagine,
not much dynamics for white here.
right, and if you imagine king h1, a very simple move would be queen g6, and we say, what?
Say what? What?
I mean, it's not over. We can still go knight h4, queen g5, g3 or something. I don't know. It's still a mess.
Hmm.
But yeah, so we're back at the position with queen d7. Um, the pawn on h3 is a gift that keeps giving
Yeah,
because it wasn't before it was about the bishop on g3 being loose. Now it's about a hook for us to get counterplay.
yeah. It's definitely a three-way street, right? Like
Oh yeah.
this is like a crazy position. I've still got my evaluation of it being somehow favorable for white, partly because white's just got so many pawns, you know. So if nothing clear lands, then white's slightly favored. But you notice I've never pushed it to like completely winning for white. Jesse's got it at equal, and I mean I'm definitely still finding counterplay for black. So,
Um, wow, what an intense position. I would think this is a very hard moment for Mishra here. Like, oh, I think a move has been made.
mm-hmm.
Bishop e6, so
It's
we got
trading.
that right. I Queen e6 is definitely more intuitive, right, David?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
We control b3, we have access to h3.
yeah,
Yeah, queen takes e6 for
yeah.
sure.
And we got one move there.
I and white really needs something here because, well, does he? That's the interesting question. I did feel that e5 ended up being, as David said, losing the dynamic potential in the position.
Yeah.
However, you could argue that it's of course it's not white that's down in material, it's black.
Right, which is why, Jesse, you'll see that I've got a huge new candidate move for white in this live position. Queen to d5. Just saying, dude, count the pawns. Bam. Who's up material? Who's down material? Who's attacking who? Right?
Oh.
So we're saying, okay, you're attacking me with your knight against my four pawns. So I'm just queen d5. Let it ride into the endgame.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Bruce. So knight f6.
Okay. Knight f6. Good move. You sometimes say that to me, so I'll trade on e6.
Okay.
We'll bring another co-host into the show. Woo! Host, yeah.
Hello,
Welcome.
hello. What's happening?
We got the game of the century right here, buddy.
Madness.
Mishra?
Mishra. Holy moly.
I saw he's doing well.
Oh yeah?
Oh, the engine told you that?
Yes.
Damn it. You're supposed to be like chat. You're supposed to come in here and be a little bit like, I'm not
Now,
going to tell you.
now we have to mute Kostia's mic for 60 seconds.
Yeah. You gotta mute him for longer than that, dude. After that fail.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't the engine that told me, it was Twitter.
Okay. Now, by the way,
You guys think I just got here? We think I'm checking the engine? It's Twitter that told me, of course.
Well, then you just have to keep it to yourself, like everybody in chat. They've all checked the engine, but they're keeping it to themselves.
but by the way, that engine I'm sure is moving all over the place because now with this E5 move, I don't know. The engine might not have liked that one.
Wow, Mishra played a move quickly.
Yeah.
It was not my move, Queen D5. Disappointed. Disappointed, Abhimanyu.
Your move is interesting. Okay, so let's just refresh. The issue with E5 is it looks like black starts getting a little zhuzh on the light squares of the rook G8.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to say, one of the interesting things, I was in a tournament ages ago, it was a post-mortem, and I had a piece for 4 pawns or something. I remember it very clearly. And I was like, I asked my opponent, I was like, well, where's your compensation? He's like, what do you mean? Where's your compensation? But the weird thing about it, though, is like when you got that extra piece, the piece, it's a different kind of dynamic because like the pawns, like here, they need to be dynamic. And if they're not dynamic and they're just kind of sitting there, my pieces will dance on you. They will dance.
Jesse
And
wants
that's the
that
problem.
kinetic energy from his pawns. He wants them to be, flowing.
Right. Now, it is true. I think one of the big arguments we can say is that the rook on A8 is the one who's not in.
Yeah, that guy is not good. I was considering King D7. That's how bad that rook is. Walking onto the discovered checks right here.
Well, how about rook G8, boss?
Yeah, you can play rook G8 too. I'm just telling you. You're mentioning the rook on A8, and I'm telling you, it is bad enough that I was calculating King D7 for black here, walking onto the discovered checks.
Okay.
So yeah,
I
rook
think
G8's basic.
rook G8 is very basic, and I think I need a way for white to play for me to feel good about white here.
It looks really good for white, doesn't it?
Well, what do you do after rook G8?
King H2.
Good move, Kostya.
All right. So
I mean, where's black putting the king?
I don't know yet. We just want to see how you break this down. So queen G6.
This is not the first time he threatened this mate, by the way, Kostya.
Okay, queen G6.
I think knight H4 would be my first question.
There's knight H4. There's...
And while he's thinking about it, let me just tell you, my hope is that knight H4, queen G5, G3, that bishop F2 slays the dragon.
Okay. I always like when people say their intentions in analysis. It's helpful. So that
was one of the reasons that on
King
king H1 you might have more options if you go king H1 instead of king
H2. Oh
H2.
yeah, I hadn't understood why Jesse put the king on H1 instead of H2 previously. But folks, it's so that Queen G3 would come with check. With the king on H1, Queen G3 will be much less impactful. So I guess if we play G3 here instead of knight H4, it's the same intention, huh? Bishop F2.
That would be the first question. Yep. So this is what I mean by having to solve this question about rook G8 first.
I see.
If we solve this, we can consolidate this somehow.
Yeah.
Then I'm for. I understand why white's better, but yeah. Maybe we try king H1.
Okay, let's try it.
So king H1, queen G6.
All right, good night, Lauren. Be well.
Knight H4, queen G5. Now, by the way, maybe queen A4. Maybe queen A4.
Well, that's
might be a nice move.
And then you've got E4 if black plays B5.
Yeah. So that might be a great move, queen A4. That might solve all your problems. And then you ask like what that knight on H7's doing. You say, I don't know.
Yeah, queen A4.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. E5. Ooh. The king, the king's really got a problem. Okay, David, I want to try something else here. So rook G8, king H1, and now super basic attempt. Ooh, I was about to do super basic attempt. A grief with rook G8 is that the knight on H7 is undefended, and that could allow for a queen D3 tempo. No, I'm going to take it back. So, all right. So king H1, I want to play bishop B6. By the way, with our queen A4 move, Kostya's king H2 seems valid, right? So you could also do king H2 if you decide you don't like king H1.
Mm-hmm.
But let's try king H1, bishop B6.
All right. It seems slow, like your idea is to play rook C8 and try and collect the pawn.
It does feel slow, but I want that rook to do something.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
And my hope is that on queen d3, queen g6, I will be okay. I'll say, Mr. Proust, knight d4 looks very simple, right? Where you're going to say, well,
Yeah,
if you take with a knight, I get the c pawn and all kinds of other things.
I was looking at knight d4. It really doesn't force black to take, though. After queen d5, I wasn't like super pumped for white.
Good move. Yeah, good move. Queen d5.
And I was playing like f3, rook c8 then in my head. And then I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing with my knight on d4.
Maybe knight h4 instead of knight d4.
Okay, knight h4. So queen h5 is the nice
I
threat.
need another pawn.
Yeah. 4 pawns is nice, but we did once get all the way up to 6 pawns for a knight, Kostya, in one endgame. That's really nice.
What game was that?
This one. Just some analysis Jesse and I were doing.
Oh, I see.
We have managed to get Mishra up to 6 pawns in one line. That was the most. That was the most we had against a knight so far.
That should be enough. That should be enough.
Yeah.
King d7 played.
King d7 played.
What, dude?
I'm a GM today, boss. All right.
Oh, you suggested that?
Yeah. So here's the reason. I'll say now that it's actually come up.
Wow, king d7, dude. Maybe it's a pro move. I don't know.
The point is your bishop on d6 is locked in, but that means it can't really move anymore. It can't attack anything. So if you like discover check, in many cases I just play king c7 and I'm like, thanks for moving your bishop. Yeah. The other thing is, instead of playing rook g8, I'm keeping that square for my rook on a8. I need that room for that rook to then tuck my king on c8.
Yeah. Okay, that king d7. Dude, we can talk about maybe the engine saying whatever, but the moves bishop e6 and king d7 by our friend Gukesh, these are champion moves. This is not playing around moves.
I don't think we know what the engine is saying.
Yeah. Whatever the engine said, it was a few moves ago, and with these moves, who knows?
King d7 is an amazing try no matter what. Now, knight d4 is still, I think, the big question. So let's try knight d4.
Yeah, that looks pretty questioning. All right, let's say I take it.
You want to take it? Okay, I just want to say my first gut instinct is that taking it's insane, but you're going to... All right, CD.
You know I'm insane. In the membrane. Rook A to G8.
He's just following a plan, my friend.
I'm a system player, Jesse, you know? D4, C3, bishop F4, E3.
All right, let's just see if D5 works.
Yeah, D5. Queen H3.
C8 queen.
C8 queen. Whew! It's getting hot. Could have made it a bishop if he wanted more style.
Oh, okay, a bishop. I made a bishop.
You know, he's just a bean counter. All right, bishop. There we go. Now we got some poets in the tournament.
It's not over. King C8.
It's not over.
Oh, maybe it is over. I just play Queen C2
Queen
and
C2
say goodbye.
to C7 to E7.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Say goodnight.
Okay, so that didn't work out.
That did not work out. No Queen H3 for the boy.
I think on knight D4 you have to consider Queen D5 or Queen G6.
All right. Let me see.
And Queen G6, dude. I mean, because Rook G8 will be it. Let's go
Okay.
Queen G6.
Let's go Knight G5. After trading on D4.
Oh my God, he's not giving up the ghost. Okay, I just want to say we're gonna do that, but for my money, Knight D4, Queen G6 is looking reasonable.
Okay.
But let's do
Good to know.
Proust's variation. Knight takes pawn takes Knight G5.
Good to know.
All right, well, Mama said push, so we play d5.
Oh, I thought you might push c8. Who knows? There's a lot to push. You got 4 pawns. You could play f4 too? No. Now you can't anymore. All right, d5.
No, I can't.
So if I had any system 2 thinking left here.
This looks nasty, bro.
Okay, queen f5.
All right, queen b3.
Queen b3, luckily threatening nothing. Rook h to g8.
He doesn't care. Rook h to g8.
Mm-hmm. I quit my system thinking. Now I just play.
Isn't this just c8 equals bishop again?
c8 equals bishop again. Isn't it just? Shoot, he says just.
Yeah.
Rook takes, queen b7. I didn't even notice that was the threat. King e8.
Yeah, the c8 thing is a bomb.
You made a queen.
I apologize. I blundered again. I was so shocked I didn't have my second hand on the keyboard.
Okay, David, let's try queen g6 though.
All right, let's do it.
So I just have I'm arguing that I have counterplay, and your knight's actually in the way of all this stuff.
So knight d4, queen d5.
No, queen g6, boss. Queen g6. Queen d5 might be interesting, but I like queen g6.
Okay, queen g6. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, queen d5 might also be totally fine.
Okay. Now I'm going to play f4 for white.
Ooh.
That's cold for the knight on h7, isn't it?
That's cold, man.
Cold for a lot of pieces in Black's camp. The heat's running out.
Okay.
You might have to go in like Flynn with just the queen. Queen e4.
Okay, no, I like f4. Okay, let's try your queen d5 then. That at least defangs the massive f4 move, or at least deals with it a little bit.
Show me the speed, says Gukesh looks confident. I think Gukesh does keep a pretty straight face for the most part. I don't think you can read your eval on his face.
I don't know what we're talking about. Mishra wasn't at the board when Gukesh played his last move, and now Gukesh is not at the board. So there's no confidence or non-confidence to it.
So queen
it's old
d5
footage from a game against Magnus.
David, queen d5, queen h5.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
I'm going to say, oh no, you're going to f5, right?
So if one of the rooks to g8, I go queen f5 and say, welcome to the dojo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe knight takes then.
Uh-huh. Knight takes, pawn takes.
And now one of the rooks to g8. Let's do your rook, your A rook, because you had a fancy thought once.
Yeah. A rook.
But here we got to say, like, just even that endgame with queen f5, queen e6, who knows? Oh, that's no bueno. That's not what we wanted, right?
Who doesn't want it? Who does, who doesn't?
Oh, I just want to say I am concerned. I'm concerned.
I'm concerned too, but I don't know like who's winning or losing.
But wait. I don't have to take the queen though, actually. That's the thing.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the end game you were concerned.
Well, I got a lot of concerns actually.
Okay. You could play queen e4 maybe, right? And then if knight g5, c8 again?
Well, that's the whole thing. Like the c8 bomb is just raging, and so queen e4 looks pretty good, dude. But there you have king c8. So one thing I was thinking is actually to just play c8 immediately. Yeah, so just on queen e6, c8. I made a queen because I'm a chump.
Yeah.
Bean counter.
And rook takes? What's the point?
And now I'll play queen e4.
Oh, okay. Oh, and see, I keep not knowing who wants the middle game and who wants the end game. It's so confusing. It's like whiplash here. Dang, yeah.
That's some real welcome to the dojo stuff, dude.
This is so weird because for those who've been around for 15 minutes or more, the C7 pawn was White's most prized possession for like a
Right,
huge
right.
phase of this game. And now the only way we're doing anything for White is C8 just to get rid of that. We have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Chess is confusing. Robin says both sides are losing. Yeah, that could be the evaluation.
Knight d4 played. We're GMs today. Okay, so our basic take is that if you take the knight, you're going to get hosed immediately. And queen g6, David found f4. It looks really hard to meet because queen f3 is next, and like what? If and so that's how we came up with queen d5. Queen d5, though, you're going to lose another pawn. David, how many pawns are we down now?
I mean, for right now 4, but yeah, if we drop h5, it's 5.
Yeah. At one point, we were down 6. We're down 6 pawns at one point.
Yeah, the worst has gotten a 6.
All right. So is queen d5? Are we able to like process of elimination it to queen d5? It's interesting too because f4 is really a positional move, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't see it coming, and it's like maybe you could miss it. Like
Did you guys ever figure out like where Gukesh went wrong in his prep?
We didn't know whether or not he went wrong.
true, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
He definitely played a spicy variation.
I mean, Jesse's eval is still 0.
Oh yeah, I'm still 0. In this position, I have no idea who's better.
Yeah.
I think after queen g6 f4, that looks like maybe crushing for White. Though even there, maybe some weird queen e4, but I don't want to I don't want to do it. So the question is, queen d5, does White have some bomb on me?
Queen d5?
And for now, our bomb was just collecting the 5th pawn on h5. It's very modest. But
Yeah, why not queen h5?
how did Gukesh get into this position? Asks Roblox. He played a very sharp opening. You know, yeah. He tried to just slam the kid on move 10 with black.
Okay, David, let me do a little take back. So last time when we did queen h5, we did knight takes d4, and that might be fully playable. But given all the drama with the c8 stuff, I want to now try bishop takes d4.
Okay, I'll play CD.
CD. And now I'm going to do your fancy move, rook a g8.
Oh, really? I thought your plan was to now put the knight on d4 and fight for some of those squares, the light squares.
But see, now when you go queen f5, queen e6, I don't think, well, we'll see, but but queen e4 doesn't have nearly the same zhuzh as it did in the last variation.
Right. There will still be a d5 threat, but that's not enough to stop knight g5 from black. Oh, yeah. Okay, folks, let me just put this on the board. In a previous version like this, with the bishop on a7 instead of the knight on c6, this queen e4 move threatened some queen b7 stuff that we just couldn't handle. But now, black can just play knight g5 easy as you like, and the king is thrashed on the G and H files.
Right, and also we should say that queen takes e6 is a really dynamic endgame where White has a gazillion pawns, but that black has the dark squares. And the claim would have to be that those dark squares, or excuse me, the light squares, are going to be able to get play for black.
This is 5 pawns, this transition on e6 here.
Yeah.
So it's controversial.
And I think maybe your f4 move, even there, sacking the d pawn might be the thing I'm most worried about. But it's a mess. Because remember what you said. There's no discovered check with the bishop on d6 because you always lose the c7 pawn.
Right. So black, doesn't have to worry like, oh, my king, it's uncomfortable. Black just takes that pawn on d4, and the game goes on. Yeah. I mean, it looks pretty close to equal, that endgame there. 4 pawns against the knight.
And it's because the knight on H7 has gotten hosed by this F4 move.
Yeah.
If we are able to get it out with like knight G5, knight E4, we're gonna get play.
Black would probably become better because White's bishop is weirdly not amazing. Black can really play around it. I think, Eduardo, it's very controversial to say that at this level, it's a 2-result position. This looks like totally a 3-result position to me.
Yeah.
And when we say at this level, like Kostya, Jesse, and I recently, looked at how good engines were and found out there's a lot of levels above even the level of, the best human players in the world. There's a lot of levels above them.
Oh, Kostya, I wanted to give you, actually, I'll give another shout out in the chat. People are going insane over our video over Naka. So I'll put that in the chat for people.
Kostya had
I saw that.
They're losing their minds.
Well, they're not losing their minds that much. I think it was just the
You can't lose something you didn't have to begin with.
I think it was the Auschwitz reference that maybe set them
Oh
off.
my God, I didn't see that one.
You didn't see that? It's like half the comments are about Auschwitz.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Those people have never been in debate.
Well, I don't think that's I don't know. I don't think it's a great we're not debating our audience, Dave.
Yeah. No, I see that.
Yeah, I don't think that did great things for the argument, to be honest. Because whenever you mention Auschwitz, people lose their minds, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I think it's just a no-go. You just have to come up with a different analogy.
Okay. Gaza.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, people are really calm about it, right?
I'm not even sure what you're trying to say at this point.
Well, so basically, I mean, there's a whole point of argument where you try and say if you take your idea to the extreme, right? What does it imply? What does it mean to show that an argument can't hold up, right? And sometimes it's not so clear when you use a mild example and you push it to the extreme to see the point of it. But
the extreme thing never
extreme,
really made any sense to me.
Any extreme scenario you bring up is probably going to, cause some reactions.
All right.
Which is why it's it doesn't make for a great argument because it's just
it does with smart people, but
right. But unfortunately, there's more than just smart people you have to convince of your position.
Yeah.
And everyone gets a vote. And I don't think just because someone isn't as smart as someone else, it means their opinion doesn't matter.
Sure.
If anything, these are the people that need to be talked to the most.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm a GM. Oh, I'm not a GM today. He played bishop takes, pawn takes, but it's arguably similar after queen d5.
Yeah, bishop takes. That was a good call. Keeping the knight.
No, but remember, I had queen d5 first. But like I'm saying, maybe it'll transpose after queen d5.
That's true. You were playing queen d5. And if queen h5, you were taking on d4. So there could be a different wrinkle, right?
There could be a wrinkle here.
He starts with the bishop trade. So now he's facing a threat of d5. So I don't know that he's got a lot of moves other than queen d5 here, Jesse.
Right, and then also it might be true that there's not a lot of other moves besides.
Maybe there's time for an almost insane knight g5 planning to sack both knights.
Queen d5. I think I'm a GM. I'm a GM today because queen h5 transposes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you and queen h5 just comes with, some zhuzh, so it's not just a pawn.
White doesn't have a bunch of amazing things to do that are more important than queen h5 because the position's a little slowed down here, light square blockadey.
He could consider f4, I guess.
The other move you could consider maybe f4 to just make sure that knight on h7 stays put.
But f4, you get the same endgame with no h pawn for white.
You get the same endgame, but black's pieces are arguably a little. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at options because otherwise we're just going to get queen h5 and then I guess rook ag8. In that position, by the way, I don't know what you thought, David, but I thought I would rather be black.
I was thinking it was looking pretty close to equal with the queen trade on e6, but I was really guessing because I don't have a ton of experience with 4 pawns against the knight endgames, but
And I wouldn't say we got about Gukesh got about 10-minute advantage. That's massive. One of the things that we predicted ages ago was that this was going to actually be decided in time pressure, as long as no knockout blow was landed.
And do you think
And
that endgame is hard enough to play, Jesse, that they'll still want their time? Like if we imagine,
oh, dude, yeah, of
like
course.
if I imagine here something like queen h5, rook to g8, queen f5, queen e6, queen e6, f e6, right? That's the endgame we put on the board before that I was like not sure how to evaluate, but you think that still has enough options for white and for black?
Oh,
Wait,
dude,
what?
of
What
course.
end game?
So queen h5.
So queen
Let's put it on the
yeah, queen h5, rook to g8, queen f5 check. Basically, white's trying to force a queen trade because they can't really cover g2 in the middle game anymore.
Okay, David, I have a so this one I would like black. Let me ask another question though. Let's go. Queen h5, rook ag8, queen f5, queen e6, queen d3. So I have an obvious threat of d5. And one hilarious thing, you would hate it, but for me it's kind of hilarious, is correct play might there be queen d5, queen f5 with a draw.
Queen d5, queen f5 with a draw. Yeah. Okay, my most obvious move, though, would be knight g5. So let me see that for a moment.
Instead of queen d5, right?
Yeah.
But then why isn't d5 killing us softly?
I'm playing
Not so softly.
I'm playing knight h3 check.
Oh, knight h3 is not so softly. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Good. I think I saw that last time we were here, and then this time I was just like, what? Queen d3?
Yeah. I mean, the question is if you play king h2, do I still have a win? And I think I can play knight takes d4 and then drop one of the knights on f3 next move.
That looks very powerful. Yeah.
We're good, Asher. It's good to see you. Welcome to
knight
a
takes
brutal
d4.
tournament, a brutal
Dojo.
game.
Wait. What happens on f4?
Maybe f4 covers it all.
Instead of king h2, or oh, I see. After knight d4, f4.
Yeah, that covers the f3 square.
Oh, we're just starting here, my friends.
Yeah, and then who knows
knight
what's
h3,
happening.
knight h3, right?
Pawn takes.
Queen g4.
Queen g4.
Or maybe c8 bishop now.
The famous c8 bishop.
Okay, my friends, queen h5 on the board. We saw this a long time ago. Now, is there another candidate move besides rook? I mean, rook ag8 looks correctamundo. It's hard to not play rook ag8.
So this c8 bishop wouldn't end this line either, Jesse, right? Because with the knight instead of the bishop, black can take. And then on queen c3 or c4, let's say c3 to keep h3 covered, knight c6. And still playing.
But after knight c6, I'm allowed to play rook d1. I can't because can you play queen c4 instead of?
If you want, yeah. But then h3 will be mate. So I mean,
Very good. Right. Yeah, good. Okay, that was amazing. Good. This all goes back to this variation where the first instinct was to keep the bishop with knight d4, but what we're learning is the knight on c6 is so great as a blockade of the light squares and that brutal c8 bishop variation.
Also, this knight's just more versatile than that bishop. You know, from an early point, it was like the bishop on a7 looked angry, and it had some good influence, and we're like really thinking it's an important factor whether or not its diagonal is open. But once white's shifting the king to the h file, and we're fighting over g2 and h3, the bishop on a7 is not as versatile as this knight is being.
Wait,
All right, Kostya,
I wasn't so convinced there.
I'm gonna give you the eval bar thing. It's because we're gonna force you to participate. David, are you still at plus point four?
You can't force him. I had point 0.8. You had 0. I might.
What do you mean force me to participate? I'm trying to participate.
Anyways, Kostya, I
Having
said
trouble
something.
getting a word.
I'm gonna say negative point 0.2. So a touch. I would rather be black. That's all that means. It doesn't mean I have some objective analysis. It just means I'd rather be black.
I don't even know where you guys landed with that last line. You guys are going too fast for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can try and slow it down. Let me put back the position that I think we
Like that
had.
last line didn't even seem clear at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think we knew what was happening. I'll put it at the position after Queen G4 before White goes for C8, right? I hadn't finished calculating this either, Kostya. I was just had the position.
How did you even get there? So Queen H5 is live position, right?
Yeah.
So
And you
Queen
guys are
H5,
saying Rook AG8?
Rook AG8 makes
That
sense.
seems logical.
Yeah.
I'm with you so far.
Then
So
Queen F5.
now, by the way, maybe there's another move besides Queen F5. Totally possible. And then we've got Queen E6. And we're saying, I would say the end game is, I'd just rather be black. I'm not saying it's equal, but I'd rather be black. And then we had Queen D3 and
This is like the big branch for us, Kostya. We didn't see anything other than Queen F5. But after Queen E6, the big branch is, does White go into this endgame, which we are not sure how to evaluate, or do they back off with the Queen? And that's where I think we'd gotten into madness with sort of like Queen D3, Knight to G5.
Yeah, it seems like if you
With
keep the
crazy
queens on the
threats.
board, you're just getting hit with Knight G5, and it just looks like all of Black's pieces are there.
Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, I was playing Queen F5 as White to trade queens because my instinct was the middle game is just too terrifying at this point.
Yeah, you would think like 4 pawns.
I've got
should
4
go for the end game.
pawns, and if I play the middle game, then Black's got 2 files, right? So it's like, which do I want emphasized?
Well, we could look at the end game again. Like I said, I think I'd rather be black, but I'm not sure what's going on.
So wait, on Knight G5, so White was playing F4?
I think we played
D5
King
first.
H2.
Oh,
Jesse
King-
first tried
right,
D5,
F4,
but after
H2,
Knight
yeah.
H3, he resigned. So then we played
Okay.
King H2.
King H2.
And there I tried Knight D4, which by far not the only move, but just trying to start getting a sense of something.
I thought Knight D4 was a great move. Yeah, that's what we want.
Yeah, Knight D4 looks really scary. And then, wait, we were saying F4?
Then, yeah, somebody came up with F4 to cover the F3 square. I didn't see a lot of other moves for White there, but
And then Knight H3 looked like a power move. So that's anyways how we got it. Was it forced? I don't know, but that's how we got
yeah,
it.
it was definitely far from forced, and we hadn't finished analyzing it. But the general feeling to me was terror for White in this
Terror,
position.
yeah. Okay, my friends, we have a different move on the board. We got
Yeah.
Knight F6.
Knight F6.
Knight F6.
And I did want to reel us back and ask about this because he was spending so much time thinking here, Gukesh was. There's like, what else might he be thinking of? And then I saw
Knight
a couple
F6
people in
is-
chat suggesting it.
Dude, that's another nice move, dude. So
What's
the
the point?
point is, why didn't I think about it? Maybe Bruce also because it looks like you're hanging the knight. But if you ever take the knight, your bishop falls. So Queen F5, Queen E6. And there, if you don't trade queens, my knight gets to D5 and we say, welcome to the dojo. You know, that's going to be a real welcome to the dojo moment. It looks like to me.
If he goes Queen F5, Queen F6, it is momentarily 5 pawns against the knight as we start this endgame.
But you're going to lose probably too quickly. And my king's better too.
I might lose 2 of them quickly, yes. But, you know, it takes time to capture stuff, right? Like Tal said, right? Like Black...
Okay, yeah.
You know, White plays D5 or something. If you take the D pawn, then you don't have time to take the C pawn or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't love this endgame. Just feels like our pawns are so slow. It's like we have five pawns, but we push one at a time. Black takes it, and then we just lose all of them.
Okay.
I think knight f6 is a great move, man. I mean, there might be he needs magic now because otherwise you're just going to be worse. And you only got 18 minutes, son. So now, yeah, actually, let's say the other obvious thing. Kid is down to 1 minute a move now.
How do you like that king d7 move, Jesse?
That king d7, bro. That was dude, he played. I just want to say, like, he found himself in a really hard spot. He found the move bishop e6, which was like not on my radar. I thought that was a great move. He found king d7, and now he found knight f6. So yeah, now we got queen f5, which looks forced. And now we're anticipating, well, if queen e6 is forced.
Props to both of these
Yeah.
players on not completely flagging. I know they're under a bit of time pressure, but that's from the difficulty of the game. I mean,
Yeah.
Mishra 2 minutes on queen f5. That's good. I mean, he's forcing himself to keep it going.
And let me say why I think this is harder for white to play. Like, who knows who's better, but I think it's harder for white to play because the knight is going to be hopping all around. Black will win some of these pawns back, and white has to find some way to consolidate the pawns so they don't all drop off the board.
How about just queen takes queen here, and then rook a d1?
Maybe, but like, look at the knight on d5. He's a beast.
Yeah, but how do you take with pawn?
Oh
That's
yeah,
my
sorry. I think maybe pawn. Yeah.
I mean, white has a lot of pawns. Like
Yeah.
you put the knight on d5, that's fine. But then if white starts pushing the king side, then
Yeah.
that's
And like I said, I don't know what's going on, but I'd rather be black because I got these beautiful um, knights, and your bishop isn't that dynamic,
Yeah. Our bishop
yeah,
is
those
really
knights are
ground to a
good.
halt. That's kind of my main problem for white.
right?
So knight
And
d5, let's say we go rook d3.
nota bene that there, you can't do f4 because of 93.
Yeah.
That's a little bummer.
Yeah, Kostya's aware. He covers some of the third rank squares. This allows both f4 and g4 with his move. I had calculated for white f4 93, d5 or f5. Like maybe we just get all the
Mhm.
pawns rolling, even if we give the rook, but it wasn't there.
Well, let's just say I'm a lame-o first, Kosia, and I play knight c7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably
Lame,
f4.
lame.
f4.
Okay. Before we go f4, if white traded the bishop that's kind of
Yeah.
gotten stuck, and then
Hmm.
played d5, trading the e6
Good
pawn,
question. Yeah.
like there's
Interesting. Yeah.
no way white ever loses that endgame. Black's got
There's
nothing
definitely a
left.
way. There's definitely a way.
Isn't that four pawns, four connected pawns for the knight?
Maybe three, depending how it plays out. I like 95 hits the rook. I wasn't sure.
Minimum three.
I guess
Yeah.
rook e3. Yeah, it's at least three, maybe four. And black's got the A and B pawns left.
I mean, three connected pawns is generally better than the knight in the endgame.
Yeah. So okay,
But
we
I'll
can
tell you
play.
what.
We can play f4 if you want, but
No, no, I
think
think
white has
yours
another
is
option.
like bishop c7 d5. I think we have to take white there, right?
Let
I
me
normally
let me
would, yeah.
let me do as you do for black. So maybe knight c7, but on the other hand, look at our knight on d5. What a joy,
Okay,
right?
then
Yeah,
So-
don't
maintain your
force you
joy.
to play knight c7.
Then keep your
Right.
joy.
Yeah, I want to keep my joy. So options would be rook g8,
Knight f4.
knight
Knight
cb4,
f4.
knight f4, knight f. Oh, knight f4 is clever,
To
bro.
play
Look
knight
at that
d4,
move.
right? And like start
Yeah.
hopping. Start hopping.
And this is what I mean why it's harder to play as white because this garbage with knight f4 is going to happen.
Okay, hold on. Knight f4. Let's not stop our evaluation here. Rook b3.
Not stopping. Yeah, rook b3. Okay, I was thinking of playing b5 in that position.
We got a lot of moves like rook a g8 followed by king c8 would be a good one too.
Rook a8's not dumb either, huh? Rook a8.
a8's there.
Yeah. Okay, let's play rook a8.
Yeah, that's mate. It's a problem.
Those knights are hopping.
Ah, shoot. The knight on f4 is really strong.
Really strong, dude. Yeah. Well, let's just say this isn't what he wanted.
Yeah, rook AG8 I think is very convincing. So I think rook
So
D3 is wrong.
Queen E6 on the board, by the way. We're anticipating FE, but King E6, there's no real reason why it's not playable.
Mm-hmm.
The intuition would be just that your king likes to be nestled next to the C7 pawn. And yeah.
Yeah, it's one more piece that's keeping C8 from happening, maybe.
FE6 play, we got that.
Yeah, it
GM.
has to be FE. I think king E is too much. You need the light
And
squares.
and honestly now, like knight D5 is definitely the human move, but there's no the knight isn't in, necessarily under threat. But it's hard not to play knight D5. That's just a beautiful looking move.
Technically, at the moment, folks, the box score is 5 pawns against the knight. But weirdly, I'm favoring black a tiny bit at the moment.
Of course, you gotta be favoring black mouse.
Because as long as we don't trade white's bishop on D6, it's like a weirdly stuck piece.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down to negative 0.4.
Oh, I want mine to be at equal, please.
Okay.
Say equal. But
I put the doc in the business, bud, so you can do it too.
yeah, I'm just not logged into anything. So
Yeah. I got it for you guys. Cool.
thank you.
Yeah. Not logged into anything except Twitter.
Well, that's on my phone.
I know. I'm playing, don't worry. Kostya, let me know if you ever want to see what's going on other boards.
Oh, I'm watching the other boards. Yeah.
Okay, you got the other ones.
Don't worry about me.
Okay.
It's chat I'm worried about.
Well, yeah, that was my way of
Oh,
asking
you're
you
asking about chat.
if you want to cue me.
Yeah, no, I've actually, I mean, there's so many like amazing matchups today. Like, I understand this game is very interesting, so I'm not really too upset that we're here.
Yeah.
Yesterday was wild though. When I mean, I walked in, poor chat was like, "Please save us from this endgame."
Please, Kostya.
I mean, today, I mean, it's just such a cool matchup. Like Mishra, Gukesh, I mean, and I mean, like, what a game, So it's hard to complain.
Yeah.
But I'm keeping an eye on the. I mean,
I tried to click around a little bit a few times, but then a piece would get sacked, and it was pretty hot.
Bro, these knights are hopping, man. They're just so angry. Every time I'm looking at stuff, they're just bouncing all around. Zip zap.
Yeah.
What a.
But we have to say that Mishra so far is playing amazing this tournament and
Yeah.
has been really good strategically, like amazing strategically. He broke Yu Yang Yi's fortress and then he tricked Prague. I don't know if you guys analyzed that game, but Prague could have won, but Mishra like basically tricked them in a way.
Yep. Yeah, I looked it over. I think I only found one win for Prague right after the rook trade.
Exactly.
Was to play King F4 immediately and never trade that F pawn. And if you play King F4 immediately, the black king gets frozen on F6 to keep your king out of E5 so they can never put the pawn there and free their king.
Basically, yeah, one move Prague missed.
Yeah.
And
I feel like the clock is starting to reflect the fact that black might be like a touch, let's say in human terms, easier to play or something. Like
Misha just played a very. Misha played, I would call it a move. It might be desperation, but it's what's called for in the position. Like once you understand how much your coconuts are getting touched, you just play 25 F4.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. At least the spirit of the move. I like it a lot.
Yeah, if he could force open the F file,
right,
then that could be nice because the bishop on D6 is covering F8 and. Yeah.
All right, so let's look. So let's say knight D5 is the obvious question.
Mm-hmm.
F5, I think, is the next obvious question. And then my first question after that would be, how about knight takes D4? There might be big drama, though, with the simple F6.
That's blockaded. I feel like blockade is kind of okay for white. I kind of okay for black, right? Like they.
Okay, but if you play FE6, I think my king comes to E6 and my knights are hopping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's true that, that F6 pawn is a hell of a drug. I mean, it's going to go maybe F7 someday. It's not so easy to deal with.
Okay. Okay. I hear you.
I think though that this is a very original conception just to keep the dynamic potential of the game involved.
Mm-hmm.
After F5, a white will also need to consider knight E3, but I don't think knight E3 is it because of FE. But even there, the variation continues with king takes rook F6, king D5. Holy moly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a beautiful question of the blockade and the breaking of the blockade.
Yeah, F4, good move. Good move.
Yeah, go Mishra.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great play by Gukesh though to defend this.
and this is also a thing where the intuitive player would play knight d5 quickly, and he's going to try to calculate it out. He's looking. I think knight d4 is obscene, but I have a feeling he's looking at it.
Oh, yeah. Gukesh is going to calculate knight d4. I can guarantee you because that was the first move I started calculating.
Okay.
Guarantee you.
I mean, after rook ad1, though, I don't.
I know it looks like a blunder, but I'd calculate it anyway.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know how else to to explain it, but
Oh, and Shanklin is playing Fallujah. How dare
Mm-hmm.
you?
Yeah, I think their position is like a pretty close to equal endgame, or maybe Shanklin's just recently lost it. I don't know.
I think Shanklin might be lost.
It looks like he's forced into a king and pawn ending deliberately by Fallujah. So.
Jeez, what's going on there?
I guess Black's trying to play king c5, king d4, king e3 if he trades. Is there any world where you leave the pawn on h3 and put your king on d4 instead of going to take it? Okay, rook h3.
So many tempos Black
king
has
f3
there.
is lost. King f3 is
H
lost.
pawn. Yeah.
Because king c5, you just can't keep that king at bay. C3, king
Shanklin is
c4.
cursed in Rook Endgame since he wrote that. Yeah, that's life for you, man. That's karma. That's how it goes.
And he wrote the book not because he was like, I'm a master of rook endgames, let me like expound on how good I am. He wrote the book to try and get better at rook endings, right? He was like, I'm going to work really hard on my rook endgames. And then as I figure things out, I write them down and then put it together for other people, right? So like when he works on a book, it's almost always something that he wants to work on for himself to get better, right? His books are fairly advanced. They're like his own study and training. And then, he puts explanations to make it more accessible. But, the fact that he's had like a bunch of really rough rook endgames since writing the rook endgame book is brutal.
I mean, it's also just chess. Like,
it's just chesses,
yeah.
So now I think he's going to have to try and sit on d3. And as Kostya said, Black's got 1 million tempi here. 3 of them is an insane number of tempi of reserve pawn moves. I can't imagine it's not lost for white, actually, instinctively. I'm going to say Erdogmas has done very good defense in the last few moves. His position still looks terrible, but he did something cleverer than whatever I would have done in that position. Like, he managed to get something going on the king side instead of just sitting around getting tormented by the bishops.
Yagas Khan, where's he at?
Yeah. I mean, I thought that he was, like, essentially technically lost out of the opening. So that's why I'm saying, like, even a bad position that looks a little messy is, like, good defense, I think.
Oh, he's holding. Yeah.
You think he's holding?
I mean, holding on.
Yeah, holding on, keeping the game, keeping it in range where a human might not be able to put him
Yeah,
over the
like
edge.
Gukesh couldn't put him away, so he's still he's still in this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean after the Gukesh game and after Prague against Mishra yesterday, we have to say of Mishra and their Dogmas, they're never dead until they're dead, right? Like,
Oh yeah. Or Dogma, I mean, he's aging by the year at this event. He's just like maturing with every day. It's
yeah,
insane.
yeah. And Moritzi was a hero yesterday. Let's see how he's doing against Keimer today. Oh my God, he's got a glorious position against Keimer. Man,
Pawn up?
pawn up, yeah. And
Probably a draw.
okay, probably a
I
draw.
don't know.
Okay. But very pleasant to be white
Yeah. Yeah.
because you can play it kind of like heavy piece style against the black king, right? Like you don't have like a real good candidate for queening a pawn here, but I think there's a lot of pressure you can put on. Also, Keimer's got to make 12 moves in 7 minutes, so if you can keep it a bit complicated,
Yeah. But I feel like black's position is not that hard to play. You put your bishop on f8 somewhere,
Uh-huh.
put the queen on e6 or f5,
Okay,
rook on the d file.
just keep the f pawn covered, huh?
Basically, yeah, just kind of set.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he'll make time control
Yeah.
with probably similar eval.
Okay, good. It's reasonable. Then we've got Eric Geisey's game, which is queen against 2 rooks.
Wow, Arjun playing Tugov.
Yeah.
Tugov broke out. Having a nice event.
Yeah. Two wins already.
2 straight wins against players rated 2591 exactly.
Oh yeah.
Unlucky rating to have.
Yeah, he was probably hoping for a third 2591. It's like I got their number.
Arjun 2771. Not the same. This endgame looks nice though. Queen d4.
Looks like the bishop on d3 is attacked. So Arjun might pick up the f6 pawn.
And feels like this is not a good bishop. Like white can play like g4 here, and somewhere the king will be safe on g3. Can like push with h4, a4. Seems like it's nice for Arjun.
Okay, that's good to hear. I never know how to evaluate things like this, So then, like, I've got my evaluation. Then once I hear what you or Jesse think of something, then I can feel a lot more like, okay, that is reasonable. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Seems like it could be off.
I'm often the 2 rook person. But my first impression, like 5 or 6 moves ago, was like that somehow it seemed like a decent position for the queen.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a knight d5 from Gukesh, I think. Update from chat. Knight d5 played, but yeah, he put 10 minutes into it, so he was calculating some heavy stuff, just like Jesse thought he would. Keep clicking around. What do you think of Blue Bomb and Prague?
Oh, Gukesh spent 10 minutes on knight d5, bro.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem. You cannot do that.
I mean,
Blue Ball made 2 straight draws against players rated 2609 in the first 2 rounds. Very interesting.
It's interesting how they've got players with exactly the same ratings. It's so packed.
Yeah, and then you tend to do the same against players of the exact same rating. Yeah, you draw 12609, you draw them all.
Yeah.
F5, EF on the board.
Oh, sorry.
In the comments, Kosti, I did a control F for Auschwitz. I didn't find it, but Where's Auschwitz, buddy?
I mean, I'm sure they spelled it differently.
Okay.
Uh, I mean, so I just clicked on our YouTube video. Like if you go to the video itself, it shows you
Uh-huh.
like the top comments. Number 4 comments is already Auschwitz.
Mm. Oh, it was giving me unresponded to. Yeah, I gotta go top comments.
This endgame's hectic. Mishra got his rooks out.
Yeah, so instead of, so this is interesting. So uh on knight takes d4, the question was f6. And so instead, Gukesh plays ef5, rook f5, and I think king e6 is the first question because we don't want, but even knight takes d4, rook f7, king e6 is also totally a thought. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say black must be better because the control of the light squares is so powerful. And anything, I want to stress, anything could actually happen. But what white should be aiming for is one of these end games that Kostya and David found where you can say to yourself, well, there's no way I can lose this. Now, there's always a way you can lose it, but basically find some way where the knights aren't hopping all over your soul, right? Because that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's giving Korchnoi Karpov vibes. Korchnoi got mated with the 2 knights.
One variation I really like here actually for black is king e6. Let's just assume rook af1 for a second. Knight e3, rook f6, and bring the big fatty king to d5. Right? And we're going to say that king's a beast. I will win the pawn on d4 at my leisure, and it's hard for you to do anything. It's a lot of pawns, though, my friends. It's a sincere amount of pawns.
Ah, shoot. I had like one thing I wanted to do, which was rook f8, trade all the rooks, and then queen the c pawn while you're busy being like 3 fatties in the center. But if I go rook f8, there's knight f1, right? So
But that's a totally good idea, and maybe rook f3 and then play it next move.
Right.
That's a good idea, yeah. Yeah, that could be the kind of thing I don't want to see, actually. That's good move, David.
Yeah.
Good move. I think that's a real hassle, and I didn't see that at first. I was just so proud to get my king to d5, and maybe I shouldn't be so proud. So I want to stress, I thought ef5 was a little weird because I thought knight d4 was simpler, though I'm assuming he was concerned with the f6 move, which David didn't like, but I was like, maybe white can survive this. Maybe it's, this one with rook f5, I'm concerned.
I mean, I was coming around to feeling that after f6, there's almost no way to stop the pawn from just running straight towards f8.
Well, I'm assuming that's what Gukesh also came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
How about knight takes d4 instead of king e6 directly? I'm assuming you'd play rook f7, David?
In current position, yeah. Knight d4. Rook f7, I would assume as well. I mean, at least first assumption.
Sure. King e6. Oh, we got it on the board, so I'm a GM today.
Good.
So yeah, king e6. And then rook af1. And then the question would be, does black have any way to mess with you?
Okay, moment.
A lot of potential moves.
Okay. I got one idea. I don't know how bad it is. Thinking maybe knight e2 to f4 here. Try to break up the white rooks.
¿Por qué?
Why am I
But
trying to break them up?
after rook f4, buddy, then we're definitely worse.
Oh, whoops.
It's 4 pawns for the exchange. It's
4 pawns for the exchange. Then I gotta change my eval.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
so when
I
we look
just-
at this position with
I
knight
just
d4,
miscounted if I had that square covered.
that's fine. Rook f7, king e6, rook af1. Black must now find something dynamic with the knights, or I think we're in a little trouble. And maybe it's knight c6 to knight e5. Though even there, like even if you won that pawn, that's not so special. Oh, buddy.
How about rook a to g8? Like, who's up to what here? Is white threatening anything after the rook's double?
Well, one thing that you said, Mr. Proust, that I thought was really good was always rook f8.
Yeah, here, because there's a knight on d5, we could trade all rooks and then play knight takes c7.
Oh, okay, good point. That's simple and strong.
Yeah. Again, I don't know that white's lost there because black doesn't have a lot of pawns. But
One
what
knight's
about bishop f8?
okay. I had not checked that. Yikes.
presumably knight c7. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know.
Knight c7, just rook takes.
Yeah.
Sure. We have rook f7 on the board. It's hard to imagine not playing king e6.
Oh man, that bishop f8 move is brutal, Kostya. Ouch.
By the way, though, I'm not really sure I understand what the idea with rook ag8 was. Like, because I guess he wanted maybe rook h3 or something, but
I was hoping to eventually make a threat against white's king. I don't know.
yeah, okay.
You've got these nice looking knights in the center, but we need to make a threat. Yes?
What's Gukish gonna do after rook f1?
Yeah. He's going to spend probably, well, let's see. I mean, he might already have an idea because he spent 10 minutes on 25 knight d5 and then has played, no, he spent 4 minutes on knight takes d4.
What would be white's next move after rook f1? That might help us figure out what black should do.
Okay, so what we're saying is rook f8 isn't possible.
But what's black's next move?
No, but what's your next?
So let's just say black has a lot of thoughts. In addition, by the way, to rook f1, you could think about rook g7. I don't know if I like it, but I mean, rook f1 is definitely the... Yeah, and that's what we got. We have that played. Mishra doing well to not dip down too low.
Mm-hmm.
And what's nice about white's position here is black must find a nice move, and he has a lot of different options.
Okay.
So we have rook,
Yeah, go ahead.
rook ag8, knight b5 is also a thought. On knight b5, I'm concerned with rook g7, but maybe there I can play rook ag8.
Mm-hmm.
There's just in rook h4, but then rook f8 I would think is super scary.
Yeah, what's the idea of rook h4 too? So there's knight b5. A very ambitious move that gives me a heart attack is knight e3, but then probably, yeah, knight e3 gives me a little heart attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rook f6 check.
King d5, and
rook
then
f8.
Yeah.
rook f8. But it's got to be said like, oh gosh, yeah, that's hectic. So let me just do that for a second. Check to the miserable king, rook f8, and then I play what, 96? I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing anything special in that position though. So 93, I don't know. I just wanted to throw 93 out there as a candidate move.
Mm-hmm.
Knight B5 is the chump GM move after rook AF1.
Okay. I think I
And
figured out what white wants to do next is rook g7. Because I was thinking of like a very basic move, rook ac8, just sort of blocking the pawn. And then I think, rook g7 with the idea of rook g6, etc.
yeah, rook
seems
G7
reasonable
is
for white.
definitely a move. When you play rook G7, though, that might be my ability. I might then be able to play knight E2, knight F4. Maybe.
The other thing white might be threatening at some point is to just push the H pawn. The idea that if you ever take, then it's like rook F8.
Okay.
I'm starting to feel all the pawns here. I'm starting to feel just how many there are.
Philippines.
Well, like, at some point I have to take on c7 or e5 or something to make progress for black, right? And if I do, then white, trades the bishop and still has 3 pawns. I've got
I think
like
Misha's starting to feel himself too, because Gukesh is about to run below him on time, and Gukesh doesn't seem like he's seeing a lot of ideas here.
Yeah. Oh, f4, f5 was great.
I'm still like wondering about allowing white to play F6. That was, obviously Gukesh didn't like it. But this one, what concerns me here with black is I don't know what I'm doing. In the other position, I had a sense of what I'm doing with the knights hopping around in a blockade position. Here, I don't know. I don't know if I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gukesh under 10 minutes. I'm going up. I want 0.5 for white,
Okie doke.
which is very much a practical evaluation, not
Mm-hmm.
objective one. Okay, rook HG8 played.
Rook HG8. So let's say the obvious, this allows rook H7. And I guess the first question we should ask is rook H7, and then what's black's idea?
Maybe rook g6. Not to speak too soon, but
G6, rook F8.
then you've got rook f8.
Big problem.
Maybe actually also rook H7, knight F5.
Ah, wait, I have a line.
Okay.
What was it? It was rook F8, 93. 93, and we're getting Korchnoi Karpov.
You're playing 93 with the rooks like hanging and stuff, right?
Yeah, so rook G6, rook F8, 93.
Mm-hmm. Rook a8, rook g2. I assume Kostya's mating us. King
I hope
h1.
so. King H1.
And now knight e2 threatens 2 different mates.
We
Knight f3 also threatens 2 different mates. c8 is
Knight
with
F-
check, though.
the queen's a check, yeah. Very
Oh
unlucky.
man.
So it doesn't work.
Rook HG8 is like, I guess it's the argument is okay, let's go rook H7. Okay, but can I just let's try Kostya's idea a little differently. How about knight E3 after rook H7?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Knight E3, I think rook F6 check, and then maybe G4.
Okay, let me just say, in addition to rook F6, you could have considered rook F2, but let's look at this one.
Oh, g4's nice. The knights look lost suddenly.
Yeah,
They're just confused.
swimming out at sea.
Yeah.
I think I would have reasonable chances for a perpetual after knight G4.
Mm, I got no clue, but I mean, if white wins the piece back, we're happy, right?
White's pretty happy, yeah.
Okay, so the kid is thinking about rook h7. Is there any other candidate moves? Oh, a move was played. G4 immediately was played.
Also makes sense.
Maybe also very powerful. And now knight e3 might be mildly similar to what we just looked at. With knight e3, I think you're maybe, well, yeah, g4 is a very flexible move. It's just like, I'm not trying to do anything fancy to you. I'm just trying to consolidate my position a little bit.
Yeah,
And so,
93 doesn't look like a move. It's like rook f6 and rook f8. It's just breaking through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It looks like black has to go like knight b5 here. Just like
and what's weird about knight
Try to
b5 is
resolve something.
if you were gonna do it, why not maybe on the last move you should have done it because now g4 was a clear improvement of the position and it's not clear that rook g8 was.
I honestly don't think Gukesh is in control here. I think he's kind of like
Mm-hmm.
losing the thread.
Yeah. Also, another thing I just noticed is like if white were at all concerned about this position, white could play c8, rook takes c8, rook b7. Just eliminate black's b pawn, right? So I think,
But you can always get mated there, like rook c2, you know?
okay, so I could overdo it.
I
I
think
could
so.
overdo it.
Yeah, yeah, with all
Okay.
these pieces. But no, I think it's an important point. I feel like at this point it seems very, very safe for white.
Yeah.
Like he should always be in control.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like I was getting, and maybe I'm totally miscalculating my calculations, but I was feeling like Mishra's very confident here.
Yeah, I'm not I don't know about the last couple. I didn't like knight takes, what was it? I didn't like ef5 on move 26
But
just
Rook
because
h8 is very possible here. Um, then I'm thinking maybe white just goes like king h2 to g3.
rook back to h8, then king h2, avoiding king g2, knight e3, and then Kosti will bring the king to g3, and things are pretty well guarded.
they're both bouncing in their seats. They're both rhythmically bouncing their heads, dude.
Okay, let
It's
let
like
me
they're
try
at a
something here
techno
for
club.
black. Knight e2 check.
Nervous. Nerves.
I'm going to try knight e2 check. So if you go king f2, I want to bring my knight to f4. Or maybe I should play king f7. If you go king g2, I want to play knight e3.
Wait, king h2, where do you go?
Yeah, that's what I want you to play, king h2. Or that's what I thought you would maybe have to play. And now, yeah, my thing doesn't work at all.
Oh man, I think Gukesh is gonna really tank on this move because he has to find something. And dude, what do you got? This looks grim. I changed my eval.
Did you?
Yeah, I might even go higher. I mean, it might just be lost, dude. I mean, basically, black needs to find something special here where it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, go Mishra. Maybe he'll get some sponsorship after this finally.
That's insane.
Mishra, you need to say something after the game that's you got to be like, yeah, he's not keeping his title. You need to say something if you want people to pay attention. I have a feeling he's going to be super respectful after the game and then no one will care. That's not how you get the sponsorship, Mishra. You gotta.
Knight b5 was played. So I think definitely a sad move from the perspective that if you were going to do it, it looked stronger to do it without rook g8, because g4 was a clear improvement of the white position.
Yeah, big time.
And white has now, if there's is a problem for Mishra, it is that there's many different moves to play. As David pointed out, the safe move would be c8, rook b7, and then you just never worry really about ever losing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the ambitious move, I would suspect, would be like rook h7. After rook h7, honestly, it looks it's almost like you're resigning, dude. It's so bad after rook h7. So rook h7 is just
Oh,
let's call that the main question,
yeah,
buddy.
yeah,
What are we doing?
yeah. Rook h7 is big. Um, I was I was thinking of the move a4 for white, just asking like, is black really ready to take something?
Also
And
a4,
then
sure.
knight d6, pawn d6, king d6, rook d1,
Oh my God, yeah.
right? Just sort of like trying to tie them up. And then I felt the move king e6 was maybe saving black,
Mm-hmm.
which is what led me to the same move as you, like rook h7. And now I'm like, what is black trying to do? If they take on d6 twice, then white plays rook d1, and I don't think black can handle that.
Yeah,
For
Misha.
everyone who's watching, you can find the video if you go to the Feed A Chess YouTube channel. They have multiple live streams going, multiple boards. You can
I'll post it in the chat.
see everyone at the top. So Shanklin Ferrugia and a few other boards as well. Mishra, Noterbeck against Yagis Khan. Yagis Khan. You gotta figure out how to pronounce it. Does anyone know? How do you say the kid's name? Yagis Khan?
Yeah, I don't know. I've only read the name and guessed.
There was Genghis Khan and there was Yagis Khan.
We've got a decisive result on one of the top boards. Arjun won the queen versus two rooks position against Yatugov.
Arjun Khan. Yeah,
Yeah.
very strong.
Shanklin. Not looking very healthy.
Bluebaum looks like he's worse.
Dogmas. Yagiz Khan is playing on his increment.
Yaz Khan. G is silent. Yaiz Khan? There's also an I there. Is the I also
Erdomas.
silent?
Yaz Khan Erdomas.
Yuz Khan?
Yuz Khan Erdomas.
Oh man, Shanklin is in the pawn endgame from hell.
Yeah.
It's the pawn endgame from hell.
That's
It
rough.
might be holdable, maybe, maybe. That's a tough one.
Wow, Koster was right about Kamer. He's holding his game.
And Ferrugia, dude, he's always in time pressure, always.
Blue Bomb's definitely worse, huh?
He might be able to hold it, but it definitely looks poor. Yeah. Maybe he can though. Just knight takes e5. He's threatening knight c6. Maybe it's no. It's knight e5, knight c3. I don't know. It looks poor. It looks poor.
Yeah. Okay, some chances. And
He might have some chances. Yeah.
board one? Board one.
Masuda's playing good chess, dude. That he's just playing good chess.
Amazing. That's a rando that can get in. A rook h7 on the board.
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh no. Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
incredible.
I'm gonna go to two, just positive two.
To positive two,
No.
saying that's the end, huh?
There was as Udasin said back in the day, there's lost and then there's completely lost. This is just lost. It's not completely lost.
Don't bother about you, Dawson. Sorry, I just remember that from yesterday.
I know. It's amazing.
Jesse, you missed the great moment
Okay.
where someone, I forget how this came up, but someone brought up a Churchill quote
Yeah.
about democracy, famous quote.
Uh-huh.
And then someone said, "Don't bother about Churchill. He was a psychopath." And so we just started saying, "Don't bother about accents."
Then they gave a quote later. I think even the person who first said "Don't bother about Churchill," then gave a quote later that was like a quote from somebody like equally bad, right? Like, I don't know, Stalin or some like, epically bad level. Sorry, folks, to mention, something that's going to ruffle some feathers. But, they mentioned like a quote and they're like, in parentheses, don't bother about Stalin either, of course, but this is an interesting quote or something like, but the quote is still interesting. I don't know. But previously they seem to be saying if it's don't bother about somebody, the point is it discredits the quote. But anyway, don't bother about theory is going to advance in the near future.
Absolutely.
All right, we get rook g6. And we find one of the points of knight b5 is that when white goes to rook f8, we've got 2 knights to capture the pawn on c7 before it queens.
4 minutes for Mishra. Okay, it's go time. This is where you gotta find some knockout.
Well, I think the basic move would just be king h2.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It's the moment
Just
he's
be like,
trained
what?
for all his life is to be ready right now to calculate like a boss.
Because rook g6 doesn't help the black position actually at all, except denying rook h6.
Mm-hmm.
And king h2 to g3 would just be the boss way of saying you're done. You're never taking on d6 because of my rook d1 cleverness. Yeah.
I don't know who it was, Ghost of World Championship. It was just somebody who also has a generally bad reputation, So I don't know who was compared to who, but they weren't compared. They were just both in the don't bother about category, the new category.
Rook c1? No, rook f7. I liked rook c1, Skibix, but then rook c8, I think, for black, and, game continues.
Rook
Rook
ff7.
ff7, very natural move.
ff7.
Yeah. By the way, Jesse, I had a thought about your king h2.
Okay.
Like, if the king h2, maybe black plays rook c8. And I think that could prepare knight takes d6. So that you can't just play king g3 and roll without thinking about what black's doing. Because black will be able to go knight d6, ed6, king d6, rook d1, maybe rook c7. Oh, no. Rook c7, rook takes c7. No, I don't even know.
Let me say the brutality of this rook ff7 move. Oh, actually, I'm not. Actually, I have questions. What about knight d6 now? What's going on knight takes d6? I have questions. I'm not sure I get it.
Ying's fine.
Oh, I get it. Look at this. Pawn takes, king takes, rook d7, king c8, king c6, rook d8, knight c7, rook
Bang.
c7. Welcome to the dojo. Goodbye.
Yeah. That's G.
Yeah, that is G.
So rook ff7. I'm sure almost anything was winning, but this is very clean. I think that's the only variation you actually need to see, because otherwise I'm just playing rook d7 next move, and also it's just saying what.
Then you've got d6 covered and rook d8 coming at some point.
Yeah.
Well, we also have a4 as well if black can't take on.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, we got to remember that. If black can't take on d6, then a4 is going to be quite a question.
Yeah.
Ay.
Wait, rook d8, rook g8. Wait, there was rook g8 still there.
Oh, dude, this was
My
gonna.
instinct is kind of that white's winning.
Oh no, dude, this is terrible for Gukesh, dude. Because first of all, Arjun is flying way ahead of him. Now he's not gonna. So he's at number 6. He's not gonna fall down immediately to number 7 because Wesley's at number 7. He's a couple points behind. But still, like he's gonna fall below 2770. And when you're more than oh God, he's more than 70 points away from Magnus. It's hard to make a claim on the title. It's hard to make that claim.
Jesse's always on that scoreboard, Coast, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was looking at 2700 chess myself yesterday, with my blitz run. And yeah, no, I mean, it's not going to be good for Gukesh.
Yeah, did they
This
add your
loss.
name to 2700 chess now that you're well over 2700?
I need to message them.
Send them a screenshot. Like, I was disappointed when I visited your website yesterday, this screenshot is from 24 hours ago.
Blowhot, I don't know if you're asking us if it's flagged as a blunder. I would just go to the chess.com site. They can probably tell you better if it's a blunder or not. To us, it looks good.
Yeah.
And to Mishra and Gukesh.
Yeah.
Eric C8.
To Gukesh, who went down to his last minute, 8 moves to play for these guys.
And we're assuming that Rook D7 is the end of the ball game, right?
I mean, it's going a bit fast for me to assume anything, but it looks like a decent move. My rook on g6 is feeling hemmed in, not really fighting for c7 and c8.
Yeah, like those seem to threaten to take twice on d6 here.
I think by the way, it'd be very surprising if Shanklin's not done. It's just so nasty to have that pawn on h3 with the king running in.
Okay, so maybe Black's threatening knight d6. So maybe rook d7 stops it.
And
It
also,
kind of threatens rook d8 in a way.
I want to mention, dude, that this
Found.
on the face of it, it looks like Maksudlu's at least better.
If Black played knight d6, White can just take with the rook and win the guy on g6.
Yeah. Rook d7, simple and strong. Played on the board.
Ghost, did you want me to update your eval at all here?
What am I at?
Right now, 0.5.
Oh, I'd say +1.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going 2.5, bro. I'm going all the way now. This is no longer, there was a difference when you talked to your Dawson about lost and completely lost, and this one's completely lost.
We're into those last 30 seconds for Gukesh. He's a champion coming here and playing with all these scary kids.
Yeah, and like you guys
He's
said,
a
there's two
champion.
threats. There's a4 and there's rook d8. It's a
Yeah.
hell of a draw.
I think a4 might be the most terrifying because, rook d8, there's moves like knight b6 and rook g8. But a4, I mean, where am I going? I'm in.
Hold on, spicy. Rook h6 played.
So now against rook d8, you take on h7, they take on c8, you take on c7. That's clean.
Yes.
Against a4, you play rook takes h7, rook takes h7, knight takes d6, and you're okay as well. So we need a good move here for Mishra in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Dang. Dude, I've been burned by this trick before. I've been like, I'm winning, and then I miss rook
Okay,
h6.
we got 2 minutes, Jesse. We need to
Calculate. Find it. Be a super GM today, boss.
Oh, Mr. He's reaching. What does he want? What does he want? Rook g7. Rook g7 takes, and then rook d8, maybe?
Rook hg7 played.
I mean, there's still rook g6, which is a
I
similar
found it.
story, boss.
Nice.
What's
So he's
that?
gonna go rook g6. But
Maybe.
rook g6 is not as scary.
Okay.
Sir. Or pawn no hang.
No pawn, no hang. Oh, Misha's looking up at him. He's giving him the look.
But what is he gonna do on rook g6?
Oh, grabs the pawn. Grabs the pawn.
Oh.
Does he think that now he can answer a4 with knight d6 because he doesn't have his own rook hanging on like g6 or h6?
Rook d8, rook h8?
He's threatening rook g3 to g4 right now. So Mishra better not fall for that. That's all I'm going to say.
Come on, Abi. You
Well,
got
it's a
this.
big important pawn.
Okay, rook d8.
Rook D8. What does black do? Rook D8, can you just save it with rook takes C7? Or
Maybe.
no?
Maybe. It's a little
No,
tight.
rook E8 check. Rook D8, rook C7, rook E8.
Without taking, right? You just
Without
give the
taking.
check first. The king's made it. In a little box. Nice, Kostya. So it would have to be rook h8. There's also maybe knight b6, rook e7, king d5. That seems like running away. Rook h8.
Well, also,
Mishra's calculating his little brain
it's
cell.
so hard out.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you guys already mentioned rook d8, rook c7, rook e8.
That's what Kostya found, yeah. Okay. He's gone
A4 played.
a4. Critical move.
Dang.
I don't know. I don't see it for what I'm going down. I think it's like I don't know what happened.
Well, I've got a question here about taking on c7, sacking the piece, getting rook g3 to g4.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Kostya, you want me to bring the eval down to what?
0.1? I don't even know.
Okay, wait a second though. Wait, how does it go though?
Optimization.
How does it go? Knight ac7, bishop
But
c7.
crazy violent move, knight d4 from Gukesh, coming back towards
boy.
white's king.
Uh-oh. He's gonna Korchnoi Karpov him, guys. I told you.
I was going to ask you guys if rook g6 is mate in one, but there's king takes d7.
83 rook G3 going.
Kostya still sees the mate theme. Knight e3, and you'd be...
Scary.
Yeah. 40 seconds each, which means the increment plus 10.
Oh,
What is
no.
happening? Nobody knows, except, the Silicon gods, and they can't predict what mistakes humans or mortals will make in such positions.
Just set my
we got-
eval to oscillate randomly between -2 and +2.
All right, we got bishop c5 on the board.
There's possibly knight f3 check. If king g2, knight f4, I mean, you abandon everything.
And there's also the simple question, do we get a perpetual on rook h8? Bishop d4, rook h1? I don't know. That one's hard to evaluate. But it looks very perpetually.
Okay.
Knight e2 check played.
Gone in.
Yeah, rook h8, there's like rook h7 stuff, I think.
Okay. So, oh, this is very hot, knight e2. So
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
this is pretty hot, dude. Oh my God. No time left.
Yeah.
Ooh. He played it with 6 seconds left on the clock.
There's no mate. King f2, he's gonna just play knight f4. Yeah, just for stability.
Well, king f2, you got to ask yourself the rook h2 question.
Rook h2, king e1. Running away.
King e1, knight ef4. There's still
Do not run. We are your friends.
Where did that come from?
Jesse, you remember the game where you ride the panther?
Oh yeah,
Right? So in that game, there was a character called something like the Goblin Bomber or the Goblin Sapper who would lay bombs, but he would also kind of kamikaze at you, run at you and explode on you with himself getting exploded as well as you. And so he'd come running at you at fast speed and he would go, "Do not run, we are your friends," but he's trying to blow up with you.
Okay, though, this is confusing to me. Knight ef4, why is white better?
Okay, so if rook d8, there's rook c7. And if rook d6, there's king e5.
Yeah.
So Gukesh, he had 4 seconds there. He reconnects the knights in a new way. I'm going to go with Kostya's eval and just do chaos, 0.1.
I'm going back to 0. This is a mess.
Holy moly. It looked like he had him with rook d7, right? And rook h6 was the...
Oh, dude, everybody knows he was cooked, and now Mishra could lose this game, dude. It's possible.
Yeah, that's right. It's called Goblin Techies. Prabhat has ridden the Panther before, Jesse.
Okay, on
Bishop
bishop
d4,
d4,
threatening rook d6 mate.
threatening mate, right? But we got a couple moves at our disposal here. A rook d6 mate is a hell of a drug.
That's a major threat.
Rook f3 check to the miserable king. That makes sense to me. King g1 loses to knight e2. What happens on king e1?
We're about to
Move,
find out.
Gookie, move. Okay, 5 seconds.
Oh, Misha's bugging out, dude.
Yeah.
King e1 played, forced. He's going to make it to the time pressure. Now we need an excellent move from Mr. Gukesh right here.
Brings the king to e2. There's still a mate threat on the board, right? Still a mate threat.
So he played knight d3 check.
Yeah.
I got my questions here.
Wait, what? King e2?
King e2?
Something's wrong with king e2, or I don't
He wants
understand.
knight takes e5?
But then you trade it and take the rook.
No, it's knight e5, bishop e5, rook e3.
Oh
Excuse
my
me.
god. All right.
Yeah, buddy, welcome to the dojo.
I swing my eval.
95, what a move. 93, he missed that one.
Oh
damn.
no, Gukesh.
Oh, damn.
Hey, Nepo watching, Prague watching, everyone watching.
Oh, 95. Maybe he's
95,
winning.
welcome to it, buddy. Oh, he thought he was going to take the king down. No, you don't just take the king down.
Today was the day Gukesh became world champion.
12 seconds left. I mean, king e2 is your only move, buddy.
Well, he's got king d2, king d1, stuff like that.
But I still take on e5. Then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this way maybe he's got rook g5 check, right?
Man. Rook g5. I don't know what that means, rook g5 check.
If
Okay,
knight
he played
e5,
king
bishop
d2.
e5, king e5, rook g5.
I don't know what that means.
Take knight.
Okay, good question. Good.
Means rook goes to g5.
It is the algebraic Notiatsk.
Oh
That's
my god,
nice,
king
that's fine.
d2.
Oh, he made move 40. Mishra's
Yeah.
stood up. Gukesh has to make a move.
Oh,
Mishra
damn.
checking Gukesh's score sheet, make sure he's not gonna flag.
King d2 might,
not.
that might be a very good move. Don't flag, buddy.
We got 15 seconds.
Oh, see, these guys are so calm when they got this business going on
Yeah,
here.
it takes.
Okay, he does take, and so there's an obvious question of what the hell are we going to do on bishop e5? It does look like a coconut touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Okay, I might have an idea of king e5, rook g5, king e6, rook gd5, rook takes c7. It still looks lost,
Yeah.
but I'm just trying to come up with an idea.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I hear you. Just looking for something. I put the eval at +3 on my account a move or two ago here. When I found rook
+3
g5.
on the live position after bishop takes e5, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, that's just me. I think he's like 2 pawns up for nothing here. Big pawns. Big pawns. That's right, Hearts of Fire. Just like the players, right? The players weren't sitting there like, oh, yes, everything is lost, you know? Oh, man, they were on the edge of their seats. We should be, too.
I think the people the most fun, though, are the ones that are watching us, but with the eval bar on the side, just in case they got to take a peek.
Uh-huh. And so they can laugh at us as needed as well.
Yeah, that's... but what did Gukesh just do here? I don't...
Well, I think, first of all, he played very creatively to try to hold that thing together with active play. Knight d3 looked for a second that he was going to be able to hold it together.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, bishop e5, it looks completely toast.
I think there's a chance that he might have missed this mating pattern with bishop d4, because that was not what the game was about at all.
Well, what you mean? Honestly, I have a feeling bishop c5 was not the only move to win the game there,
Uh-huh.
But bishop c5, I thought it was very creative to try to get this. And dude, of course, like Mishra didn't see knight d3 coming. And luckily for him, he had king d2.
Yeah.
This is all luck. By the way, I really like what Mishra did. He came over to the board, he marked that Gukesh had made a move,
Yeah.
and then he left the board.
So he kept doing his like cool down walk or whatever, clear his head.
Yeah, yeah, he's gone. Yeah, yeah, he's and now he's probably thinking about it in his head.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but I don't know. I think this one's on Gukesh. Like I feel like his opening was just so sharp. Like he
Mm-hmm.
basically asked for this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Well, he wants it. I mean, when you play like Gukesh, you're gonna lose some games. That's just the part of the coconut, dude. You're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
lose.
it's just I mean it's impressive. It's a bit foolhardy.
Mhm.
Uh,
He's
oh, Rachel says Mishra does that every time. Move 41. Yeah, gets up and reset. Yeah, I think it's a uh, very good practice to center yourself. Rachel, you got to talk to him today. How does it feel to beat the world champion?
and somebody in chat saying Bluebaum is winning, and I went to go look, and he's definitely not worse. That's gonna shake things up. You can
Oh
get
wait,
some real upsets here
well
today.
that's huge. That's huge. Someone also asked if Mishra would be the youngest player to defeat a sitting world champion.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
It might be close. Like first one that comes to mind is like Geary is 18 beating Magnus.
Wait. Rajabov beat Kasparov, remember? And then got the brilliancy prize, and Kasparov stormed
But
out.
I think that
but
was
remember
2002,
that was
2003.
2003, and that was already after he lost the title.
Oh, I didn't realize.
He was number one though. Yeah.
You,
Yeah, it
you,
was an
you guys
amazing
know
game.
that for sure, huh?
Well, I remember it was 2003. I remember
Okay.
where I was when that day happened.
Dang. Okay.
Oh,
Good
wow.
memories.
I just remember studying the game because it was a model French game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kasparov's coconuts were so touched, though, he was like, it wasn't a good game.
He's so upset. Which made the game even better in my eyes.
Yeah. Holy moly. It looks like Mishra's won the game. I don't know what more to say.
Yeah.
Well, he has to go. But I guess my question is, so do you guys think Gukesh just blundered Rook G5 check? Because he didn't have to take on E5?
But what else was he
Well,
gonna
he
do?
was
Well,
threatened
Oh,
with
he's getting
checkmate,
mated.
right?
Yes,
yeah.
He
yes.
was still trying to find heir for the king. And I just didn't see any way to make a space for the king, weirdly. Like, he's fully surrounded.
Yeah. Oh, that was rough. Okay, so then I guess my question is, does Black have any way to keep this going?
And Misha's doing that teenage thing. It looks like where he's sitting on his foot. Is that what he's doing? Yeah, I don't know. Kids can,
Yeah.
when you're a teenager, you can sit on your foot and not, die.
That's
Yeah.
how I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, me too. It hurts me now, but I can't calculate properly unless I tuck a foot under my butt.
Yeah, a foot, a hand.
Yeah.
Something needs to be under the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe
All
we
right,
should check this Blue Bomb game.
Yeah.
guys, I got to get out of here. It's great. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah. It's
Keep an
getting
eye
to
on it.
be into the day here, huh?
I'll see you later for the meeting.
All right. Yeah, hopefully I'm going to see you guys in a little couple hours. All
Okay.
right, ciao.
All right,
This
let
is
me.
this has been a great game. Oh my God, this was amazing. This was my favorite one so far. All right, bye everybody.
All right. Thanks,
Yeah.
Jesse.
No, today's game did not disappoint. So Noterback holds the record, 18. Yeah. But wait, hold on. Wasn't Geary 17? I'm gonna fact check this chat GPT. 2011. Yeah, no, Geary was but wait, 2011. Oh, Magnus isn't world champion yet. Damn. Damn, he was number one. Geary was 16, but Magnus wasn't world champion yet. So that one doesn't count. So yeah, it's probably Noterback.
You are totally right. I lied. All right. Bishop takes e5 was played by Mishra after a couple minutes walk and a couple minutes think. And
Ukesh is gone from the board. Oh, he's back. T-checks. We just discussed this game. Kasparov was also not world champion at that time. But yeah. No, this would be it, I think. This would be the youngest.
wow.
Because Mishra's younger than all these players we mentioned.
Yep.
Alex Braja.
Kostya, I'm clicking to the Maurizi Kamer endgame for a moment because I'd seen a few moves of it and I thought, oh, Kostya was like so right. Like he just defended. And then somebody in chat said, Maurizi won. And I'm like, huh? How? So I'm clicking to this endgame for a moment. It looks like something we could figure out in less than 5 minutes.
I'm just wondering, is the game over or?
No, they're still playing.
Oh, okay.
So whoever said he won, was maybe somewhat guessing or.
Let's think. Why would... Wait.
Dripman, I do go over these games with Engine myself at some point later in the day for the most part. Like if there's a game that I've really gotten into for a few hours, I basically later Engine check my analysis. So.
Yeah, I like going through some of the more interesting games. Like I looked at that Ivanchuk Vidit endgame with the Engine. It was just so complicated. No one was.
Should it have been winning for Vidit?
Vidit did have a win.
Okay.
But it didn't seem. I don't think it wasn't super simple, I thought.
Okay.
Or I have an idea where he might have misunderstood or missed something.
Do you see this same bishop ending with 2 pawns?
Yeah, I'm watching Keimer. He doesn't look happy.
I've got an idea that White's concept could be to bring the bishop to the b4, e7 diagonal. Push the black king back. And then maybe try and snatch the h pawn. But
King g6.
Black would have bishop e7 then.
Or just give check and then go bishop c3.
Oh, and just take the f pawn with this bishop.
Yeah, Parham, 2 pawns up. True. Blue bomb, man. If Blue bomb wins and Parham wins, I mean the whole thing explodes.
If Maurizi wins, if Erdogma swindles Abdusatorov, I was gonna say every favorite could lose today, but we know for sure that Aragaisi won't lose today.
No,
because he notched the first win of.
He's won. Yeah, he seems like a comfortable leader right now.
Just watching it. Apparently, the Shanklin Faruja endgame was not instantly decided. That's still going. We got the board 1, Parham playing. I'm going to guess that Maurizi's winning this, Kostya. Just the bishop can go attack the f-pawn in various ways. I mean,
I don't see what Keimer can do.
Even bishop h6 to g7 looks like a plan.
And I mean, let me just show you what Keimer is doing right now. He's like this basically. He's just leaning back, he's not even looking at the board. He's just staring off into the distance, So based on his body language, I'm gonna say he's lost.
He's lost. Okay, that's good. We can read the body language eval bar, and it'll be very.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just ugh. I mean, yeah, he can't even look at the board anymore.
So Shanklin played a4, was running low on tempi, played a4, king c6, king d4, king d6, b3, h6. There's one of 3 tempes Shanklin's got to survive.
There's a comment that it's surprising how tricky king and pawn endgames can be for the elites, but I think king and pawn endgames are just some of the trickiest in general. And usually, from what I've seen, a lot of strong players just don't enter them unless they're kind of simplified and they can figure them out, or they just have no other choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it's no secret. Like if you have a rook end game that you think you're holding and a king and pawn end game that you think you're holding, you're probably just gonna go for the rook end game because it's so much more practical.
Okay, I'm wondering if Fallujah sort of moves towards the H file. Shanklin tries to block him, then he spends his second to last free move over here. I think king g3, king e4 still feels winning for black. But maybe I shouldn't go with my feelings. King g3, king e4, king h3, king d3, king h4, king c3, king h5, d4, h4, d3. Okay, black wins. And then king e3, king g4 starts to get close.
Yeah, queen end games also very complicated.
But here's an insane thought. What if I go b4, black plays h4, then I go king d4, threatening the d5 pawn, king f3, king d3, king g2, king e2, king h2, king f2. That holds for Shanklin. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I would need 10 minutes to figure out this king and pawn ending for sure. But that looks reasonable. If black played a5 too soon themselves, then when Shanklin plays b4, black can't take because of an outside passer for white. So if black plays a5, it hands Shanklin 2 pawn moves with b4 and b5, or the option of b4, ba5. It's just fine, actually. Okay, let me try one other thing. King e5, king e3, and if I then spend my h pawn, king d3, king f4. King f3, d4. Okay, so I think Shanklin would have to spend his b pawn again after h5 there. But last time I played king f5, king f3, h5, and then b4, which was fine. So b4 here. King f5, king f3. h4, king d3, king f4. Okay, I think Sam's holding. Sorry for going off into my own world for a minute there. I don't know what to say about a king and pawn ending. I just have to calculate it. I can't really explain what I'm doing. Basically, the defensive idea is if the king ever goes to h2, we freeze it with king on f2. And we just, by threatening the d pawn, it means black can never sort of box the white king in and attack towards the c pawn, right? Because even if black had the opposition in a position like this, white could play king d4, you know, and you're not going to flank white at e2. White will just take d5. I don't see anything for Firouzja to do here.
Yeah, same. Yeah, Hearts of Fire is saying Shanklin like kind of allowed the king and pawn endgame versus the rook endgame. Yeah, I mean, I said generally, I think people stay in the rook endgame, but in Shanklin's case, every time he loses a rook endgame, he loses money. So he, it's better for him to lose in a king and pawn endgame than in a rook endgame. Otherwise, people will make comments.
There you have it, folks. I think that's about right, Zelmer, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if these pawns were on the G file instead of the H file, maybe the position would be lost, or maybe there wouldn't be enough room for the black king to get in, and it would still be a draw. I don't know exactly. And it seems to be important that he still has b3, b4. I think he needs one more waiting move. He needs the black pawn already on h4 before he can freeze the king on h2 and f2. If the black h pawn still had spare tempi moves, black could make an h pawn move, and the white king on f2 would have to go to f3 or f1, letting the black king out. And that'd be a win for black. So, yeah, it's very close. It's very close. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, 17 likes watching me just calculate in silence. He's like, I've got another assignment for you. Find the one move where Firouzja missed a win. That sounds, again, doable, but you'd have to endure another 10 minutes of silence. Here's the update on Gukesh's game. King's on e6, knight's hanging.
He hasn't taken the knight yet. Because you can take with either rook, kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I guess we haven't gone deep into that rook ending, right? It looked like white would be up 2 pawns, so it'd probably be gone, but we could check it for folks.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is maybe this rook f4 resource that's mildly hairy. And if black got it within 1 pawn, then maybe there's a 50% chance it's a draw.
Yeah. Let's say take rook f4. Let's say a5.
Mm-hmm. Going for yield a6. I'm going to take on g4, I guess, while I can. I can't be too fancy here. If that g pawn goes, it's pretty bad.
So let's say rook b6.
Right, now rook b6. And my hope now is maybe this move king c4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really believe that I can hold this, but I'm playing another move or two anyway.
Okay, let's start with rook a6. Oh no, b3. b3 is smart.
b3 seems smart, right? Yeah.
Because king d4, we throw in rook d6 check too.
Yeah. Well, you also have rook b4. So I think
Oh,
I'm
rook
just gonna
b4
go
is a little better.
straight to c5 here. Then you get rook a6. And I'm going to try king b4, Kostya?
Mm-hmm.
Or wait. Jack, there, king b4. You know what? Maybe maybe I'll start with checking instead of being so fancy. I'll check.
Okay. Bring the king to a3.
Okay, I'm going to check you till you go to b2, which I think you need to go to at some point if you want to head to a3, right?
Mm-hmm. And then king b4.
And then I'll play king b4 right when your king's on b2.
That's a draw.
That's a draw if I get there, right? King on b4.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not necessarily. We don't necessarily have a bow tied around Mishra's win yet.
No, definitely not.
Folks have been Googling if it's the youngest ever player to beat the world champion, but there's still some rooks moving back and forth to figure out. I would think up to rook f4 is like a very plausible line.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's b3 or g5 or b4 or a5. And folks, I don't think Coaster or I know if white should save the g pawn or the a pawn. I think they're just two different guesses.
Yeah, I mean, we're just analyzing here, trying to get an understanding of what could go wrong for either side. But it's basically like if it was simple, Mishra would have just done it already.
Mm-hmm.
And it's definitely not simple.
Let's try g5 once, just as a comparison.
Mm-hmm.
If rook takes a4, then I'm going to go g6, rook g4, g7. And what do I know about this? Nothing. I don't even know
Oh,
this position.
Evan, great idea. Oh, that might change everything. Evan from YouTube. You throw in a check on d6 first. So
Okay.
that the king has to take on d6.
Ah, so we put our rook on like this worse square. Then we get eaten there. So now the king's on d6 instead of d5. Otherwise the same thing, right? Oh, but that also means there's rook b6.
Yeah, it comes a check. That's very nice nuance.
Okay, I'm still not going to resign just yet. I'm going to play king c6, which I could have played with king d5, I suppose.
But king c6, rook b4, right?
Right, so you guard all your puppies.
Yeah, rook g7 maybe is good too.
Looks like I'm
And then
dead.
b3.
Looks like I'm dead.
Very nice nuance.
Hey, Evan, you don't see this, but everybody on Twitch is calling you a genius. They're even saying that YouTube beat Twitch.
Wow, yeah, YouTube crushing Twitch right now. Twitch is doing better with, I would say, like the funny comments, but YouTube crushing it with the analysis.
Okay, so yeah, so I still have to try rook f4, Joao points out, even here. Good morning, Blood Queen.
Blood Queen, what's up? Oh, Twitch chat accusing YouTube chat of cheating.
Like, we hang out on Twitch because we know YouTubers check the eval.
Oh, rook b3 played. Ah, YouTube chat didn't spot that one.
What got played?
Rook b3 without taking anything.
Holy moly.
Well,
Taking the
Gukesh
long,
also found rook d6 check. You know, he watches YouTube too.
taking the long way to b4.
Twitch definitely better emotes. For sure. So rook b3 means Gukesh also thought rook takes c7 is just losing. That's true. At least on Twitch, people are like, I'm really sorry, guys. I checked the engine. He had an amazing move.
Yeah, yeah.
YouTube is just ruthless. Bishop d2.
Really sorry for telling you guys this, comma, but I had to look at the engine and I saw that in this position, white should play king c2 with a win. I'm really sorry. I already
Yeah.
realize it's wrong before I do it, and then I do it anyway. Then after saying I'm sorry, comma, but, and then I commit the offense.
Forgive me, Dojo, for I have sinned.
Yeah. Rook b3. That's a nice move to my eyes. I mean, looks like the position's still tricky. Option 1 would be to start running the G pawn, perhaps.
Maybe we could do a vote chess match between Twitch and YouTube. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah. I think Icy's suggestion looks like pretty good technique here. Oh, but I had I was gonna hang my rooks, so I'm not sure how to follow up. Rook d4. I thought I saw a great idea. Oh no. Okay, I think I can maybe make it work. So I play rook d4. Let's say maybe like rook b2, king c3, and now this rook could go to g2 or b1, right? Somewhere like a normal rook kind of position.
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm a little behind. You said rook d4,
I'm just
rook
gonna blunder
b2?
stuff anyway. Yeah, I was saying rook d4, rook b2, king c3.
Mm-hmm.
Then I played rook g4, rook g2 for black.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I had this dream, Kostya, that I was going to rearrange white's rooks, but every time I do it, I hang one of them. But my idea was
Maybe,
something like, rook d6,
yeah.
king e5, rook d5, king e6, rook c5. And I give each rook one pawn to guard and get them out of the king's
No, wait, but I think you
hands.
had it. Maybe rook 4 d6 check, king e5, rook g6 with idea rook g7.
Okay. Yeah, it was just like that black king being in the rook's faces, right? Was really tripping him up. Okay. Kostya maybe figures out something that makes more sense and doesn't hang a rook.
This looks starting to look crispy.
Hmm.
Maybe rook.
It's crispy, but it's also tricky, right? Like these
It's
moves are
still,
not
yeah.
simple. If you were in a time scramble, you would have no idea if white was gonna pull it off.
I definitely would feel horrible as black. Like I'm not gonna save it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, king f4. Generally, you won't be able to take this g pawn. It's a good question, nothing good. But generally, you won't be able to take it because there'll be some version of like a rook d4 check or something. It's very hard to walk up to a pawn and capture it in a double rook endgame.
Yeah,
So like if
like white
we,
has a lot of checks on king f4, like rook f7 check, but
yeah.
also if you just walk the king up, just let black take on g4. I mean, the king comes to b6 and it's over.
Oh, Ghosty says we don't need to calculate. We can allow rook g4, not play rook d4 check, take the rook, and just walk it up, walk it in. And that's very basic endgame technique, just a king coming in.
Mm.
Someone on chat was saying that they were picturing a king on b7 like 45 seconds ago.
Yeah, blood queen's line also works, I think.
Right, that's like the main idea. What Blood Queen is saying, I think that was Kostya's main plan to win before, was he was going to put one rook on d8, one rook on g7, then rook d8. What was it? Something like this? Yeah, rook d8.
Misha, he's doing it.
Okay, so Mishra still looks very good. Aragisi 1, Blue Bomb, Prague. I think Prague's been burning his clock a little bit here in this night ending. It looks tough. Man.
Mark Andrea, yeah, he's finishing it off right now. I think looks like Zugzwang on the board.
Oh, so Black brought the bishop out to try to defend the f6 pawn from two angles finally. And
Yeah.
then g3 resigns.
And no, Vincent, and he hasn't resigned yet, but he's oh, there he did. He just stopped the clock. He was in a catatonic state for a little bit there.
Poor
But
guy.
he's just stopped it.
Chess is cruel. But we're getting a lot of people ground down today in these end games, right? Oh man.
And Mark Andrea, Kingslayer.
Yeah. Cheers, W. Reynolds. Have a great rest of your day. Whew. So we're gonna put Morizzi on 4 out of 5 in my little standings
Dang.
infographic. That's crazy. And I feel like it's weird how I've completely ignored board 1. So, Kostya, tell them how good Morizzi is, and I'm gonna try and find board 1.
Mark Andre, actually, a very interesting story. People maybe don't know. He's French, but he's actually from the island of Corsica, which I played on last year. The island of Corsica is a very interesting place because it used to be owned by the Italians, and then the French either bought or took it over somewhere in the 19th century. And now it's a French island, but on the island, people speak Corsican, which is a mix of French and Italian.
Wow, like
Most
an
famous
in-between
person
language.
yeah, they have their own language, and their own culture. So the mafia still has a big presence on Corsica.
Ah, that's part
They
of their
kind of
special
they kind of
culture.
run things.
Okay.
But he is officially the highest rated player to come from the island, and it's also where Napoleon was from. Exactly. So they have a history of conquerors.
Conquerors.
But no, Corsica, a really interesting place. At some point, many years ago, they instituted chess in the schools, and I think it's most of the kids there learn chess, so they have a ton of chess players. And now Mark Andrea is the one that was born out of this investment, essentially.
Nice. That makes sense. I would like the next thing I was going to ask you was like, does the mafia like chess? Is there a lot of chess in Corsica? And you had the answer.
Love
Chess
chess.
in the schools. I love it. Man. Today you have no idea who's going to be the top 2 spots in this tournament. Who's going to get the candidate spots. I mean, seeing Prague in trouble against Blue Bomb. Mishra down in Gukesh maybe.
I know. I mean, with all due respect, what's going to be the board 1 pairing tomorrow? Like Maruizzi Blue Bomb?
Right, Maurizi.
What's happening with this tournament?
I mean, it looks like Parham's going to stay in the mix today. He's got an amazing position here against Rapport. Oh,
Paro looks.
and I even called one move. He played Rook C5, defending his pawn.
Paro looks like like money. Money in the bank. Okay, a little bit, maybe a bit hard to convert, but oh, he's in such good form.
Let me leave you for 1 second, Kostya, and just check how things are going downstairs.
Yeah,
Is that
absolutely.
okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Should I leave you on Parham or
Uh, let's stick with Mishra.
Mishra? Okay.
Thank you. Let's see. Last 2 moves Mishra is just repeated, just to be smart, basically. Check, check. King goes back to e6, but then I think he's gonna deviate. Now, I would think. What were we saying here? We were saying Rook d6 check and then King c2. Yeah, Mishra's on a great streak right now. It's like 60 games without a loss. I mean, I think he's gonna win this one. Imagine the candidates with Maruizzi. I mean, it's hard to imagine. I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, as good as he is, of course, it's like there's something about chess. Like it's not enough to play well. Like you need like the confidence that like you can actually win the tournament. Parham, I feel like Parham can do it because he's been around long enough. He doesn't care. Parham just like can beat anyone any day. So he seems like someone who can go and win the tournament. Marc Andre though, I mean, he's very new to like the top, right? So at some point, I think the nerves are gonna catch up to him. House Line, what's up? Mishra outstudying Gukesh, 10 hours a day versus 8 hours a day. Yeah, and it shows. And it shows. Probably the 2 hours were spent on Rook end games. The sensei eval for this end game is that White is winning with best play, but of course it's still tricky and very, very easy to spoil it. But we do think that it's winning. General overview, man. Today has been a crazy day actually. So Mishra likely beating Gukesh, Prague in huge trouble uh, against Blue Bomb. Parham beating Rapport. None of these results you would have expected going in. You could have guessed, but you wouldn't expect. Maruizzi, Marc Andrea already defeated Keimer. Okay, the one game that's going according to plan is Noterbek Abdusatorov against the Turkish wonder kid, Yash Erdojmash. Oh my God. It's horrible than when I didn't know how to, worse than when I didn't know how to pronounce his name. Yashkan Erdoshmash. Yashish Yashish Kanch Erdoshmashish. I'm just gonna move on. Um, I did not see the thumbnail of Sam Shankland against Faruja, or where he's like looking at the camera, just like can it like that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Yashikash. Anyway, Turkish kid's worse against Abdu. See, he needs a nickname like Abdu. Nodi. Sean Connery could say Yasha's name perfectly, I'm sure. Erdo. Erdo, that's a good nickname. Erdo Yashichkan. I like Yashichkan. It sounds Soviet. Okay, who else can we butcher? Anish Gairi. Oh boy. Now, other results. Let me check. Wait, it's not scrolling. Chess.com. It's also not refreshing. This thing freeze? What happened? There we go.
Hey, it looks like I'm going to be needed for about 20 minutes. What do you want to, how do you want to juggle
I'm fine. I could just stay on the live position.
yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
So 23 minutes for Mishra. I'll keep watching the video too. Oh, okay. He looks like he just played Rook 5 D6 check. King E5. So he hasn't won yet, but yes, questions for Mishra. If he wins, I think you gotta ask if he's aware that he's the youngest player to beat a sitting world champion. Is this the biggest win of his career? Maybe that's a good one. Is he going to try to qualify for candidates? Like, is he actually thinking he might have a chance to get top two? Or is he just here, for experience, get his, first super GM norm, et cetera, et cetera? What else? Uh, what else? Pretty crazy game. Yeah, you can ask him about the opening, like how much he knew about this variation and what he thought was going on. Hmm. Mishra winning would be great advert for Dojo, no engine philosophy. Totally agree, but what are you referring to exactly? I think the interesting thing for us was that we definitely felt like Gukesh was, I mean, okay, I thought Gukesh was in big trouble in the opening, like when he first sacked the piece. And then Gukesh definitely like clawed his way back in. So for several moments there was it felt like Gukesh had tons and tons of counterplay and the game could go all three results. So yeah, I'd be curious to see if Mishra had the same eval or if he thought he was busted did Mishra at any point think he's in trouble? That would be my question. Mishra has asked commentators to not share engine analysis during post-game interviews because he still wanted to analyze his games in his room later. What a mensch. What a mensch. Mishra. Dang. Dang. He's pretty famously anti-engine study. See, I did not know this. I did not know this because Mishra is also incredibly well prepared in the openings. So, of course, generally you're going to be using engines for that. But I didn't know about this. Actually, I did know that he goes back and I think like his dad or his coach or someone they give him positions from the games, just like you guys do this with us when you're like, "Oh, computer found something here. You should try to find something." Um, that I think yeah later he gets this like training material from his own games where they're like, "All right, here's a position you had against Gukesh. You didn't find the best move, second try." Have I ever played him? I have played Mishra. Actually, I played him just once when he was um maybe 11 or 12 and that was a wild game. It was like a very sharp Sicilian. I was white. I actually got the prep on him because he was very predictable back then. He would just play the same opening the same line like he was playing Taimano Sicilian. So I prepared this like Queen F3 line super super deep and I got him cooking in the prep, but then he sacrificed his queen for three minor pieces and just completely obliterated me from like just completely outplayed me in every dynamic phase of the game. I was very impressed because he wasn't GM yet. He was like 23 something at that point. I was like 2400. It was like a GM norm event maybe that we played in and he was very young. And yeah, like he sacks his queen and then he like outplays me in this like super imbalanced middle game. I was really impressed. Like just how well like I've lost to kids before, but usually when I lose to kids, it's like, okay, some sharp game, maybe they get some attack, maybe a blunder. They're not like outplaying me in a difficult like queen versus three pieces position. How old was he? My best guess is well, he wasn't GM yet, so 11? I don't think he was 10. Is the game in the database? It should be, I would think. Let me see. Kavutsky Mishra. The game is on YouTube. So if you search Kavutsky Mishra, I made a video on the game, losing to the youngest GM of all time. So there we go. I guess I made the video after the game because he wasn't the youngest GM of all time yet. But I don't know if that game is, yeah, in the database. But I feel like it should have been because it was in like GM Norm Round Robin. So usually all those games go in. But yeah, I was very impressed with. And again, guys, I've lost to juniors before. It's not always like, oh, so impressed. But th this game, I was like, geez, Louise. Oh man. Is my opinion changing? Well, now I do want him in the candidates, yeah. Because I mean, he's basically a dojo advocate. Him and Andy Woodward are two prodigies that we're pulling for. But nice. Go Mishra. Um, I don't know the intricacies about this endgame. I don't know if he had to give up the B pawn. I do think his position looks really good because White's idea now is he wants to play rook to c3 next and then rook d8. And so how does Black deal with this? Maybe rook b6, rook c3, rook c6. But the problem is when you trade rooks like that. Sorry, I don't have the David has control of the board, guys, so we're just gonna have to visualize here. But if Black goes rook b6 right now, rook c3, rook c6, White trades rooks, and then your rook on c8 is just so passive that I think you're not holding that with Black. G pawn is there, king just comes up. White just keeps the rook on the seventh rank, and Black's rook is stuck. You can never take any of the pawns because you're still dealing with the G pawn. So rook b6, I mean, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it's gonna hold. If Black has to play rook f2, rook c3, rook f8, then yeah, you don't hold that either. It's just no counterplay. Judith pandemic vibes. No, I would move and make arrows if I could, but I just have no control. David is taking a bit of a break. He's been doing nonstop commentary for 5 hours, so a little break to go deal with three small children. I'm sure I'm sure we can give him some credit for that. To me, it looks winning. It looks winning. Mishra, he's not at the board. Gukesh is sitting there studying the position. Yeah, guys, I mean you all are very appreciative of David, I would say, for the most part, but I think sometimes people don't even realize just how much he's working on and off stream, you know? So when he comes back, you guys should be extra nice to him because it's easy to just take it for granted. But dude's been waking up 3 a.m., every day and turning on, like, I wake up 7 a.m. and I join, and it takes me like 30 minutes before I'm able to even calculate a variation. But he's starting 3 a.m. usually on his own. I actually don't know if Jesse joins him right at the beginning or not, but yeah. Okay, Rook H2 played. So Rook C3. What would Black do? Rook C3, Rook H8. I mean, it's just suffering. You can play A5, you can play Rook C4. Just like you just start. The thing about these rook end games, it's like if you have no counterplay in the rook end game and your opponent has two passed pawns, it's just too much. Like you're just not gonna hold it in the long run. White just slowly inches forward, slowly makes progress. Okay, we have a hot take from Mr. Speed. Gukesh can't make good moves in less time, so he should manage his time better. Because if Gukesh has time, he saves most of the position. I mean, it's hard to say, right? You can always say, uh, hindsight is always 2020, right? And then you have someone like Nepo who generally plays very fast and then sometimes screws it up when he rushes. And then people are like, "Oh, he should have taken his time. Should have taken his time." So that's how chess works, guys. If you play fast and you mess up, then you should have taken your time. If you play slow, then you should have not used your time. There's a balance. You just have to find the balance. But generally, I mean, I would agree with Jesse and others that, Gukesh, if he has a problem, it's with his time management because he does get into these very chaotic positions and then he's not a superhero, so he can't necessarily get himself out. I would say generally it's kind of worked for Gukesh, like let's just consider where he's at in his life of 18 years young, already world champion, already won the Olympiad on board one for his country, gold medal on board one, greatest performance in the Olympiad ever, possibly one of the greatest tournament performances of all time. Oh, excuse me, 19. Excuse me, 19. I mean, I would say he's doing fine for his age. Okay, in the US there's a stereotype about, Asian parents. It's like you get an A, why not A plus? It's like Gukesh. I feel like even Gukesh's parents are happy with where he's at. Gukesh is probably not even at his peak. No chance he's at his peak, right? I mean, a lot of top players peak in their 30s. Hikaru is at his peak right now, right at 37. So Gukesh could live another full lifetime and still hit his peak. There could just be a second full Gukesh, and he could still he could still hit his peak. Gelfand reached the world championship, in 40s, right? Late 40s. Anand was there too. So there's he's got some room to grow. Got some room. That's why it bugs me when people are like overly defensive of Gukesh because they're like, he's still young. He still has a chance to prove. Exactly, exactly. That's why it doesn't make sense to, you know, put him up there in the Hall of Fame just yet because he's still growing. There have been many prodigies that have burned out by 2022. But they didn't hit this high, world champion. Like, okay, let's take a couple of examples. I think Wei Yi is a big one. Wei Yi, when he was 16, was 2,700. And basically he was on track with Magnus. Like there was Magnus's career where he just shot up, and then Wei Yi was essentially right there with him. And then he got to 2,750. He won this like absolutely bonkers game against Lazaro Brazone, which if you don't know, you have to go Google right now. Wei Yi Brazone, just like game of the century. And then everyone was like, yeah, Wei Yi is the next thing. And then he just kind of and he's still like top 10. He had a resurgence recently because he was like out of chess for a while. Now he's like back to top 10. But he was out for many years. That's why he's like kind of the classic example because he was, people definitely anointed him. He was getting anointed. He was getting like the Fallujah treatment and so on. Elio has a friend, 2,200, who is burnt out. Do I have any recommendations on how to help? In general, to deal with burnout, I think that's a great time to start working with a coach. or to change something up, find a training partner, switch up your openings, take a break. You need to do something to challenge the system. You need to change the character of the situation. Okay, G5 played. At what point is this resignable? I mean, not yet. Definitely not yet, because something could still happen. But right now, white is threatening to just start pushing the G pawn continuously, like G6, G7, G8 equals queen, rook takes G8, rook D8. So that would be my technique. Try to get the G pawn to promote. On G5, if black goes rook G2 right now, then I think Mishra wants rook C3. Rook takes G5, rook D8, and that's resigns. So I think he resigns if Mishra gets rook c3, rook d8 on the board and black has no response. Or if he gets g7 on the board and then uh, g8 is coming. Why g5 not direct rook c3? I think maybe both were fine. I think at this point white might have multiple moves in these positions, which is why we're feeling very confident it's winning for white because it feels like he's just in control. Black has no counterplay. Um, so yeah. Yeah, Robin. So this is an important point. When white gets rook c3, rook d8 in, if your rook is not already, if you don't have both rooks on the back rank, it's just over. You're just not saving that. So very, very typical endgame pattern. So the reason I think he's pushing g5, not rook c3, is because he kind of doesn't have to force black to go back. If black doesn't have rook h8, if black goes rook g2 here, for example, then rook c3 is already over. Could we see the white king going for a walk on the queen side? Yeah, like if you imagine somehow black traded a pair of rooks, that would be white's winning plan. Because then white wouldn't have enough to just win with his pawns. Black can stop both pawns, but black wouldn't be able to just stop the king from walking up the board and taking b7, a6, and so on. So if it was single rook endgame, then we definitely see the white king up. With two rooks on the board, white might not even need the king. Why does Costa ignore YouTube comments? What comments? It reminds me of my favorite clip of any commentator ever. It was Jan Gustafsson. It's gotta be on YouTube somewhere. But basically, he's like, you're not responding, you're not responding. He's like, respond to what? Respond to what? Wait, Shankland, what happened? We thought he was holding. He blundered? What did he do? B4, A5. Wait, let me go to the camera. What was the blunder, guys? I'm not that strong. King D3. Maybe B5 he should have played. BA5. To me, it's not obvious. Of course, I'm not in the game. Maybe if I was in the game, I'd be more like I would understand. But it of course The big thing is that it seems that he blundered with 45 minutes on the clock, which is of course not acceptable regardless of the level of the blunder. It's like because King D3 he played in a minute and he took on A5 in a minute, so something that something went wrong here for Sam. Looks like has he resigned? Yeah, I think he's resigned. To me, it definitely doesn't seem easy, but I'm just going off of the time usage. So for someone like Sam to say it's like the worst blunder of his life, I mean, if you have 40 minutes in the king and pawn endgame and you're drawing, and if you should at least spend your time. I don't know how easy it would have been to hold, because again, I'm not like super in depth with the Shanky's position, but a player of his level, 45 minutes, you gotta at least spend your time there. But yeah, Shanklin's had some big blunders. I mean, people are pointing out the faint. Like I feel like the one from the Olympiad was pretty bad. I mean, that was like just a brain fart basically. Um, but yeah, no, of course he's very upset, and it's always the most recent blunder that hurts the most. So I can totally believe it. Yeah, in general, of course, I think people are too harsh. I think Sam he can judge his play however he likes, but for everyone else with the engine, it's really, of course, much easier. In fact, you guys didn't have to think at all. You just saw immediately it was the blunder and then started thinking, right? So it's like no comparison even. To me, the end game looks complicated even after like before B takes A5. Really confident. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't think this is easy at all. But I'm not at, not at this level. For these guys, maybe it is trivial. Oh, Gukesh doesn't do interviews if he's not contractually obligated. Dang. Well, I guess it's understandable at this point. I'm sure he used to. But now he's got a lot of people wanting to talk to him. I don't think they're going to interview him after this game though, unless he saves it. Okay, so G5, Rook D5 check on the board. What is Mishra doing? I don't know. Are you saying he blundered? I think he's just slowly making progress, right? King E6. Now there's a threat of rook takes C7. So he might go rook D6 check here and then G6. Can also start with G6 because that single rook endgame might be winning. So G6, rook takes C7, check, king E5, rook takes C7, king takes D6, rook takes B7, rook G2. That one's close. That one's not quite over yet. I can't say it's like winning for sure. You just think, yeah, easier way to win. Probably he did have multiple ways to win. Hard to say what's easiest. Are you saying it's easiest, or is there something else saying there was? Okay, check king e5. Rook h6 here feels completely playable. I don't know if it's right, but it looks like a move. I think you could go Rook D2 as well. Now the G pawn's not even hanging. I feel like I would play Rook D2 here. YouTube chat, what are you guys saying? Okay, I see some moves suggested. If I'm Gukesh, I'm jumping at the opportunity to take on C7 and trade. I think a lot of those are just immediately losing. Rook H6, you guys like? Rook H6 seems okay. Honestly, the YouTube audience is interesting because when we do our normal streams, we don't really get a lot of viewers on YouTube. But when we do like these big streams like candidates, World Championship match, this coverage, YouTube actually we end up getting more viewers on YouTube than on Twitch. So YouTube seems to only show up for like the big events, basically. It's the algorithm. You can imagine. Rook H6, Rook G2. Yeah, a little, continues to be difficult. Okay, he wants to make a move. Rook D2 played. Oh, I'm a GM today. I said Rook D2. Personally, I think YouTube has more potential than Twitch. It's just much bigger platform. And Twitch has been slowly dying. Because I don't really see what advantage Twitch has over YouTube other than it's established. Like people are on Twitch already, and there's like communities and there's like a precedence, but other than that, it feels like YouTube should have everything Twitch has, and then some. Better emotes, okay. Uh, but I feel like that, I mean, I feel like that's something YouTube could fix or add like in an instant, right? Like to me, that doesn't seem like a long term. It is surprising why YouTube doesn't have. Can you guys can do like the normal emotes on YouTube, right? Like the smiley faces and stuff, or you guys can't even. I don't see any emotes on YouTube at all. Very depressing chats. Emojis. Thank you. Twitch has worse ads, right? On YouTube, it feels like the ads are more skippable. On Twitch, sometimes you join the stream and actually so many times this has happened to me, guys. And it's like I don't know what to do about it. It's like I'll join someone's stream. I'll say hi, like, hey, what's up? Someone's streaming. Like I'll be like, hey, in the chat. And then I'll just see, hey, Chess Dojo, how's it going? Hey, how was that? And then 7 ads. 7 ads, 30 seconds each. Like, oh, I wish I could hear what you said. So never say hi at the start because that's when they get you. The algorithm sees that you say hi and then it gives you the seven minutes of ads right there. And then I just look like a jerk because people are responding. They ask me a question. I don't know what they said. And then if I say something like, ah, sorry, ads, people think I'm fishing for a sub. It's just no winning. It's just no winning. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Which platform is more beneficial for streamers? I'm not sure. I think like on Twitch, you might be able to make more from the stream, but ultimately it seems like YouTube's the bigger platform, so it just seems like uh, there's more potential there. Twitch, you can play whatever music you want. That's very true. That's a big advantage for me. Yeah, ephemeral. David's gone. He's managing the stream and the boards. That's why we're just kind of watching the live position and hanging out. But I think we're both thinking this is just winning. I haven't tried to stream music on YouTube, but yeah, I can't imagine they're cool with it. Um, oh, there's some emotes. I see some emotes on YouTube. Oh, so you guys do have emotions. You just don't express them normally through emojis. I think every comment should be ended with an emoji so that people understand the tone and intention. I don't think the vibe's gonna be great on the Chess Base India stream, right? No, I'm just kidding. They're always having a good time, but I feel like they're not. It's rough. It's rough to watch your guy just suffering in an endgame. But they have other games. I mean, they can follow Divya, Vidit. They have lots of games they can watch, I'm sure. Not just Gukesh. Asher, if you're watching the same video I am, I can clearly see the G5 pawn is on the board. It's the 2D board that isn't updated on the FIDE live stream. Can we move this game is done? Guys, this game is not done. The game is not done until the clocks are stopped and the hands are shaked. But in all seriousness, I don't have control over the board, so we're just gonna watch this live live game. Mishra, yes, Mishra, I believe is Indian American. Chess Base India is base. Mishra drew Prague when Prague should have won, and they had Mishra on their channel for an interview and were so nice to him despite wanting Prague. Yeah, no, no. I mean, Chess Base India, I think is just unimpeachable channel. Never just like totally good vibes, super respectful, just great. Basically, I would watch them all the time if I wasn't here. Now, I think a couple people were asking whether a human like myself could win this position against the engine. Great question. Oh, David's back.
Hey,
Ooh, questions for Param. Let's see. So bad news, David. Looks like Shanklin blundered.
okay.
Parham, yeah, Parham converting.
Yeah, Parham looks good.
Um, I guess my first question for Parham would be, is his sight set on the candidates? Like, is that what he's just thinking about now? Like, I'm gonna get in to the candidates from this tournament. I just want to know if he's thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not, well, you're gonna put the thought in his head.
Well, now you're thinking about it.
Now how do you?
Like, try not to think about an elephant roller skating or whatever.
Well, another thing you can ask Parham is how much he works on his chess because he famously once said that he works on chess 20 hours a day. And like he wasn't joking. Like he was just like yeah, it's like he sleeps for 6 hours and then 2 of those hours he's dreaming about chess. No, but he said something like that. So I'd ask him how much he's working on his chess these days.
Mm-hmm. He apparently the explanation for Eastern is he's studying chess while he's sleeping. That's sick.
He dreams he dreams about the game. Where did he say that? It was I think it was like when he won the World Junior Championship. He said something like that. Let me see. 20 hours a day. Yeah. Oh, it was an interview with Chess Base India from 2018 where he said he works on chess 20 hours a day. 15 to 20 maybe is more accurate. 15 to 20.
Yeah. Wow, that's what other people do in a week.
Yeah. No, we got to get him a heat map.
Yeah.
Gotta put a heat map in front of Parham. It'd be easier to note the times I don't work on my chess.
Yeah. let me log the hours I didn't.
But yeah, yeah, great day today. Lots of interesting end games. And it's just like it's all coming apart. Like people have stopped paying attention to the rating, basically. Actually, I'll tell you, David, it was interesting. Like in my open, we had a bunch of our friends and streamers playing the under 2000 section, like Rachel and Matt, Anushka, and others. And I would help them with their prep,
Mm-hmm.
as much as I could. Maybe not every day. Um, but generally, when I would look at someone's opponent in the under 2000, I actually didn't look at like anyone's rating that they were playing. Like not even like once basically. Like I look at like the year they were born, like the opponent, but I wouldn't really look at their rating because it just didn't seem to matter whether someone's like 1700, 1800, 1650, 19 like everyone's like underrated and then it all just depends on how you play at the board. And now I just feel like the same thing about this tournament. It's like it doesn't matter if you're 2760, 2650, like everyone is just coming to crush it and everyone's going to try to find the best moves and just like play the theory and the rating is just like it's just a number.
Mm-hmm. But you're saying it's not even like a super accurate number, right? Like it was always a number, but it was a number that might tell you something.
It's a number, yeah, that like I think people would pay attention to. But now it's just like we're just seeing so many super gems just going down that it just all comes down to the game itself.
Mm-hmm. Our Dogmas is on death's door.
Or Doshmash. Still can't get it.
It's findable Hearts of Fire, but it would take 5 minutes. I'm trying to catch up on any results I missed.
Oh, wait, hold on. There was no debate. There was no debate about whether it was obvious or findable. I still don't know where he blundered. All I said was that it just wasn't simple, but because Shanklin had 45 minutes on the clock and he played his move quickly,
Mm-hmm.
that was the blunder. That was just he should have spent more time.
Yeah, sometimes that the time usage is wrong, whether or not the move is right.
Yeah.
Did I give Mauritius points? Yes, I've got him on 4 out of 5.
Oh, Hans Drew. Someone was saying he was 2 pawns up, which is correct. He
Hey
was actually
John,
3 pawns up.
hey John Creekpalm. I think actually Kostia's got very very good voices, very good impressions.
Sean Carter.
He did a very good Parham for a second back there.
That was a good part. That was my first time trying too, just from memory.
So it looks like not a lot of other games have officially finished, but um, Knight G4 is rough. Prague is on death's door as well, right, Kostya? Like he's very close to dead.
Yeah, I was wondering. That one looks oof, really rough.
I think the idea is you walk the white king to f7, trapping the knight. If black ever plays h5, you play knight e5, and if black ever plays g5, you play h5.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It looks like Prague's done. Perhaps, although that's just me glancing at it. Parham has just queened a pawn. There it is. Rachel's ready for the interview.
Yeah, Parham won. Wow, Parham. Clear leader right now. But Blue Bomb, what was Blue Bomb on?
Blue
3?
One was on 3, so if he wins, for argument's sake, he would join Eric Geisy and Maurizi.
And Arjun already played up. This new rule is really throwing a
Now
wrench.
you don't know how to pair things anymore,
So
huh?
Arjun won't theoretically can't play Parham. So Parham will either play Mark Andrea or Blue Bomb. Both winning with white today. So Parham will be do white. So one of them will get black. Yeah, maybe Blue Bomb. Blue Bomb, I think higher rated. Oh, wait, let me find where's the camera? I want to see Prague and Blue Bomb.
Yesterday, I feel like there was one decisive game on the top 8 boards, Kostya. Something like 7 draws. Today, I'm not sure that any game has been drawn yet.
Yeah, no, today's been bloody, dude. Also, who is this Polish guy who's got
One draw. He's got the one draw today.
3.5 out of 5? Seaman
Yeah.
Gumalars.
Yeah, I think somebody was trying to tell me maybe Shimon, but
Oh,
I don't know if they knew what they were saying either. It was just one person. When like 5 people give you a pronunciation, that's right. But Gumulars, yeah, Kuboyev, they're both going to be on 3.5 out of 5.
Where are Rachel's interviews? Rachel's interviews can be found on the Take app, or if you're on a computer, you can go to taketake.com and they're on the website. And yeah, those have been great. So definitely check those out.
Yes, we've got one draw on the top 8 boards so far, and 3 endgames that look winning for white. Still going.
God, I love chess. What a game.
If I scroll down a little bit, Mamedyarov beat Saleh Salem, Levon and Nepo both drew. Anish is still playing Oparin, I would guess.
Yes, Anish grinding.
He's
I think
got,
actually has very good winning chances.
yeah, he's got a real advantage unless his pieces are somehow tangled up because the bishop on a4 can't really reposition. So,
And yeah, Nepo drew with Nico Theodoro, my friend here from St. Louis. Nico having pretty good event. No losses. Nice.
that partly makes sense because he's good. He's one of those like 2600s where you're not really sure what the difference is between a 2600 and a 2700. Like, it's very strong.
Yeah, Theodoro, super, super strong. Also a fan of the podcast.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Nice. Simon Gumulars. Gumulars. Someone wants us to check on Pranav, one of the hot hands in chess these days? Let's have a look. A Wonder is in a bad shape against Rodstein here. It's opposite colored bishops, but looks pretty painful. Nihal Sarin beat Leon Mendonca. Here's Pranav against Esipenko. I think Pranav is up something like 37 points in the live ratings compared to 25.98. We're 8 days into the month. 8 days into the month.
Buddy Pranav. Legend.
Up a pawn against a super GM.
Yes, Ephemeral. Nico came up with a line. He's a very good theoretician. Yeah, not only have I played that system, I remember losing to it. Yeah, no. He's come up, he's done a lot of work in the King's Indian. We owe him a big credit to Theodoro.
Duda, I think said he, made some comment like he doesn't want to play classical chess.
Yeah, dude is depressed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good summary of it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the odds are in this Pranav endgame, but a healthy extra pawn normally is about, I think, is like a win in about 55% of endgames, a draw in about 45%. Here, same colored bishops are a pretty good sign. Target on f6, pretty good sign. Outside passer, pretty good sign. So I would guess that White's chances of winning are somewhere in the 75 to 80% realm
Yeah.
in this end game. Like, it feels like fairly favorable, but not a done deal.
Mm-hmm. Just a lot going for White here.
Yeah. Robin says playing at the top must be depressing, kind of all-consuming. I think a lot of top players go through bouts of, inspiration and then not whatever the opposite of inspiration is, like something in the direction of depression. There was some interesting interview from Rapport, who was playing on board one today, a couple years ago, where he was saying, like, I wish I'd never gotten into chess, I was cursed the day that the bug got me.
Dang, Rapport said that?
Yeah. He said, I wish I never played chess. And there's lots of people who are like, well, we wish we could play chess like you, like we wish we were going around from tournament to tournament. There's other people who enjoy it and have gratitude for their situation. I don't know if there's like a strong pattern of playing chess being depressing compared to other pursuits, right? Like, you might think being a miner might be depressing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yeah, I feel like chess really lends itself to the depressives and the existentialists. You have a lot of time to think during the game about this stuff. I
Right.
think that's why players tend to go toward because um, they say the number one symptom of depression is rumination.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're at the board and you're in a lost position, you have a lot of time to ruminate.
Yeah. You know who hasn't drawn a game yet at this tournament, Kostya, is Vladimir Fedoseev.
Really?
Today he lost to Puranik, so good job, Puranik. Nice score for Abhimanyu. But he lost one, lost. No draws yet. And there's a theory that there's an evolutionary purpose to depression, and it is reflection, very close to rumination. So like the evolution, right? Because like when humans or any other animal does something in a certain way, you're like, I wonder how that was like helpful at some point that it got naturally selected for. I mean, if you believe in evolution, I wonder that. And so like, what's the use of being like depressed, right? Feeling like, oh, I can't get up. I've got nothing's worth doing. Well, apparently there's some link where like being depressed can cause you to reflect more on things and then like make necessary adjustments or decisions or think better in some way.
By the way, check out Blue Bomb's technique.
Okay, I'm quite
Beautiful.
interested.
Beautiful.
Oh, he even let his knight be captured? Are you kidding me? He made something just totally beautiful out of it.
Yeah. Chess players are artists at their heart.
That's outrageous, Kostya. I should look at more Blue Bomb games.
Oh. We were joking saying Prague might win the tournament and then Blue Bomb will get in from the circuit. Maybe Blue Bomb wins the tournament and Prague gets
Prague gets
in
in
from
from
the
the circuit. Oh my goodness.
So on knight h6, White's taking the g pawn and then promoting the h pawn.
So the g pawn, the knight's still kind of stuck, so it's got to go here. And maybe king g5, g4, maybe h5, h6.
I think you just run the pawn up because Black's king will be so far away.
That does it, and knight h6. Yeah, I guess the white king is quite a bit too fast.
Because like the typical thing is like the knight can stop the h pawn,
Yeah.
but like give itself up for the pawn. But yeah, it's too slow.
Amazing solution. Beautiful.
Probably wasn't the only way, but very clean, very technical.
Right. Maybe he didn't go this way because there was something with like h5, knight e5, knight e7 to f5. No, knight f6 to somewhere. No. This was like the basic.
Yeah, Prague's gonna resign very soon.
I'm just trying to figure this out real quick here. Knight back to f4. That's completely winning. Maybe there was just two ways. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's beautiful. And how's Mishra doing? I mean, the game that had us glued to our
Mishra,
seats.
finishing touches, I gotta say. Finishing touches.
Mm-hmm. He's getting another pawn to the 7th rank, huh?
I think he wants to enjoy this game as much as he can.
He's got 8 minutes left. I know there's another time control coming up, but it looks like he needed some time to figure it out.
Yeah. No, I think he's been incredibly careful. David, did you know that Mishra is a real anti-engine guy?
No, I don't know very much about him.
Apparently, he told the like anyone who's interviewing him at the Grand Swiss
Mm-hmm.
to not tell him engine moves so that he can go and analyze the game himself.
Nice.
So he's like telling the interviewers like, don't ask me about engine moves. He's like, I
Yeah.
don't want to know. I didn't see it. Whatever you're asking, I didn't see it. I want to go back.
Right. The answer to your question in advance, no, I didn't see your crazy variation. Wow. Well, that's good. I mean, that means he's working hard.
Very hard.
Yeah. And also, he doesn't have to deal with, like, the most painful / annoying of questions, right? Like, why didn't you play blah, 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 blah? Well, wasn't watching the game with an engine. I was playing it. Blue Bomb takes it.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fair question. The real question is, did you not see something or did you misevaluate it? That's the real question.
Right.
That's always interesting. But yeah, Prague resigned. Matthias Blue Bomb. What will Kramnik say about him?
All right. Get him OTB, and I'm sure he'll be 300 points lower rated than.
Yeah, huge one for Blue Bomb. I mean,
Huge
he's kind of gone under the radar, but I didn't realize he won the European Championship earlier this year, which is like insane event to win.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of having like this later growth.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got a couple endgames still going up here. The top, see if anyone can get a draw. Notre back against Yagiz. Huh, Yagiz got the rooks off the board without losing his G7 pawn.
But it does look pretty cooked after like King E5
Okay.
for
King E5,
Yash
trying to get through.
Yashich Khan.
But I don't yet give up. I go and take your A pawn, you know, as Jesse always says about me.
So you play
So I go knight C4,
C4.
take the scared little farmer on A3, and then knight C2. Now here I was expecting the move bishop D2
Mm-hmm.
from you on the theory that you wouldn't want me playing knight E1 here.
Mm-hmm.
So Kostya assents, he takes it. And now
Bishop D2 G5. Nice.
maybe I've got another idea here too, so I'm still working on this position for 1 second. Okay, here's my idea here. I want to go King D5. Just improving my king, and my point is to try and embrace your F pawn. So I'll go knight D4, F3, King E4, but King G6, huh? I'm pretty stretched.
But king takes G7, king E5.
Oh, trying to get to F5, so then King G6.
G6, knight B4.
Knight B4. Oh god. Oh god, Kostya.
Right?
That's like exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
I wanted something like this to come up. White
Okay,
did not play King E5.
Yeah. I mean, I actually didn't even I didn't even mean to give my a pawn. I just kind of blundered knight C4 check. So
Oh, never mind.
yeah, I
Okay.
thought I would have time for bishop C1. So
Okay.
like king comes in, bishop C1, everything's defended. But bishop E5, G6 on the board. People calling for the Chopra Grishka game.
Okay.
It is it is spicy. It's a middle game. Many pieces on the board.
Oh, I was getting used to endgames. We have
Same.
we have a draw somewhere here? No, I was scrolled down. Okay, sorry. Let me try and find it. Oh, Pranav got a bishop for his 2 pawns. He's got 1 pawn left. He should be winning. I think Pranav's winning. I guess the claim is fortress, huh?
Ooh, is Pranav winning?
I don't know. There's some kind of a fortress claim being made.
I think it's gonna go down rook and bishop. Yeah. This black puts the rook on F4. And question is whether Esipenko will hold it.
Okay. Wow. How did they not trade any pieces this game? Like, I know they've been playing the same number of hours as everybody else, right?
I know, right?
They've played 50 moves. It's not like they've got a locked position where they're just shuffling.
King C3.
Wow. Yeah, look at the position 5 moves ago. Chess Games tells me they didn't trade a piece between moves 4 and 47, Kostya. Look at move 47. It's like they've just traded the pawn from the Sicilian on d4.
Yeah.
That's it. Where were they? 2 armies passing in the night.
They were just watching the Gukesh game. Now they're on to their second score sheet here.
Then Gershuk sacks an exchange. Blows are exchanged. The exchange is returned. Knight f5 coming out. Looks very tense. Looks very tense, but it looks like it should be moved like 23 with like an hour to make move 40 instead of like 5 minutes to make move 60.
I know. So weird.
Seems like a pretty balanced position.
Hey, Mishra.
Gukesh has made a passer, but it looks like he can't stop the G-pawn anymore. Looks like the time to resign.
Rook G8, Rook F8. Looks like game over.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Mishra thinks it's kind of like he's ready. He doesn't want to miss the handshake. That's the worst when your opponent resigns and you weren't ready for it. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah. It's rough for them too because they're like sitting around awkwardly trying to end the suffering, you know?
Yeah. They just want a reason.
They want to shake your hand and you're not there and it's like
Looks like Gukesh has entered the playing through the game blindfold, trying to figure out where it went wrong phase. Yeah, Chess India is there capturing every second, unfortunately, of this painful moment for Gukesh, but nice moment for Mishra. That's it. It's over. With a deep breath, he resigned. Wow. And Mishra scores.
wow.
Amazing. Just give him the title, man. Just give him the title. Mishra carrying the United States on his back.
Incredible. Incredible.
Oh boy.
So that was a historic game, folks. You know, people were checking the records, Googling, chat GPTing, etc. You know, an hour and a half before it ended, I think, or an hour before it ended.
Yeah, long ago.
But this is the youngest player ever to defeat a world champion, Abhimanyu Mishra. The youngest GM himself in history.
Right.
At age 12. And so, you know, now he's been a professional player for, you know, easy 4 or 5 years, depending on, you know, exactly where you count it. But he's been a serious player for years, and he's having an absolute breakthrough tournament. He was having a breakthrough tournament if he didn't win today. I mean, he was just playing super GMs every round with a plus score.
Fantastic.
And now he's beaten the world champion I mean, the question is, what do you go for next, right? Like, what's the next goal when you hit such a milestone?
I guess you got to beat Prague and Arjun now. You got to collect the whole set.
Like to say,
Dang. But, I mean, it's super impressive for Mishra. But to his credit, he has been stuck for a year or two. Actually, he hasn't
hmm
made this like huge progress.
yeah,
Clearly, he's been working on his chess, staying motivated, and now finally he gets his breakthrough. I have no doubt that he's just been working hard, like just every year, every US championship, just goes home, goes through, studies more.
yeah,
And it seems like he's just made a huge step up. Like he's just increased his level of play.
yeah. I can't confirm his live rating. Somebody in chat was suggesting that he was at 2642 now. I can't confirm his exact rating because Jesse is just refreshing 2700 chess on 5 different computers to see if Gukesh has dropped to 7th place or not. He's just obsessed with it. He's like, it's all on the line for Gukesh at this tournament.
Yeah, someone
if he
check on
ever drops
Jesse.
to number 7, that's some kind of big thing for Jesse. So
I mean, he's okay for now. He's still like 9 points above Faruja,
okay.
unless they haven't updated today yet. Then he might be in some trouble.
Yeah. Skibix now understands Jesse's obsession when Ding was dropping spots. He'd be like, world champion with an asterisk, number 23. Nope, number 24 in the world.
Mishra is Jesse's pick, so he's
Yeah.
he's feeling all sorts of conflicted right now.
Yeah, Mishra's Jesse's pick. No, it's a huge game to watch. Sometimes when you root for people, it can be confusing when the people you root for play each other. But eventually you reach a point where you realize that, playing chess is great. And for people you like to play against each other, they're having a great time together. And that's cool. We don't need to, it's fine if somebody you like loses a game. Totally fine.
Now our teams are playing right now because we got Noterbeck against Erdoshmash.
Oh, yeah. So I need to, pray for a draw there. You were very, very neutral in your commentary on that position. Or what's the word? Not neutral, but when somebody's unbiased or very fair. You were very fair in your comments here. You weren't hoping for Yagis to lose his mind or flag or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily root for people to win, under any circumstances. Like if a player I like won because his opponent like blundered or like mouse slipped,
Mm-hmm.
it's a letdown. You want them to just win nicely.
Yeah. And even the
Also, I'm
players I
just a
root
huge
for.
fan of their Doshmash. Like I
Yeah,
don't it's really hard to root against the kid.
yeah,
And I don't.
yeah. Nice, nice.
I actually care about his legacy more than I care about
About
his
winning the junior
team.
draft point thing, you already won it too. It's one of those things. Once you've won something, you
That's
don't need to defend your title that badly this year, huh?
I only won the first year. Yeah, I mean that's it's a long season. It's a long
Yeah,
journey.
yeah. And I'm definitely playing the long game. And I mean, I've got Faustino Oro on my team. That's not gonna probably win me the average this year quite yet.
No, but your draft, I think, will go down in history.
I'm decently poised one day.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, guys, David got Erdoshmash, Ivan Zelyansky,
Yeah,
and Faustino Oro.
yeah. I just tried to get somebody who might be world champion in 10 years or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And who did I got? Mark Andrea. And what's he done lately?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Beat MVL and Gamer back to back.
Oh, Kamer. Yeah, yeah. Kamer. Wait, you have Kamer? Kamer?
No.
Oh, Jesse has.
Yeah, because I don't think Keimer's going to be world champion. So
Dang.
I was like, that guy's just a candidate. I'm not drafting him.
That's a
Future.
fourth place finisher if I've ever seen
Yeah, that's
one.
that's a lifetime candidate if I've ever seen one. Career
Oh,
of fourth places in the candidates tournaments.
no.
I
Ulf
can see.
Anderson hate.
Lots of decisive board results on the top boards. Carnicero, yeah. It's a carniceria here. I think that's like a place where you buy meat. So that's my way of saying it's bloody up there.
Mhm.
I guess carnicero probably means butcher. That would be my guess. Carnicero 79, a butcher from 1979. Just a little bit older than me. Yeah, when I root for my players, Skibix, I root for them to have fun playing chess above rooting for them to win their games and score points for my team. But the drafting is fun anyway.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe we should each draft a girl as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see.
You're not a butcher and you're not from Spain. Okay. But it looks like people have confirmed that carnicero does mean butcher, so I guessed that correctly at least.
2700 chess. Yeah, Mishra has crashed 2700 chess.
Yeah, crashed the site. Him and Jesse.
I mean, it's basically just Jesse on all his devices,
Yeah.
iPad, phone, desktop. Let me see, who are the top juniors?
The top female juniors.
Yeah.
I shouldn't help you, but chat has mentioned Vaishali and Divya, which is I think you know about them, so
Yes.
not spoiling much.
Yeah, the only question about them is just their age. You know, they got to be.
Yeah, 19. Vaishali's actually over 20, but Divya's 19.
Yeah, Divya is no, I think Vaishali's too old. She's not on the list, but Divya's number one.
Yeah.
But
How'd she do today?
Maui Lu is right there, 5 years younger, only 30 points behind. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She's very promising player. Very promising. Let's see how Divya did today. Since we probably can't check it on 2700 chess with Jesse. Hagen the pings there.
looks like she lost.
She played against Shamsidin Vokadov, a very, very strong Uzbek player.
Garashkin also lost to an Uzbek. She lost to Sandarov. Where's Sandarov at? He hasn't.
He's
He
not
needs
having
to
a
break
good
out.
Grand Swiss.
Yeah. No, he's not.
Nice technique by Vokadov here. This H4 move. If you ever, folks, get into the situation where you've got, a A2 or B2 pawn with the rook in front of it, the ingredient you need to break through is not a G or H pawn. You need an E or an F pawn. So H4, and then you can just push this F pawn straight down the board.
Ah, yes, very nice.
Yeah. Okay, well, you don't get to sack your pieces and win every game. Sometimes when you get a game like that, you're like, why isn't chess like this every day? Just something complex. I sack a piece. Opponent goes into the tank, falls to pieces. No, but a lot of chess is bean counting. That's for sure.
Okay, David, I think it's breakfast time for me. We have Dojo meeting in 2 hours where we'll decide the fate of the program.
In 1 hour, I believe.
In 1 hour, yes, actually.
Yeah, 48
Oh,
minutes.
shoot. So I need breakfast and I need to go outside. All right, I have a lot to do.
Breakfast and fresh air.
Thanks as always for hosting.
Yeah.
Folks, I'll be back later. It's day 7.
Yeah.
2800 quest.
Coast is up to 2780, folks. You better not miss today's episode.
Yeah, today might be the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been just steadily progressing.
Yeah. If you're not there, it'll be like you weren't there the day when Abhimanyu Mishra became the youngest player to ever beat a world champion.
Yeah.
You'll hear some like roundup like, oh, Kostya made 2800, and you'll be like pretty excited, but then you'd be like, oh, I could have been there when everyone was like screaming.
But yeah, folks. Aren't you glad you were here to see Mishra Gukesh? Dang. Oh boy. What a day. Thanks everyone. Bye Twitch chat. Bye YouTube chat.
He loves
Sorry
you
about
equally.
things I said. You guys know I love you so much.
Don't get too mad at each other. It's not like a YouTube or Twitch is better thing with Kostya.
Yeah. No, I'm really sorry about pitting the two chats against each other. That wasn't fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
A rare King Lear moment. And then there was one. All right, so we got one game left on the top 8 boards. It's this endgame here, as yet again, the bishop's supposed to be so good on the open board, and we have another player just saying, like, how do I get through these claims of fortress, right? How to break it. This one's a little more open. There's options to go in, and they involve sacking the a3 pawn and then making some very precise calculations. So, and if you do it at the wrong time, black will go after the f pawn, not the a pawn. You know, some kind of knight c4 check, knight d2 or something, going after the pawn. Or yeah. You haven't seen me eat Skivix? I've got a 3/4 eaten peach here and some cashews. Morning, Scotty. How are the kids? Are they watching instead of going to school? you tell like a kindergarten teacher, like, oh yeah, my son's gonna be late for school because he needs to watch 4 hours of chess broadcast from Samarkand. My skincare routine. Does swimming in a pool count as skincare routine? Oh, Yellow, I really want to come to the Czech Republic, and I really want you to buy me lunch. That's very tempting, especially since, I'm not eating a lot today. A couple cashews will keep you going, but it's not everything. It's all they want. Oh, man. I would offer to trade my kids for your kids, but I know you'll say no. So it's like, what's the point? What's the point? Is the pool public? Yeah. I would trade my kids away. Well, his kids, first of all, he's got 3 and I've got 3. So that makes it basically an even trade, right? So you could consider it. Then his kids are all, beautiful and chess lovers. So, I mean, do I think Parham can win this thing? Emphatically, yes. Sometimes just somebody's on killer form, He's on killer form. He's halfway through this tournament. He's on killer form. It's not guaranteed that he wins it, right? I think all these things are percentages. I see a lot of these chess things as percentages. I see white, I think, 52, 53%. I see, Budapest, I think 61, 62%, right? I see Queen's Gambit declined. Exchange variation, I think the players are both over 2,700. I think 73%. You know, I see Parham on good form. 6 rounds to go. About 20 competitors who could potentially catch him. I think 8%. You know, that's how I think about stuff. Sometimes people are like, oh man, you know, crazy take. But all my takes are percentages, you know. They're percentage chances with a percentage chance or an interval of confidence on my own claim about the percentage, right? So it's, you know, it's 8% chance for Parham plus or minus 2%, and I'm 50% confident in that. So, you know, can Parham win this? Yeah. Fantastic form. I gave him a big boost for being on good form more than for being up half a point, you know. I'm giving him like, you know, a 3% better chance than, you know, Blue Bomb or Aragaisi or Mishra just because of the form. You know, not because of the half point. Anyway. I'd say our Dogmas is, you know, has got a small chance of still holding this. And even if he doesn't, he put up one of the best defenses I've ever seen in this game here. Just amazing. I'm not really sure how white wants to break through when the knight's on d7 covering the dark square, right? But not only that, Dogmas keeps giving back the e5 square at various points and saying, like, yeah, I can play knight b6, king e5, knight c4. He's allowed several versions of that, so he's just doing the calculation work. I think they've got another 15 minutes coming to them that doesn't show yet, because I don't think that either of them has flagged at move 60. But I could be wrong. I haven't been watching the clocks closely enough to really say. Parham's playing style is just great, exciting, uncompromising, aggressive, says Nikaza on YouTube. He'd be a great addition to candidates. Yeah, no one can argue with that. My percent on Mishra ending up in the top 2, probably about between 3.5% and 4% right now, Clutch Easy. 3.5% to 4%, plus or minus 1%. 50% confidence interval. Didn't think about it super hard. Somebody says to check out Dubov's game, so we will glance over there for a second, because, you know, I think Noterbeck Yagiz is very interesting. It's going to last a while. Anish has won a pawn, I noticed out of the corner of my eye, so he's going to be one of those 20 people with a decent chance. I was right about a Wonders Prospects. He lost that game. It was rough. Pranav, no progress yet. Bishop and pawn against rook and 2 pawns. Fortress claim still active. And Dubov, queen to d6, attacking the knight that defends the rook. I guess black has some potential concept of sacking the knight and going for e2. But then you could go queen g2, king here, and probably white wins that position. That's mostly a wild guess right here. Ashkill says, as a Gukesh fan, I wish he would take more draws and play safer. That would help him win more tournaments. And I'm with Robin, who says Gukesh loves chess too much. He'll play what he likes. Gukesh is not... I mean, he is trying to win every tournament he goes to, but he's not just maximizing for winning the current tournament, right? He's also maximizing for enjoying chess and learning and improving. So I love the way he just attacks everything. Chess numbers. Yeah, I guess I would say top 2 should count. I think that's what people are asking, is who's going to grab a spot. And I may have been miscalculating, because I was guessing there were about 20 main contenders at this point. But then I divided, 100% by 20 and got like an average chance of 5%, but it should really be, 200% divided by 20 probably. You'll correct me in a moment if that's completely wrong. But there may also be more like 25 main contenders right now. But then, if you had 200% divided by 25, it'd be more like an average of 8%. I do feel like I want to give Parham like, 3% better chances than average. Than the other main contenders. Every game he's pushing so hard and sometimes overestimates. He's definitely very confident, Ashkill, which can be an issue. But I'm more worried about Gukesh's opening prep and selection. Jesse's more worried about his time management. I'm not at all worried overall about how hard he pushes and like, how enthusiastically he embraces chess, so to speak, There were 2 games against Ding, Robin, where he avoided repetitions in worse positions. And that was when, clearly worse, like significantly worse positions. And that was then I realized it was watching that match with Ding. And I've been watching Gukesh, for his whole life. But it was watching that match with Ding that I realized there was somebody with even greater contempt for draws than me, because he was avoiding draws in positions where I would have taken them. And I've lost a lot of games avoiding draws by repetition. A lot. At least 10 tournament games probably where I avoided draws and lost. But it might be 20 or 30. I mean, Okay, someone says back up 5 moves and check out some of these tactics. So we had, a rook and knight ending this whole time, I remember. F2 comes in. Knight F5 check. What on earth is that? Oh, it's clearing the diagonal so that when you queen, if your opponent queens, you take the rook with check, and it's very important to be the one checking when you get into an endgame where both players queen. Knight F3, defending the rook. King comes over. Knight D4, winning that rook. What? Oh, defending the rook and threatening to queen, right. So you have to play King E2 to stop queening. And then coming here defending the rook. That's like a funky tactic. Yeah, for sure. FE4 played. And I think queen takes knight is winning. If black plays rook H5, there's both queen E4 and queen G6 that win. If black plays rook A5, there's queen C7 winning. He doesn't take the knight, though. Huh. Yeah, Nikaza says Gukesh needs to gain experience. He's 19 years old. Almost any 19-year-old, you would tell them, you would advise them to develop their chess, right? Versus just trying to maximize for each minute, each game. King F4. Okay, here's why black didn't go king F3. I can explain a thing or two while we're here. Check. If the king goes here, it's literally mate. And by the way, for anyone who didn't guess it, I use the word literally to mean literally, not to mean figuratively. Then queen F2, king here. Queen F6, there's rook F5. Queen G2, the king comes around and defends stuff. Check. Oof. Gotta be careful for the knight. King G5, the only move. Oh, I can't fully calculate it. Taking c6 does seem simpler, yeah. But I was wondering why black played king f4, not king f3, because now it's very simple to take the knight, and you've backed the king up a little bit. But I still think it's pretty much the same thing. You play king e2 in this position. I think you could have gotten that position either way. Yeah, king e2 played. So earlier I had calculated fe4, taking it, e3, checking him back, and then king e2. Seems like exactly the same thing, pretty much. Good, Drew, good. Prague's having a great year. You know, whether or not he loses a game at one critical tournament, there's a good chance he'll make it to the candidates. Seems, yeah, he's so high up there, it seems like he should make it. But, you know, Prague, Erigaisi, Noterbeck, you know, it's possible that not all three of them make it, right? There are often one or two very deserving players who somehow don't get a spot. Okay, so white can't really win these pawns. I think the way to win the game would be with the c pawn, if there is a way to win, which I sort of suspect there is. So my first thought would be, you know, just push c4. If the rook ever wanders away, of course, we can collect these pawns by giving a check and then taking them. But I think this is winning. Yeah, hard to answer this question from Yellow about how much time would I advise a non-professional train. But Robin's got about as close to an answer as I could give. First of all, it depends on your goals, right? Like, are you trying to have fun? Are you trying to get better? Are you trying to reach a certain rating or goal or whatnot? But yeah, training as much as you want to is like a pretty good answer, right? Training to the point of your enjoyment. It's kind of hard to stop this pawn, right? I don't really see a defense for Predke right now. For me, it's not more than 8 players who should be in the candidates. It's more than 8 players who are plausible. But the ones who I really feel should be there are kind of the top 4 or 5 or so, and they fit, you know? Like, I feel like Prague, Erigaisi, Noterbeck, quote unquote, should be there. And players like Geary, it's not that they don't deserve. They could plausibly be there. If they're there, it makes sense to me. If they don't make it, I don't feel like, oh man, like how on earth is Geary not there? Like he was around the edges, you know? He's somewhere around the number 7 to 10 player in the world in 2025, right? So exactly, Robin. Yeah, if you're not training, there's no reason to beat yourself up for not training, you know? I mean, occasionally it'll be like, it's enjoyable and I want to do it, but I didn't get around to something in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be like yesterday I was looking at my goals for the last year. Prague did lose today, Putzi, yeah. Yesterday I was looking at my goals for the year and I saw there was something on my goals that I hadn't done. That it had just slipped my mind. I'd forgotten it, you know? Not like I didn't want to do it or I was trying to force myself to do it. I was like, oh, whoops, I forgot that thing. I was like, yeah, that would be a good thing to do. Hopefully I'll remember it now, you know, maybe make a mental note that sticks a little bit better. I didn't beat myself up over it, but I thought like, oh yeah, that would be a good goal. I do hope to do it. Oh, you're saying, yeah, how many? Right, you can have some kind of tier where, yeah. And that would be the case if it were all one tier chess numbers, right? They're kind of like one even tier there. So here the pawn, I think, can keep going because of rook c5, queen d6. This is what I had anticipated here. I'm enjoying watching a position I understand a little bit here after spending a whole day looking at positions I didn't understand. I mean, I also enjoy looking at positions I don't understand. Obviously, that's a very fun thing. But I think now, after whatever it's been, 6 hours or something, I'm a little bit, like maybe a little bit brain tired. So it's nice sometimes to relax into something you kind of get, right? Queen back to d6. No, even this I don't get. Yeah, I would say, white wants to keep the black king from getting over here probably. I don't really see any scenario that white doesn't win, though. I will say that. Interesting. Chasing the king this way. Because then there would be king takes e3, actually. That's the reason for this. You see? King and rook frozen and the pawns are gone. So queen f8 is actually going to force the king to the g file. And then it'll keep pushing. It certainly makes sense. I think there's just 100 ways to skin this cat at this point, so. Predke's a cool cat. I think I heard from somebody who played Predke that Predke was like a good sport, a nice guy, a cool person to talk to after the game. I don't remember who, so I don't know the citation, but just saying like some good things have been said about Predke that I've overheard at some point, Sometimes you hear little like comments about people, right? And, are people thinking well or badly of so-and-so's sportsmanship, this and that? It's good. I think it is good to know that if you act well and properly, that some people are going to, hear about it and notice it here and there. So there's the c-pawn. The further this king is from the c-pawn, the more impossible it is for the rook to ever fight the c-pawn because there will be forks, right? When the king and rook are further apart, the queen's got more abilities to double attack them, and they can't move to defend each other. So. Oh, interesting chess numbers. I think there's a narrower tier that's kind of like, I don't know if I can open up 2700chess.com when Jesse's on it. We'll see. New running Jesse joke. I think Magnus is in his own tier. That's one tier. Then I've often wondered if Naka is in his own tier at number 2. And then there's kind of like a 3 through 8 tier. And for me, 3 through 8 is Fabi, Prague, Arjun, Gukesh, Firouzja, and Noterbeck. And then for me, the next tier after that is Wei Yi and Wesley and Anish and I don't know, maybe Aronian or maybe Kamer now. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like there's a separation in tiers there. I would not say that any of those players between number 9 and 15 have really shown that they could be in the top 5 right now. To me, it was just, can't justify by rating, yeah. Okay, so here Black's moved the rook here. Dubov adjusts the queen and then could potentially play king f1, blocking that f pawn. This could be potentially the next move here. Using the queen check to cover e2, right? Because after this rook f6 move, well, I guess the queen's attacked as well. But if in theory you didn't have to move the queen and you played king f1 to stop f1, right? King f1, there'd be e2. So that's why the queen has to be positioned on the e file. To cover e2, checks the king. King moves away. Oh, takes the pawn with check. Yeah, that'll end it. Maybe there was some particular horror happening if the king went some other way, but let's say there is no horror here. No queen h8, queen e3 check again. Oh my god. King here, if there's some way, then this move would make sense. King f1. You block this pawn. And basically next move you're playing queen takes e3 without check. Yeah. Yeah, Arjun or Noterbeck could have definitely fit into the 2024 candidates. They were already strong enough that it would have been interesting to have them there. Okay, so nice win for Daniil. I think he started off the tournament with a bunch of draws. Yeah, that's his first decisive result. 4 draws and 1 win. So he's now on 3 out of 5, like, Gukesh in Prague, even though he came a much calmer route. And, let's see. Pranav's game is still going. Actually, Esipenko himself played f5 at some point, which changes the position a little bit. Instead of just defending the f-pawn, he's going to try and come forward and trade White's f-pawn with his 2 pawns. Pranav wants to tag those pawns from behind, keep them from moving so easily. The basic plan for black is king f3 and then trying to get both pawns here. It looks like black more or less can, but rook here, rook here is the question. So now if you play f4, you have to reckon with like bishop e3. Maybe you could do this, right? And if anything, threaten to win for black. And the defensive technique would be to bring the rook here so that we can check, and bring our king towards things. And this, for example, would be a draw. So white can just barely defend that one, I guess. But definitely I wasn't anywhere near winning that. So I guess I don't see any way for Pranav to win, actually. I see Esipenko successfully defending this at the moment. And with that said, yeah, let's go back to Erdomus's game against Noterbeck. So last we saw it around here. The bishop dances behind the knight and takes away squares from it. It's not clear why black couldn't defend with one of these king moves for the moment, but it does move the knight back and forth. White king heads towards g5. The king does not take the final step right here because of knight e5 attacking the pawn, f4, knight f7. Oopsie. You got to be careful against the knight. You got to be careful to the end. So he goes bishop c7, taking that e5 square away. And that would give black time to play king f6 if they wanted to keep the king out here maybe, but instead we get knight f6, threatening knight d5, king g5, king f7, bishop e5. So now the king's gotten pretty far forward. This king's back defending. If knight h7 check, king here, knight is forced further back, I don't know. Knight d7, bishop d4. That looks bad. That looks to avoid. My default move would be knight d5. Okay, which he did play. Knight d5. Bishop here. Still trying to limit that knight. Maybe knight c7. No, he just hops back here. No problem. King back up. So for now, Noterbeck hasn't made any progress in the last 15 to 20 moves and 30 to 40 minutes of play, I would say. So maybe he's defending Red Buff Bull. Yeah, maybe. White can keep trying forever, and Yagiz is under serious time pressure and has been under serious time pressure forever. So yeah, it's still very tricky. He's down to 2 minutes right here. But at the moment, if I had to guess, I would guess that it's holdable. Like if you turned on a computer or something, I would guess the computer would give him holding. So I would change this Sensei eval if we want to adopt this Sensei eval bar to the Abdusatorov game. I would give it +1 for white, but kind of guessing it's a draw, so then I have to give it 0.7 or something, something under 1, clearly stating with great play you can still hold it. I mean, Erdoma's defending amazingly this game. If anyone in chat wasn't here earlier, let me show you what his position was like when they hit the endgame. Look at this position here. And tell me if you think a 14-year-old kid can draw the black side of this position against a top 10 player. I mean, this is just a massacre right here, right? I bet the computer would say this is decisively winning, by the way, not just practically speaking hard to defend. I mean, I would guess the computer evaluation was decisively winning. It's brutal. And I mean, and he's been in this for another 50 moves without cracking at this point. That was 50 moves ago, that position, and here he is here, I guess that's a good sparring position, yeah, Robin, for someone who wants to work on their defensive play, their appetite or their tolerance for suffering. Just crazy. Now he's down to 1 minute. Our dear Yagiz. I mean, knight c3 and then back to d5 is a pretty easy move for black here, but he's spending all his time. That's great, Rachel. Yeah, Kostya came through on that one. That's a brilliant question. Yeah, and you had the citation ready too. That was your professionalism, because you were like, that sounds really cool, Kostya, but what's the citation? And then Kostya pulled it up. He had the receipts too. He's got a good memory. To me, Kostya's, a slightly young one, so he's got a good memory. I'm sure he feels like his memory's not what it was when he was 12 years old or whatever. But Rachel is nailing this interviewer job. 97, super calm from Erdomas. Doesn't give the check. Mishra, oh, you talked about the chaos button with Mishra. He likes pressing it and thought that Gukesh would play h4. Beautiful, beautiful. So anybody who's been watching this game all along, Rachel's giving us some great insights, hot off the presses here. Mishra expected h4. He had to be pretty confident. I mean, he avoided flagging. He went for it. Gukesh had not yet thought at that point in the game, folks. When Mishra played DE5, allowing h4, Gukesh had an hour and 42, 43 on the clock. So he's like, you think you're in your opponent's prep, and you sack a piece. It's amazing. Amazing. Such confidence. just seconds left for Domus to defend this position. They're 15 minutes ahead of us, so in real life, the game's already over, or he's just hitting the 7-hour mark that he's been playing for. This is epic chess. This is epic chess. Whew. Heavy work. It was his worst game of the tournament so far. Because he feels like it got out of control and he didn't see everything coming, probably. Like, he probably hadn't properly anticipated the repercussions of King D7, and then he, like, scrambled. But F4, F5 was really good by him. And he didn't like the Knight D4 move, yeah. Letting black solidify then. I think that Gukesh's Knight F6 might have been a small mistake, even though people were saying it was a brilliant move during the game. But, you know, we looked at lines that looked perfectly good for him, and then he played that Knight F6 thing, and it made so much sense, obviously, to get the knight off of H7. That was like one of the main drags in his position. But after he played Knight F6, even though it made sense, my calculations were never as happy for black after Knight F6 as before Knight F6. I felt much more comfortable with his position in some kind of simple Rook G8 variation that I'd played. On creativity, yeah. Yeah, it may still be, yeah, I mean, I believe that there are moves that are like brilliant, but, you know, objectively bad or something like that, or that turn out to be like a brilliant mistake or whatever. I do believe in that kind of idea. That it can be an amazing move and it turns out there's something wrong with it. But yeah, I preferred the simpler lines I saw. Yagi's 6 seconds left on the clock, playing Knight H4. He's sent the knight to a new place, so he's not exactly playing a fortress, right? I mean, he's not just sitting there with the knight on D5, B6, D5, B6, E7, D5. This knight's wandering around the board. He's coming up with concrete solutions every single move off of 30 seconds of calculation. Yeah, take the 3-year-olds to the park. How fun is that? See you later, Graham. Enjoy that. Enjoy that 3-year-old energy in the park. So what's the idea with Knight H4? Gary was up 1 pawn before. I could try and count to 3, but your chess numbers. Let's go have a look. Pranov has not broken through. We'll see. We'll see if we can count to 3. All of us here. Oh, I guess it comes down to semantics then, right? Chess numbers? Like, are we counting these things as pawns, right? I see why you weren't sure about the number 3. Yeah. Oh, it's been a fun day, Awen. On the top 8 boards, we've got 6 decisive results, 1 draw, and 1 game still going. You know, in which the Turkish prodigy, 14-year-old Yaiz Khan Erdomus, is still defending like a dog down a pawn against a top 10 player, Norbek Abdusatorov. H5 played by Giri. I mean, it seems like the A pawn should more or less win this game. I don't know if he's up 3 pawns, but I feel like he has a winning position. Yeah, okay, I'm like you, chess numbers. I don't know if they count either. But this is kind of a cool idea. Getting this bishop to e6 could be winning, but the bishop's weirdly stuck by the knight on b6. Of course, the knight on b6 is not going to win the game if it sits there forever. So he could go after that g-pawn with something like queen f6 could make sense. Queen g5, looking to then play h5. He plays h5, and the meaning of this could be that when they take, you play check and check. In a sense, if you could trade this h-pawn for the g-pawn, it's more like you're up 3 pawns than before. Because, yeah, 2 h-pawns, I mean, that's pretty much worth 1 pawn. So that's not a second pawn. But instead, his plan is just a very direct continuation. He wants to go f5, f6, and threaten checkmates to break black's defensive setup. And in most endgames, this a-pawn is going to guarantee a win. Like, if you just took queens off the board, white would be winning in this position here with simpler means. You wouldn't play h5 if there were no queens on the board. You would just play bishop c6, king f7, a4, king e6, a5. Imagine this position without the queens, right? Some people might wonder, isn't the first priority king to d4? Centralize the king, right? Normally it would be, but here knights are so bad against past rook pawns that I would say the priority is not the king march. It's bishop c6, a4, a5. We'll put that knight into a bad spot. It's going to have to bounce knight c8 to a7. And then we can, bring our king in. And if the black king wanders all the way over to help the knight with the a-pawn, then at some point you play f5, gf5, h5, and you queen the other rook pawn. And honestly, you don't need the f2 or h3 pawns to win that endgame of pure bishop versus knight. So Giri is well within winning range here. Well within. Like, yeah. The bell is already tolled for Oparin, I could more or less chalk this one up before it's officially in the books, which I try to do less and less because I've been wrong sometimes. The best being when I called an Anand Topalov game in their World Championship match, ended coverage early. The chess.com broadcast ended it early and went to breakfast with my friends and came back to find out that we got to the wrong result and the game had played on and been interesting. Okay, d4, letting the queen across. So the idea is if you play f6 to give a queen g5 check, try and get up in the king's business and deliver a surprise perpetual. Plausible. Plausible. Nice. So you got to add a little more brightness to already a bright day. Excellent work. Are you feeling confident and in the swing of things with the interviews at this point? Bishop f3 checkmate. All right, so Giri gives a couple checks. King can't get back because of this. And I think he might be trying to get his bishop into the action right now in general. Like maybe bishop c6, maybe bishop f3. I also wonder if queen g6 check to cover this check from the black queen. Right? King f8, f6. If this might not be winning. Where was his queen coming from? She was on e7. Yeah, so that could make sense. Check, check, check. The plan might be queen g6 and then f6. Your queen's covering queen g5. Your bishop's covering anything on the diagonal, and that's a mate threat. So then what would be a defense? Like queen here. Okay, there's a number of wins from this position. One would be like f7, threatening queen g8, queen f7, queen b6 with the extra knight. We have said that this knight ending could be winning anyway with queen g7 check, but that's not the cleanest. And I think this move is very, very clean and practical. I think we've had maybe even a resignation already because I don't see the clocks ticking. But this I like very much. The idea is to put the bishop on h5 and then play queen h6 and f7. And here you just see the knight being helpless against the switch from the bishop coming over to the king side, right? You can't walk away with the king from the death zone because of this. That's how I would finish this off, I think. But Anish just took the pawn on d4 and that was the end. Yeah. Okay. I guess, queen f5, queen takes knight. There was nothing like a perpetual. I just feel like the safest thing is not to allow any checks when you get to this point in a game. Right? Right? So, like, if I want to win this, I have to calculate bringing my king out into the middle of the board. I don't know. I'm really surprised. I thought this other technique was so good. Check here, f6. So there's no checks against me. I'm threatening mate, and there's only so many candidate moves I could be missing from the opponent. So I'm a little confused. I mean, I assume Geary's right. He's way better at converting than I am. He's way better at everything, but he's zoned in, and I'm sure he's right, but I guess I'm so tired I can't even see why this wouldn't be easy. Anyway, that's another point for Geary. So we got to put Geary up among the leaders now. So that should put him where at 4 out of 5, right? No, 3.5. Okay, 3.5. So he's not in like the top scorer group yet, but he's in good shape with that win. Bounce back to Abdusatorov and Erdomus. So we had bishop e3, knight e7, knight came this way, knight h4, bishop f4, knight back to f5, bishop d6, attacks it, and then comes back. Here, check, come back, king e7, king f7, sorry, king g5, king f7. Now here, black's almost in Zugzwang, but I know it's white's move. But, it's good to know if your opponent's in Zugzwang. It's a useful reference point. But I think even if we're black to move, knight g7 might still be playable. So I still don't see the kid breaking. Still don't see him breaking. Okay, sorry folks, just checking the Dojo Discord because we're maybe supposed to have a meeting right now. Okay, we got to move from Noterbeck, king back to g4. Okay. If I'm black, that's okay. I'm fine with moving the king up a step here, I think. There we go. We do have to maybe wonder about the 50 move rule, because that's the only thing that's ever saving the kid from this eternal torture. So this position was the same. No, the G pawn got pushed on move 59. That's the last pawn push. So he hasn't yet made 30 moves out of 50. Matthew, he always has to be calculating A4, BA4, B5. Can somebody get over there? Yeah. He has to calculate that every single move. But here, for example, we could calculate it once ourselves by moving pieces, you know, just because we're a little tired. Let's just give it a try, right? Looks like his king makes it, right? And at this point, white can no longer win. Once they've sacked the A-pawn, white can't win like this anymore. Black just needs to take out one last pawn. And honestly, you know, even if we do this to help with that, let me see if this calculation is going to work. We just have to take this pawn, right? So here, so I want to attack it from there, but I can't get there. Sorry, just give me one sec. I guess you probably play A3 at this point. Takes here. Maybe I'll go here by surprise. Yeah, this will do it. All right. Knight here, and we hold. As black. Yeah. The king can't mess with the knight. If the bishop messes with the knight, we've got this knight g2, f5, knight h4 trick. And, you know, and the king's going to start coming back. I think black can hold like a position like that. So I think that's one example, Matthew, of a4, ba4, b5. And what's really useful about you asking that is, did you see how tricky that was to find that? And even that was not like 100% guaranteed correct, right? It wasn't double checked. You saw the time or effort that it took to find that with moving pieces. That's the work that Domus has to do every single move. Every single move that you guys are seeing him play. And it looks like they're just moving back and forth, kings and knights on the king side or whatever. Every single move he plays, he basically has to make sure that a4, ba4, b5, that he survives it. And when he's calculated it in a few certain positions a few times, some of the calculations might get easier because some of them might be repeats, but it's a lot of work is what I'm trying to say. And it is definitely work. Do I think chess has changed today? I think chess might be changing during this tournament. I don't know if it's just today, show me the speed, but like this tournament is definitely bringing up some questions about where is chess right now. On two main fronts, there are two main things I'm thinking about. I don't know about you, show me the speed, what you think might have changed, but I'm thinking of two main fronts in chess. One thing I'm wondering about is like, how good are 2600 GMs, by which I mean, you know, 2600 to 2690. How good are 2600 GMs compared to 2700 GMs, right? They don't often play each other and they don't often mix. How big is that gap? Has it like been maintained properly? Are some groups facing more rating deflation or inflation than each other? How do they stack up? Right? What are really the tiers right now in chess? How many top tier players are there? And then the other big question that I'm wondering about is, with the computer influence, how are openings changing? We've got a few more moves here. They had a twofold repetition, but not a threefold. And Yagis, for once, is over 1 minute on the clock. He'd been just only on the increment for a while. So I'm thinking about stuff like maybe Morizi's opening here against Vincent, right? Like, check this out. We're talking, Vincent's now a top 10 player in the world at the moment, and Mauritius playing bishop d3 instead of knight c3. So somebody could, in the old days, they were like, oh, memorizing 25 moves of Najdorf theory, so brutal, right? You could memorize 25 moves of Najdorf theory. You could try and crank 30 moves of Najdorf theory. But, like, you can also just play bishop d3, right? And it's good enough that a player rated 2610 is beating a top 10 player with this opening, right? So this game illustrates both of the main questions about is the chess world changing that I have right now, and that I think would be, potential Dojo Talks topics with Kosti and Jesse, although we've also touched on some of these topics in the past, but they might be topics to revisit in view of this tournament. We've got both, like, the 2610 player, seemingly very competitive with the 2750 player. And we've got this, like, what openings are we choosing, right? How are we, what is the range of openings that we can or can't play successfully? That knight on b3 is kind of stuck out there. Black needed their counterplay, but now there's nothing there. And here's where Maurizi won that pawn. And then it seemed that Vincent defended so well. But he goes into this endgame, trades everything. I guess he knew something we didn't, Ghosty. I don't know, because Maurizi went straight for all the trades. What even was the calculation on king here? Is it pawn takes? And the white king can get around and escort that pawn? Yeah, we can't keep the white king out of here? Ay, ay, ay. Amazing. So he breaks through like this? So, yeah, it's asking a lot of questions about chess right now. G3 with the freeze. All right, we got a Zoom link. The dojo wants me to stop streaming, folks. They want me to stop streaming, They want me to stop, and Yagiz won't stop. Noterbeck won't stop. These guys are still going. Oh, Mark Andre is a student of GATA? Cool. So Dhruv, of course, you're welcome. Happy to do it. Peep Show says, if the 2700s showed up to more opens and battled with 2500s and such, we'd see more accurate numbers on their ratings, less specific opening prep for specific opponents protecting them. So you get more of these kind of bishop d3 surprises, more of the surprise value of certain openings, yeah? All right, folks. I think I'm going to just do what Jesse and Kostya want, because I don't want to be a jerk to them, and I'm too tired to know if I'm making the right or wrong call by keeping streaming or stopping streaming. So I'm going to give you guys a prediction and end the stream here. I predict that Yagiz holds the draw. What? Also, for those wondering about Pranav, I think his opponent, Esipenko, is probably going to hold the draw against Pranav. So, All right, folks. We'll be back tomorrow for the whole same thing. And before tomorrow, turn on your alerts for Chess Dojo's Twitch or YouTube alerts, because Kostya might make 2,800 today. No more 2,700 chess. Kostya might make 2,800 today. Keep your eyes peeled for whenever that notification goes live. Peace and love to you all. Even the rule